Good morning to the new Prime Minister, Honorable John Briceño, and his ministers, as well as to the Leader of Opposition, Honorable Patrick Faber, and his ministers, invited guests, and media houses. I'm Shama Smith from My Refuge Christian Ministries, and I will be leading the Belize National Prayer. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let your light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors so that with your help, we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in peace, which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Oath of allegiance of a new member.
Mr. Clerk, can you kindly administer the oath of allegiance to the new member?
I, Anthony Mala, do swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize, and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to do the best of my ability discharge my duties as a member of the House of Representatives, and do right to all manner of people without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, welcome. Best wishes to all for a productive new year and, of course, a new session of this House. We are still locked in the grip of the COVID pandemic, and sadly, it has claimed the life of a member-elect even before he could be sworn in. And even as I speak, one honorable member is quarantined, having tested positive for it. We, of course, wish him a full and speedy recovery. After consulting with colleague speakers within CARICOM, as well as with our own public health officials to determine best practices given our limitations, the staff and I have put in place necessary measures, as is evident with the configuration of today's sitting, to conduct this first meeting with health, safety as the priority. All members would have received a written communique from me on these yesterday evening. It is not ideal with regards to aesthetics or comfort. But these are not comfortable times. These really are COVID times. For today's sitting, the galleries continue to remain closed to the visitors except for media and the Senior Public Health Inspector, Mr. John Budden, who I have asked to observe today's meeting with a view to assessing the efficacy of the measures and recommending, where necessary, improvements for future meetings. I take the opportunity to thank the Acting Director of Health and Service, as well as Mr. Budden, for the time spent with us at the Assembly over the past week, giving us guidance in preparing for today's sitting. Hand sanitizers have been placed throughout the building and at your seats. Physical distance measures are in place both inside the chamber and in the members' rooms. Notices have been placed as reminders when entering and exiting these rooms. I ask that face masks be worn at all times, even when speaking. We have provided a designated members' booth near the main doors for those members who request to speak without a mask. Please note, after each use, time will be allotted for sanitization of the booth. This is in accordance with regional best practices. The advice from our public health experts is that it helps if presentations are kept brief. I therefore appeal to all members to kindly keep your presentations succinct and preferably not more than 20 minutes in an effort to complement the protocols in place. With over 11,000 cases registered, 541 active, and sadly, 267 deaths in Belize, this House, I am sure, will be heavily scrutinized, as it should, to see if it is leading by example. One of the first items of business today is the establishment of standing committees. I particularly look forward in the coming days to meeting with the chairperson of the House Standing Orders Committee with a view to considering amendments to facilitate a virtual blended approach for future House meetings. Virtual blended approach, members, is one that accommodates both in person at a reduced amount, as well as other members being facilitated through an internet platform. So finally, it is incumbent on all of us, honorable members, to not only work to modernize the Parliament, but in so doing, ensure the legislature is a beacon of responsible leadership, especially during this COVID time. I thank you, honorable members, for your support and cooperation. Honorable members, pursuant to Standing Order 73 of this House, I have chosen the following persons to be members of the Committee of Selection, which will be charged with the task to recommend to the House the names of members to serve on the 13 standing committees. Honorable Ramon Cervantes, Honorable Anthony Mawla, Honorable Orlando Habet, Honorable Michael Espat, Honorable Tracy Panton, Honorable Moses Barrow. Standing Order 79-7 states that the Speaker shall appoint the time and place for the first meeting of the committees. The first business to be conducted, therefore, shall be the election of chairman. However, as there are a number of bills and motions set down on the order paper which have to be referred to standing committees, I propose, with the concurrence of the House, of course, to suspend the sitting to enable the Committee of Selection to elect a chairman and consider and report to the House on the appointment of members to the 13 standing committees of the House of Representatives. Is it the wish of the House that the sitting be suspended to allow the Committee of Selection to meet and report back to the House? All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is now suspended until the Committee of Selection has concluded its business.
Presentation of report from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Committee of Selection.
Report from the Committee of Selection on the appointment of members to the standing committees of the House of Representatives.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Diaspora Relations.
Madam Speaker, I move, be it resolved that the report from the Committee of Selection on the appointment of members of the standing committees of the House of Representatives be adopted.
The question is, be it resolved that the report from the Committee of Selection on the appointment of members to the standing committees of the House of Representatives be adopted. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to present sessional papers number HR 1-1-13, supplementary appropriation number 5, scheduled for fiscal year 2020-2021, and HR 2-11313, supplementary appropriation number 6, scheduled for fiscal year 2020-2021. Madam Speaker,
those papers are referred to the Committee of Supply for examination, consideration, and report.
Statement by ministers.
I recognize Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Natural Resources, Petroleum and Mining.
Madam Speaker, good morning. In standing up to make this statement today, Madam Speaker, I think about our people all over this country and all that they may be going through each day. We are living in very serious times, unprecedented moral and economic times, the likes of which we probably have never seen before. I think about the message we are sending our children each day when their parents can't pay their school fees and the school is embarrassing them to pay, or when they don't have food to eat and their stomachs are churning from hunger, or the landlord banging down their doors while their mothers struggle to try to eke out a living to pay something towards the rent. And as a government, we are asking them to be optimistic, to exhibit unbelievable patience. We're asking a lot of our people, because I know that this is not an academic exercise. We are dealing with people with real flesh and real blood, people who are hurting, who have been hurting, who see no future for their children, and their children naturally see no future in the future. They cannot, not when all they see around them are people dying, people hungry, people unemployed, and people drifting with very little hope. In times like these, we must constantly communicate with our people. And if it's one thing we have fallen short of in these first 2 months in office, is that we have not communicated enough. We must constantly inform our people of what we are doing so that they understand the conditions we have met and the struggle it necessitates. We must explain to them that every day our struggles are rooted in a common cause to make life better for them. We must explain why we are doing what we are doing. So I welcome this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to make this statement on what's happening at the Lands Department, what has happened over the long 13 years of the UDP rule, and where we go from here. Madam Speaker, huge tracts of land have been gobbled up by a tiny few. You name the area: Mountain Pine Ridge, San Pedro, Kikaka, Placencia, Independence, Hopkins, the Coastal Road, and I could go on and on. Huge, beautiful, valuable tracts of land sold for a paltry sum by the government of Belize. There's very little left to be had by the landless, for the landless. Very little land left for the children of the landless and the voiceless. The schemes were incredible, and of course they found their genesis under former Minister Gaspar Vega. Thousands of acres in the pristine Mountain Pine Ridge area gone forever, just like that. Put in other people's names, unbeknownst to those people, by scheming ministers and compliant public officers. When you match the signatures on the land documents with that of the copies of the Social Security cards, they don't square. It's a scheme that starts with ministers and their representatives able to get copies of the Social Security cards of the unsuspecting constituents who have come to apply to their offices for financial assistance. From there, these copies of social cards would form the bedrock of a land application, and those needy, unsuspecting individuals would be the recipients of massively lucrative chunks of land, but they don't know. The lands are in their names, but they don't know. The lands are later sold to wealthy individuals, but they don't know. The money is shared presumably between the ministers and their cronies, but they don't know. We have a case in Mountain Pine Ridge where permission to survey was granted to 5 individuals to each survey 115 acres of the juiciest, most fertile land on planet Earth. The 5 persons got the permission to survey in January 2012, 115 acres each, for a grand total of 575 acres in Mountain Pine Ridge. These 5 individuals then get titles to these lands 1 year later, all on the same day, January 8, 2013. They each pay a measly $15,039 to the government for 115 acres of Mountain Pine Ridge land, the area of the country where God smiled on us the most. 2.5 years later, all on the same day in September of 2015, these 5 people, Hilda Guerra, Oventino Guerra, Guadalupe Mojica, Hilda Mojica, and John Ramirez, all transferred ownership in the lands to Belize Roadway Construction Limited for $325,000, $265,000, $345,000, $275,000, and $230,000 respectively. If you're wondering who Belize Roadway Construction Limited is, they got the contract to resurface portions of the George Price Highway, I believe, and the Hummingbird Highway. But another related company of theirs also got 900 acres from the then government of Belize in the coastal area. 897 acres to be precise. Something like that must be illegal, because I don't recall it ever coming to the House for approval. And as far as I know, anything over 500 acres should get House approval before distribution. 2 of these 5 persons who got these lands are actually Guatemalans, while there are many tens of thousands of Belizeans who can't get lands. There's another case of a man, Florencio Talbert, a tall gentleman of modest means who worked as a mechanic for 9 years at the Ministry of Works compound in Santa Elena, I believe. A tall fella, 6'4", have a lot of height but not much cash. High on height but low on cash. Unbeknownst to Mr. Florencio is that he owned acres upon acres in Mountain Pine Ridge. He owned the land but didn't know. Applied for the land but didn't know. Purchased the land from the government but didn't know. Florencio Talbert says he was very good friends with the then Ministry of Works CEO Errol Gentle. Or so he thought. Gentle had asked for his social security card a few times, but he was never told exactly why. Talbert says Errol Gentle even went to his house one day for his social security card. But according to Talbert, he never questioned anything, because he used to work as Gentle's bodyguard also. So one day last year, an enterprising gentleman goes to Florencio and says, "Do you know that you own some of the most prime real estate in this country?" Florencio, of course, says no. So the man convinces Florencio to give him power of attorney so that he can acquire the lands from him. So they go to the lands department together, only to find out that 1 year earlier, in 2019, the lands that were in Florencio Talbert's name was transferred to Errol Gentle and to a company named Scorpio Development Company, owned by Rene Montero's 2 sons, Rene Jr. and Robert Montero. All this happened, and Florencio Talbot never knew. Never knew he was sitting on some rich mountain pine ridge land, and never knew he had transferred the land. All this happened over and over again. Montero learned well from Gaspar Vega, you see. They put lands in unsuspecting people's names. Their workers are humble constituents, and they are able to sell or transfer the lands without these people even knowing. While these people may be struggling to pay their children's school fees, struggling to pay their rent and light bill and water bill each month, Montero and his family are laughing all the way to the bank. You guys remember the Carmelita scheme, whereby Vega and his family were able to attain over 1,600 acres of prime roadside land in Carmelita village, over 50 parcels of land right next to each other. Lands Vega had the government purportedly sell to his campaigners and other people in his constituency, many of them unawares that they owned the lands. And then later those lands were transferred to Vega and his immediate family, forming a nice Vega family farm. Land as far as the eyes can see. Well, Montero might act the fool sometimes, but he ain't no fool. Rene and his sons cooked up a similar scheme in a young girl McCrae registration section in Yalbach area. This area has prime land, absolutely fertile land. They say if you spit, things grow. If you stand too long on the land, you might take root. Nice lands in the young girl area. They had government put the lands in the family members' names. Daughters-in-law, nephews, cousins, village councillors, campaigners, and then the lands are transferred to two companies controlled by Rene's sons, Rene Jr. and Robert. I think one of the companies, Gosen Products Company Limited, I trust that's the way it's pronounced, and King's Landing Limited. They put 80 acres in Danny Martinez's name in Young Girl, 79.841 acres in Telma Sabala name in Young Girl, 100 acres to Myra Sabala, also in Young Girl, 80 acres in Giovanni X name, another 49 acres in Giovanni X name, another 78.45 acres in the same Giovanni X name in the same Young Girl area, 139 acres in Salvador Martinez names. These lands were all recently transferred to Gosen Products Company Limited, whose director is listed as Robert Jaime Montero, the son of Rene Montero. Then there's an amount that was transferred to King's Landing Limited, another company led by Rene Amin Montero, 32 acres, several 25-acre plots, 27-acre plots, 18-acre plots, all in Young Girl, all transferred to King's Landing Limited. Then Robert Jaime Montero got a land certificate from government for 311 acres, again in the Young Girl area. The man then can't get enough of Young Girl. Then he got land certificate for 19 acres and even a 2.83 acre parcel in the same area. They cleaned up everything in the Young Girl area. They even got some purchase approvals for land in that area, but time had run out. Elections came and they had not gotten a chance to pay. These people are classic land hogs, and there were many like them who fanned out all over the country. Anywhere there was prime land, San Pedro, southern Belize, lands and keys. And it wasn't confined to the ministers and the area representatives. You had standard bearers, cronies, friends, and families galore. They all got in on the looting and grabbing. Some of them have 20, 30, 40 parcels of land, some even more, distributed amongst family members. Some have 20, 30 pieces of land in the lucrative areas of Placencia and San Pedro. It's insane. It's land hogging at its worst. All these things facilitated by the very people who we pay to protect our interests, the ministers and the public officers. It is not for me to decide the legality of what transpired. There are certain departments who deal with these things. But I can speak to the immorality of it, the deprivation it means to the masses of people and their children, and the fact that we are condemning generations of our children and grandchildren to even more poverty. And the fact that the land pie, the available national lands, has shrunk to almost nothing. And that in order for us to provide lands to the tens of thousands of needy Belizeans, we will have to, in some cases, acquire these same lands back from these same people. Lands that they bought for a pittance from the government. But we will have to now buy at commercial value to distribute to the landless. That's the tragic consequences of these acts of skullduggery. Makes me want to cry. But my job is to fix it, to change the culture in the lands department, to make it the home of the needy and not the greedy. This place should be as inviting as your home. Ordinary people should not be frustrated and confused at the lands department. We'll have people in place to help you apply, to help you navigate the sometimes cumbersome process of getting a piece of land. And you don't need any letter from any minister. Those days are over. As long as you're a first-time landowner, you can apply. And don't let any lands officer tell you that you can't apply unless you know of a specific piece of land. Our job at the department is to find you a piece of land if you don't know of a piece of land. That's another corruption in the system. You have to pay somebody inside to find a piece of land. And when you find a piece on your own, they give it to who they want. That has to stop. And you shouldn't need an agent to get your land papers for you. You should be able to do this on your own with the help of public officers whose salary you pay. You should be able to get back a lease approval within a reasonable time, and your purchase approval and your land certificate in a set period of time. No more waiting years for your documents. Those days are no more. To the public servants and would-be public servants at the Lands Department, as long as you want to help poor people, we are good. As long as you're about public service, we are good. But if you want to get rich and you want to continue the old way of doing things, then we'll be bad. We cannot continue to carry on business as usual. The people resoundingly rejected that on November 11th in a clear and unmistaken way. We have a lot of work to do. We have tens of thousands of Belizean first-time landowners to service. They are our first priority. At the end of the day, land is finite, and the land hogs and land grabbers did their best to hog up all the best lands, so it won't be easy, but we're up to the challenge. We'll be meeting with the various trade unions and associations of the security forces shortly to determine which of their members don't have land, so we can find land for them. That's our job. We might have to go outside of the cities and towns a bit to get land. There are no more lands left in the cities and towns, unless we are looking to take away lands and give to others, and we're not in that business. And to the first-time landowners, please not sell your land when you get it. You could go to a credit union and you could borrow and leave money to build your house and send your picnic to school. But not sell your land, man. There's a reason why people are lurking to buy up your patrimonial lands. Pretty soon there won't be any lands available, not for you or for your children or grandchildren. This is your birthright we're talking about here. We did not inherit this land from our ancestors. We borrowed this land from our children. To the business people, I understand that we need this economy to thrive. We need lands to plant, to build, to develop, to produce, to manufacture stuff. We'll be there for you too. But to the naked land speculator and voraciously greedy land hogs, this is the end. Those days are no more. It may not be criminal to own 30 pieces of land, but it's downright immoral. I promise that I will be taking the lands department to the people, and I will. Everybody need not come to Belmopan to be served. Next week I will be in Dangriga on Thursday to attend to the land needs of the people in that municipality, and I'll be going to every district town thereafter. And I will end how I started, Madam Speaker. These people were not thinking of our children. The budget for land compensation for fiscal year 2020-2021 is $12 million. These people busted that budget in the middle of COVID, while people were losing their jobs and struggling to feed their children and can't pay their bills. These people were busy racking up bills of $22 million on land compensation. In the month of September alone, they racked up over $15 million in new land compensation commitments. Amazing, simply amazing. And in that month, they did something that I thought was unthinkable. On September 25th of 2020, the then government entered into a contract to pay a lady by the name of Barbara Harris Ware $6,067,000 for 26 acres of land in the Belama era. Pure mangrove for $6 million. The government then proceeds to subdivide the land into 5 big parcels and further attempt to subdivide these lands into 130 house lots. but elections was fast approaching and time was running out. So the fellas over there, instead of issuing the lots to 130 individuals or leaving the land to distribute for whoever emerges as the victorious party, decide to sell the $6 million land to a former UDP senator and campaign manager for the member of college. Not for $6 million, or $5 million, or $4 million, or 3, or 2, or $1 million. Those 26 acres of land that the government paid $6 million for was sold for $26,000. And they weren't done there. The original parcel of land owned by Mrs. Weir comprised 39.49 acres of land. Government bought 26 acres of that land and then gave her title for the remaining 13.49 acres as part of the settlement agreement. She got her title November 5th of 2020. But the following day, November 6th, 2020, the Lands Department issued a purchase approval for the same 13.49 acres to one Roosevelt Blades. So it's not bad enough that Mr. Blades got an opportunity to buy the $6 million land for not $26,000 but $33,000, the 26 acres of Belmopan land. He had to get the other 13 acres for which the lady had already gotten title. It's insanity on stilts. But there's a saving grace, Madam Speaker, because Mr. Blades never did complete the payments for the 6 parcels of land that comprise the 26 acres and 13.49 acres. He only paid about $7,500 of the purchase price. So, Madam Speaker, Mr. Blades can come back for his money. Or someone over there can pick up the money for him. Or if they're ashamed to do either, then we can mail it to him, or deposit it to him, or wire transfer it to him. But that land, he is not getting his paws on. Thank you very much, Madam.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make a very brief statement regarding the reopening of schools on January 11th, 2021, which is next Monday. But before I do that, please allow me to offer my congratulations to you, Madam Speaker, on your appointment as Speaker, and also to thank the people of Freetown for giving me this opportunity once again to represent them in this National Assembly. Madam Speaker, Monday, January 11th marks the formal resumption of school across our education community. Needless to say, this takes place in less than ideal circumstances as our nation remains in the grip of a devastating public health crisis that has brought with it dire financial consequences. We all want to get back to face-to-face learning. We want schools to reopen. Already, too much classroom time has been lost, and our most vulnerable students in poorer and rural communities are the ones most at risk for falling behind. But we must respect the very real and legitimate fears and concerns of all stakeholders in education. The decision to reopen schools for face-to-face learning is one that our Prime Minister and his government will make in consultation with our students, managements, parents, and of course, the Belize National Teachers Union. The government and the Ministry of Education in particular will at all times be guided by the advice and recommendations of our public health officials. The health and safety of our students, teachers, and administrative staff must at all times be our primary consideration. In support of the national effort to reduce the incidence of COVID-19 infections, starting January 11th until further notice, permission is granted for pre-primary, primary, and secondary school teachers and IT vet instructors to continue to report to work on Mondays and/or such days as agreed upon with their respective managements, but not to exceed 2 days per week. Teachers are expected to fully engage in their teaching responsibilities on every normal school day, whether they are at school or working from home. This includes preparing lessons, monitoring, marking assessments, regularly communicating with students and parents, and where possible, conducting online classes. Teachers who work from home are also expected to make themselves available during normal working hours to respond to phone calls and messages from their school administrators and students, to attend virtual meetings, submit reports, and carry out any other reasonable work-related request. Each educational institution should have measures in place to support teachers and encourage compliance with these expectations. The Ministry of Education, Culture, Science and Technology appreciates and supports the efforts of the Ministry of Health and Wellness to contain and to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 throughout Belize. The effects of the pandemic have indeed been far-reaching and crippling to so many aspects of our lives, and we applaud the tireless efforts of teachers, principals, administrators, and family members who have been working together to keep learning happening as best as possible for all our students. A COVID-19 education task force is being formed and will guide our decisions moving forward on the reopening of schools in a safe and responsible way. This, Madam Speaker, is our wish for 2021, that our families will be safe and healthy and happy, and that the time will come sooner rather than later for our school grounds and classrooms to be filled once again with the laughter and chatter of our beloved students and teachers.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise, under a new minister, under a newly elected PUP led by the Prime Minister, John Briceño, has hit the ground running. Agriculture is food security. Agriculture is foreign exchange earnings. Agriculture is income generation. Agriculture is job creation. Hence, Madam Speaker, agriculture is the single most activity that is keeping this country economic wheels turning at this time of crisis. Madam Speaker, in the month of November 2020,
beginning on the 12th of November, Belize exported 2,027 head of beef cattle to Guatemala. That is beginning on the 12th. December, Madam Speaker, we exported a further 3,294 head of beef cattle. And in January, in these few days of January, we have exported 1,947 head of beef cattle. And in addition, Madam Speaker, to Mexico, 606 animals were exported. Since we were elected to office, Madam Speaker, on November 12, 2020, less than 2 months, 7,874 beef cattle were exported from this country, generating $7,086,601.32. In less than 2 months, Madam Speaker, farmers have gotten desperately needed relief. Farmers have again managed to re-employ their workers. Families have income to feed themselves. No longer, Madam Speaker, are the banks writing letters and making calls to the cattle farmers. No cattle farm is being advertised in the newspapers for sale, Madam Speaker. And the country has earned valuable foreign exchange. Madam Speaker, this is how the PUP, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, John Briceño, operates. And Madam Speaker, we still have approximately 35,000 head of beef cattle to export before the dry weather comes in. That's a value of $50 million, Madam Speaker. This plus the $7,086,601.32 is the amount of foreign exchange that the cattle industry was to generate in 2020 if the UDP had not stopped the exportation. How can anyone, Madam Speaker, in their right state of mind, attempt to kill an industry that is next to the sugar industry, that creates so much jobs? Total madness, Madam Speaker, irresponsibility. That is why, Madam Speaker, there are over on that side of this building, Madam Speaker, they are on that side, and there are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them in person, and I don't know if there's 3 in substance, Madam Speaker. The Guatemalans are happy, Madam Speaker. They want more of our beef cattle. In fact, their government is happy because we are feeding their 17 million population. They have not complained. They have not objected. They have sent no diplomatic notes so far. As a matter of fact, the governor has called me and said, send more. Madam Speaker, but that is not all. Pigs are being exported. Even Rene Montero has exported 4 truckloads of cattle. He exported pigs too. I don't know where he get those from. I hope that it's not stolen. Central Farm? If a person can steal pigs, Madam Speaker, what can he not steal? But Madam Speaker, pigs are being exported, spent hens are being exported, eggs, hay bales, and even rice hull, which is a waste product, is being exported. It's being dragged across into neighboring Guatemala, and it's leaving money in the hands of our farmers, Madam Speaker. This, Madam Speaker, is what we need in times of crisis. And this, Madam Speaker, is what the government will do. Look at the interests of our farmers, looking after the interests of the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, the sugar industry had a bumpy start. December 28th was the second date set for the start of harvest. At times I feel, Madam Speaker, that people tend to forget that there is a new government elected in office, and that it's not going to be business as usual as it was under the UDP, the rogue UDP. This government is one that will look after the interests of the farmers first and foremost. It means that this government will ensure that all stakeholders are treated fairly and equitably. Farmers and manufacturers are inextricably bound together, inseparable. They depend on each other like a marriage, Madam Speaker. But like many, if not all marriages, there are always problems. But our government is here to ensure that no one will chance or beat up no one in this marriage. And I'm certain some of you on that side understand the analogy of beating up on the marriages. Madam Speaker, that is why my ministry has appointed a hard-working career agronomist, intelligent, knowledgeable, and dedicated chairman for the Sugar Industry Control Board, a complete contrast to the defunct, irresponsible, worthless predecessor. Madam Speaker, days before the general election, a list of quotas was distributed to cane farmers, a list that would have led to thousands of farmers being unable to deliver their entire sugarcane produce. Madam Speaker, 2,534 farmers were going to be negatively affected. Having suffered great losses due to the drought in 2019-2020, this could never be accepted, not by this new PUP government. This unfair, inequitable distribution of quotas concocted before the elections in November could never be accepted. A government who was elected on the basis and the platform of fairness to all farmers and stakeholders would never accept this. Madam Speaker, the leader, the main leader who concocted, who orchestrated, who attempted to undermine the industry is no longer employed. Our team, Madam Speaker, worked tirelessly to ensure that a fair and equitable formula be arrived at. We, Madam Speaker, diffuse a volatile situation, one that would have escalated out of control. But this PUP would not have allowed that to happen. This is how we will operate, on the basis of fairness. So today, Madam Speaker, the harvest has started. The repairs to the sugar roads is slow, but has started. Even though the economic situation is grim, our government has allocated close to $1 million for Sugar Road repairs. As the weather improves, the works will intensify. Last year, Madam Speaker, the PM allocated $20,000 to Raindrop South, and he made it abundantly clear that Lupe Magana had asked for it. Well, this year, our government has allocated close to $1 million for the sugar cane repairs. And this means, Madam Speaker, that our government is prioritizing the agriculture sector. Madam Speaker, our dairy industry, the dairy industry we inherited today, is going through a very difficult time. On January the 5th, the dairy farmers were informed that 20% of the milk they produce would not be received by the processor. This 20%, Madam Speaker, would be for January and February. This is a total of 202,000 pounds of milk, valued at close to $175,000. Losses to farmers. This decision, Madam Speaker, is being made, you know why, Madam Speaker? To a saturated milk market, an overstock of locally produced cheese. Containers of cheddar and mozzarella cheese cannot be sold on our markets. What a sad reality. This government, Madam Speaker, since elected, has not issued import permits for cheese, for mozzarella, neither cheddar cheese. And we will not issue any permits until our farmers have able to market their cheese entirely. The sad truth, Madam Speaker, and member for Albert Division, the market is saturated with imported milk. Lala being one of the biggest importers. Madam Speaker, a company who claims they have exclusivity to import Lala milk has saturated the market. We in government today will never allow this to happen again. And the even saddest truth, Madam Speaker, is that at times imported milk paid no GST. But the GST department, yes, went to the dairy producers and was attempting to charge them GST for flavored milk, which is fresh milk with chocolate coloring and strawberry coloring. GST department attempted to want to charge the farmers GST, but yet imported milk was not paying GST. Isn't that a shame, Madam Speaker? Further, today, which we will correct shortly, farmers are paying GST on bottling equipment for their on bottling materials for milk. So they are paying GST, and at times imported milk was paying no GST. That is a shame and disgrace. And that, Madam Speaker, will be corrected by this government very shortly. This unfairness, Madam Speaker, will stop. This will stop. We will ensure that the producers of this country are able to sell their product first and foremost. I will start by asking the merchants to buy our farmers' local product. I will ask the population of this country to buy the Belizean-made product. It is a way that we will help our producers. And to those who think they can come to my office with all their gifts to get import license for milk, they are mistaken. This is not the UDP in power today. So those of you on that side who have close friends and associates, don't send them to my office to negotiate. They will not get none. So, Madam Speaker,
on a point of order, according to Standing Order 38, subsection 4, it is, subsection 5, no member shall impute improper motives to any other member in either chamber. So him saying that we will be sending people with gifts to his office, I think is a violation of the Standing Order.
Members, it's our first session. Just let's be careful of the standing orders, and let's ensure that we express ourselves, recognizing that we're all honorable members inside the chamber.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I was about to wrap up. That was only a little ice thing. So, Madam Speaker, again I say that we on this side now will act responsibly. We will ensure that the farmers of this country are treated fairly. We will implement policy changes that will eliminate this kind of madness which our farmers are unable to sell their products. When our farmers are made to compete with cheaper subsidized imported products. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I would also like to congratulate you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor for you to be our new Speaker here in the House. And with your permission, Madam Speaker, I would just like to express myself to the people of Kaya South and explain to them that I am humbled and appreciative of the honor that they have given me to be able to serve them for a third consecutive term, Madam Speaker. I would also like to say thank you to all Belizeans that supported us in the last general election on the 11th of November, because they have allowed us to be on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, and I must say it is a good feeling to be on this side of the House. In my case, finally. And thirdly, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister John Briceño for, despite the back and forth he and I have had, to give me the opportunity and to give the people of Kaya South the opportunity to be able to administer and manage one of his more important ministries, Madam Speaker. That is an honor that the Kaya South people will say thank you, Prime Minister. That ministry, Madam Speaker, is called Infrastructure, Development and Housing. Madam Speaker, our mandate at this ministry given to us by the Prime Minister and Cabinet is to ensure a well-maintained and safe road network. Madam Speaker, we have approximately 526.9 miles of paved roads in this country, which is about 18.7% of the total road network. Madam Speaker, we have about 2,171.3 miles of gravel roads in this country, Madam Speaker, which is about 76.9% of our road network, and about 122 miles of earth roads, Madam Speaker, which is about 4.4% of our road network. As you can see, Madam Speaker, the vast majority of our road network in this country, close to 80%, is in the rural communities and in the agro-productive sector, Madam Speaker. Why am I mentioning this? The last government spent millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars on infrastructure projects. But their priority was not the 80% of the road network that really needed the assistance. Hopefully, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad that the Minister of Agriculture sits right beside me here in the House of Representatives, we can partner together with the blessing of the Prime Minister and Cabinet to be able to make that change, to ensure that equitable distribution of funds when it pertains to the infrastructure network of this country be given to the rural communities and the productive sector that is definitely in desperate need of it. Another mandate that we are putting in place, Madam Speaker, is to reprioritize from building white elephant projects for personal gain to developing new and maintain rural road networks. So let's go back to this reprioritizing from buildings which we consider white elephant projects. I'll give you an example, Madam Speaker. The new building that's not even completed yet, the financial building for the Ministry of Finance on the Lake Independence Boulevard. $28 million up to now, and I think the Prime Minister has to give us more detail when it comes to that because it comes from his ministry. Up to now, I have calculated up to $28 million. Hopefully it doesn't go more than that. $28 million, Madam Speaker, has been spent or is being spent.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, point of clarification, and I know that according to the standing orders that my friend, the member from Kaya South, would need to yield so that I can elucidate as the standing orders allow for. Madam Speaker, I want to ask you though to make some pronouncement, if you will. You have asked us, Madam Speaker, to be very precise in our presentations this morning. We have now listened to several ministers go on and on, well past the 20 minutes that you have asked us to oblige to, Madam Speaker. And then, if it is that my honorable friend will not allow us to elucidate, they have gone on. I listened to the member from Lakei. Well, the member from Freetown was okay, but they have cast aspersions, they have made claims,
and then we're not allowed to respond to these things that they're saying. And so I would like, Madam Speaker, if you will, some kind of clarification. My friend, the member for Mesopotamia, has informed that he wrote, Madam Speaker, with questions for ministers. And you so rightly pointed out, Madam Speaker, that this is a special sitting of the House, and at a special sitting, we will not entertain questions from the opposition to ministers. Well, Madam Speaker, I would want you to make clear to us that in the future, these special sittings, or it won't be a special sitting, or that we will get our right in ordinary sessions to be able to ask questions to ministers. And it is rumored, Madam Speaker, that there is some portion of the standing orders that will be invoked. I hope this is not the case, Madam Speaker, and I now ask for your clarification to stop the members who are not ministers. That includes members on the other side who are backbenchers, I interpret it to mean, from making positions of urgent national importance at the time of the adjournment. I would wish, Madam Speaker, that you clarify that for us now so that we are well aware that this is a new session, Madam Speaker, and I beg your pardon for this kind of intervention. In fact, I had hoped that my first intervention would have been for me to congratulate you and for me to say to you how much we are willing to comply. But this is so every minister is going to get up and grandstand for half an hour?
Yeah, one second, Honorable Prime Minister. It is not lost on me that the first session of Parliament after the type of election that was won would not necessarily be an easy one to preside over. So let me make some clarifications now in order that we can proceed with today's session. The office of the clerk should have informed the member for Mesopotamia. I was informed that that was done, that the questions would be moved over to the regular sitting. For any special sitting, that will be the direction that I take from time to time, dependent on the environment that we're in. So where we can reduce time, but not ever disenfranchise any member's right to ask questions by simply moving it, for which I am authorized to do, to a regular sitting, I so will. On the matter of parliamentary language, let me be very frank. As the nation is extremely aware, as much as all of us in here are, that this is a situation that we're all going to have to work together on, because it has happened time and time again. I have asked before to please be careful with the language. It is totally understandable that members in a first session of a parliament will want to express themselves, and ministers of government, as is allowed, does have that right to present statements from their ministerial portfolios. I will ask all members again for your kind cooperation regarding parliamentary language. Let's not forget, every member in this House wears the title of Honorable for a reason. We must be able to debate and get the points across without descending into too far a line. So I beg your indulgence. And on the matter of time, so I'm not accused of not addressing any member's points. I started out with an appeal. I recognize it's an appeal. The standing orders for the House does not have a time limit. I merely ask for your support and cooperation. My role remains a referee, and I will do it to the best of my ability. Member, you can continue.
the request from my honorable friend that he yields so that I can correct the kind of distortion of the truth that he just made.
It's a tactic to be able to change somebody's mind frame when he's giving a presentation. Well, at least the member from College has tried his best.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, let me be clear.
Members, Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any order opposed.
Honorable
Speaker, sorry.
Yield when the Speaker speaks. Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Member for Kayoso.
Speaker.
On a point of order again.
Member for Colette.
Leader of the Opposition.
Leader of the Opposition. Honorable member did not give yield. Please allow the honorable member to continue.
My point, Madam Speaker, that we do have a right for an opportunity to elucidate these matters. And let me also make the point, Madam Speaker.
Where on the standing orders do you have that? You are not making a point of order. You need to make a point of order first, Leader of Opposition.
Madam Speaker,
what is your point of order?
We have a right.
Member,
could you?
Is it that I must refer to the UK parliamentary term of insisting that we have order? This is unacceptable. There can never be two members standing at the same time. I should not have to raise my voice to get attention. And this certainly should not occur on the first sitting. Member for Colette, Leader of the Opposition. And forgive me, I should have done that in the reverse. Leader of the Opposition, Member for Colette. I have heard you on the matter of statement of ministers. I must be very careful in listening out for where perhaps standing orders have been contravened. I certainly appreciate the assistance of members when they do feel that those orders have been contravened, and you point it out, and I will make my deliberation. I now ask that member continues, the Minister, Honourable Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing, to kindly continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will continue with a little bit more energy now. Madam Speaker, the White Elephant projects that I was referring to, I'll give an example. The Ministry of Finance building that is on the Lake Independence Boulevard, presently being built at an approximate value of $28 million. What hurts my heart, Madam Speaker, is when you look through the window of that specific building and you look at the type of houses that surround that building, Madam Speaker, and you look at the condition in which those people are living, Madam Speaker, and you see the swampland that they have to go through to be able to reach their plywood homes, Madam Speaker. And then you realize what we are talking about. There's no way you can justify $28 million on a building that has an elevator that's worth about $500,000 when you have these people living in conditions around them, watching the building every day. That is what we are analyzing in this new government, Madam Speaker. We will be working in conjunction with the Ministry of Lands to make sure that the people of Belize have access to lands, and we in this ministry don't entertain that kind of irresponsible expenditure from our government, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to make that quite clear because of the value of the building and where it is situated. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing has to amalgamate two existing ministries, one being the Ministry of Works, the other being the former Ministry of Housing. And therefore we are developing a streamlined organizational structure that promotes efficiency and financial prudence. We need to implement internal policies that foster transparency and accountability. We need to institute an internal investigation into the misuse and abuse of the ministry equipment, human and financial resources. We also need to pursue civil and/or criminal proceedings based on findings and evidence. Madam Speaker, we need to review and audit all existing infrastructure and road construction projects and contracts. Madam Speaker, we need to develop a comprehensive highway and road maintenance plan and strategy. Subsequent to this presentation, Madam Speaker, they will be coming to the House with a supplementary allocation that will allow us to be able to do some of the work that is necessary right now. I know, Madam Speaker, the Belizean people have been patient with us since November the 11th. I thank them, I humbly thank them. When you drive out of Belize City, Madam Speaker, coming to Belmopan, I understand how difficult it is to fall in those holes. It is not easy, Madam Speaker. And I really thank the Belizean people for the patience. But the work will get done. But we have to be accountable. I have to go through the process of presenting the budgets to the House of Representatives, Madam Speaker. We have to get approval first from the Ministry of Finance. We have to get approval from the Contractor General, Madam Speaker. It is something that might be bureaucratic, but it is within our system. It is part of the Finance and Audit Reform Act, Madam Speaker. And therefore I am pleading to the Belizean people to just have a little bit more patience, because we will have the budget, the contracts are already there, but we can't start the work until we go through the normal procedure. So I just wanted to really explain that, Madam Speaker. We will execute extensive highway and road repairs, which includes potholes on all major highways that need to be repaired, resurfacing of deteriorated pavements on the highways, reshouldering. This one is important to me, to my heart, Madam Speaker. Reshouldering, bushing, pruning, picking up and bagging plastics and debris of our highway shoulders. Madam Speaker, we started a pilot project where we are cleaning presently from Belize City to San Ignacio the shoulders of the highway. We're not only bushing it and pruning it, but we have started to pick up every single plastic that is on the side of the highway and the debris. We are bagging them, Madam Speaker, and we are recycling some of the products that we can recycle. I want to make mention that Oceana in the past and the Audubon Society in the past have done this sporadically, and we will take on that responsibility now, Madam Speaker, in our ministry. But again, I am humbly requesting the Belizean population that drives on the highway, that are on buses, please do not throw garbage on the highway. Madam Speaker, I see it, I am behind vehicles, and they leave juice where they eat, and they talk us paper, and they put it in the plastic where they buy it, Madam Speaker, and they throw it out of the window. We know because we did an extensive cleaning, and the next day, Madam Speaker, when we came back, the plastics were already on the side and the shoulders of the highway. We are to blame. All of us are to blame. Belizeans on a whole. But help me, Madam Speaker, to try to send this message out there to all our Belizean citizens. Let's have a little bit of civic pride. The ministry will do its part, but we need everybody to cooperate. This is our country. Doesn't matter if you voted red or if you voted blue. We are Belizeans. It is our country, and we need to protect it. So that one is something that's close to my heart, that we will be working not only on the George Price Highway. This initiative will be done throughout the country. And another thing that's important, by doing this project, Madam Speaker, we will be employing all the villagers that the highways go through, so they will have work. And that is part of the contribution of the Ministry of Natural Infrastructure to be able to help also with employment. Madam Speaker, we are in the process to summarize for presentation to the Lands Department mortgages that have been written off so that title can be issued. Let me explain, Madam Speaker. They are, and I have it here, titles were written off during the past administration, Madam Speaker, for approximately 296 properties, and I am glad that my honorable friend, Minister of Land, is here. We have mortgages that were written off, 226 in the Mahogany Heights area, 31 in the San Lorenzo Orange area, 31 in T&D site in the Cayo district, 6 in the Carlos Habet site in the Cayo district, and 2 in the Dominguez layout in Corozal. Why is this important, Madam Speaker? The past government has decided that they'll write off the mortgages, but they didn't take it any further. Papers were, we found them, we had to dig to find them. We had to go past the cockroach, we had to go past the cobweb to find these documentation that allows the government of Belize to empower people. You have to understand, even though they write off your mortgage, if you don't get your title, it still don't mean nothing. You can't sell it, you can't carry it to no bank to mortgage it again, you can't do absolutely anything with the land. And so, this is one of the initiatives coming out of the Ministry of Housing that I will be sitting with the Minister of Lands to see if we can facilitate, to make sure that the final process is done. And Madam Speaker, it doesn't matter to us if these people voted red or voted blue. They have a right to own their land, and that is what we will try to do. Madam Speaker, we also need to institute new guidelines for the approval of low-income housing loans and grants. That will be important when the housing project that we have proposed comes on stream. I'm giving an update on the housing project. Mandate was given to us from the general election. We will be building houses. We will be assisting people through loans and grants. We are in the process. I have already given instructions to the architects from the Ministry of Infrastructure to start on the construction documents for the designs that were provided. That is already in process. The architects and engineers are doing their bill of quantities and estimates. Those estimates will be compiled. I will personally take those estimates to Cabinet. Cabinet will therefore decide what is the quantum of houses that we will be allowed to build. That budget will be presented at the next budget presentation, Madam Speaker, and hopefully we will have a budget to be able to start that project in the incoming year, I believe after March. Madam Speaker, we need to update Building Act and fire regulations. We have a Building Act. We have had amendments to the Building Act, but nobody seems to have cared to properly document it. So we have had court cases where certain areas of the Building Act has been declared null and void. We have inspectors from the municipal technical directors, we have inspectors from CBA giving instructions based on regulations that are non-existent. And so I will be sitting with the Attorney General, Madam Speaker, to make sure that all necessary regulations, that proper legislation is put in place, that proper documentation is put in place when it pertains to the Building Act, so that we can be clear. The inspectors that need to give the instructions and the professionals that need to abide by these instructions have the same information, Madam Speaker. It is important for clarity. We also need to enact and legislate building codes, Madam Speaker. That is something that the professionals of this country in the construction industry have been clamoring for such a long time, and that is also something that we have already started work on. Madam Speaker, we need to introduce zoning regulation based on proper planning ordinance. We need to create an online portal for plan approval with clear procedures and instructions. Well, that is partially because of the COVID reality, Madam Speaker. That right now it's very difficult to be able to hand in a set of plan that's printed out and you have this personal contact. They have started it in the Central Building Authority, but it's not properly designed as yet. But it also helps us with this problem we are having with the rural constituencies. The same thing that the Honorable Cordell is saying, that he is going to the different districts so that he is going to where the problem is and trying to solve it. Well, we are trying to figure a way that to hand in a set of plans to the Central Building Authority, you don't have to drive to Belmopan or to Belize. It will be done online. And so it gives you more the ability to access the information and to do that necessary process. It is part of that problem we have with the ease of doing business in this country. Belize, I think, of the 180 odd countries that are listed in the ease of doing business, if I'm not mistaken, we are really at the bottom of that. We are close to 147. And this is part of trying to raise the ease of doing business in Belize. Madam Speaker, we need to initiate audit of the famous Belize Infrastructure Limited. And why can I initiate an audit? Because the Prime Minister in his wisdom gave us the opportunity to have Belize Infrastructure Limited now under the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing. We already gone through the process of changing the directors of that board. We are going through the process of analyzing the reality of what's happening under bill. I am scared that we have a special purpose vehicle that was designed by the past government that has been utilized specifically to not fall under the umbrella and the auspices of the Auditor General, and therefore they have decided on projects without the proper scrutiny and accountability and transparency that is necessary. And that is why you have buildings coming out in the Lake Independence Boulevard area valued at $28 million when priorities were not supposed to be there, and the value of the projects and the contractors that have been awarded the projects questionable. Why do I say questionable, Madam Speaker? How is it possible that the Belize Infrastructure Limited continued to issue contracts to one architectural and construction firm in this country over and over and over and over again? It's not Julius Espat saying it. It's not the Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing saying it. It is a fact. It is documented. They get the large percentage of work that Bill has ever issued. They have gotten the largest value of contract that Bill has ever issued. While we have 44 registered architects in this country, we have over 100 and odd registered engineers in this country, and we have thousands of contractors in this country, and none of them were given an opportunity to even present their bids. That will be audited, Madam Speaker. And the Prime Minister and Cabinet, through the mandate given by the people, and that is placed on our political manifesto on the 11th of November has told us that we need to start winding down bill. We have to get out of this problem that we have, Madam Speaker, that we are creating special vehicles to be able to bypass the auspices of the Auditor General when it pertains to accountability. That is a commitment that the Prime Minister and Cabinet we are giving to this country, and we will start that commitment in the Ministry of Infrastructure by starting to wind down bill, but not without an audit. We will initiate, Madam Speaker, legal procedures to... I'll get to that shortly. But, make a give a story, Madam Speaker. I want the people of Belize to understand where they fine. Prime Minister said, Julius, I want to manage Belize infrastructure, development, and housing. So in my mind, this is how I see it, Madam Speaker. Again, a lead compound with 2 houses on it. 1 house, a least smaller house say housing. The next house say works. In the compound, I find workers. First day of work, Madam Speaker, I talk to the workers and they looked healthy. They are intelligent, but their morale was extremely low. They never want to work. And I asked them, why you don't want to work? Well, they say, for the past 12, 13 years, we have had no direction. Whatever recommendations we have given, nobody listened to it. So they were demoralized. Then they said, but boss, take one look on the small house when they're housing. So I open the door of the small house when they're housing and they full up a cobweb. The leaf furniture when they there look old and battered. And I said, but how this stand so? I said, well boss, nobody may do anything with this house, even though they may get paid. The only thing I used to do once in a while, I put one leaf fire heart in there and I used to cook canned beef with white rice. Nothing else was done for 12 years in that house. But they said, we think ghosts there. I said, why ghosts? Well, man get paid, but they not appear here, so we think the ghosts, but we're not sure. Find out from my boss. I said, all right. Then we gone into the big house, Madam Speaker, Ministry of Works house. And when I walk in there, no refrigerator, no stove, no TV, no butane tank, and worse, no butane. So I asked, where they go on? They said the last administrator, Mama, the last administrator thief the TV, he thief the stove, he thief the fridge, he thief the butane tank, and he thief the butane. So I said, you think we could find anything? Man said, yes sir. We know where the stove there. We know where the fridge there. And we sure we know where the TV there. So I said, oh no, but try find it. Call the police because we don't want to go do it on our own. Up to now, Madam Speaker, we bring back the butane tank, but we never get the butane can we don't use it. And we bring back the stove. But we don't get the window there well last yet. We don't get the TV, we don't get the fridge, we don't get the other thing. And so, just now, Madam Speaker, again, lead call. They tell me, we find one machine coming out of Belize City for the past administrator minister. I never the one before, I mean the one leave it before. That the one who used to wear some bulky thing in his socks. He said we find one piece of equipment just now. That is the equipment they used to use for patch road. Madam Speaker, that is a fact. An hour ago, an equipment was retrieved from a property that was managed by the ex-minister that is for the property of Belize through the Infrastructure Development Ministry.
Infrastructure, Development and Housing. I'm just going to ask again, please, just let's be careful with language. and let's be careful of standing orders, particularly Standing Order 38.
No,
Thank you for your understanding.
I really respect what you're saying, Madam Speaker, and I agree with you fully. And I thank you for giving me an opportunity to expressing my little story in Creole, because, you know, sometimes we talk English, Madam Speaker, but my people don't really understand all the time. And so, once in a while, we have to break into the Lee Creole so they can understand me, Madam Speaker. So thank you very much. Madam Speaker, but that's not anything to be worried about. At the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, our heads are held high. We have been in communication with our employees. We have given them the knowledge that we will respect their point of view. We have explained to them, Madam Speaker, that procedures will be followed. We will make them understand that their promotions will not be based on ministerial decisions but on their merit. Madam Speaker, you have to understand we have serious professionals there. We have architects, we have engineers, we have accountants, and it was a sad situation to see the level of these people demoralized. And that's not happening anymore. A plan is in place, Madam Speaker. We will get the work done. Madam Speaker, but to get the work done, we have had to initiate some action. And therefore, I'd just like to report in the House what some of those actions are. The Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, A, has requested that the Attorney General's Minister consider institution of a civil suit for damages for misfeasance in public office against ex-Minister Montero and ex-CEO Errol Gentle. My God, if I may know all what the Minister for Lands may tell me about the next two, I may have put it in here too. But I think I could, right now under there I see I have to do D, E, F, D, all around there. B, Madam Speaker, make a report to the Commissioner of Police and the Director of Public Prosecutions for a criminal investigation to be commenced into the misconduct and flagrant abuse of public equipment, public workers, and public fuel for private gain, Madam Speaker. C, make a report of breach of conduct for members of the National Assembly and public officer to the Integrity Commission, Madam Speaker. We are presently also in communication with the Auditor General for her to come into our ministry and do what she does. It is important, Madam Speaker, that the Auditor General once and for all has the opportunity to come in and check the books of a ministry without them telling her it not exists, or them telling her the computer not work, or them telling her that the door locked with padlock but nobody got the key, with them telling her a series of things that I am aware of as the past chairman of PAC that she has had to endure for 13 years, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the allegations do not originate from me or my ministry. When it pertains to these prolonged abuse, Madam Speaker, Plus TV had done their investigation. Our employees at the Ministry of Works are eager to be able to give us statements, Madam Speaker. Eager. The fear that was once running through their body is not there anymore. They want to take action, Madam Speaker. They want to speak the truth, Madam Speaker. It is hurting them. It is making them sick to see how this country and the resources have been abused by a selected few. Madam Speaker, with that, Madam Speaker, I would like to make this report to the Honorable House in the hope that it will focus attention not only on the wrongdoing, but also on the capacity and competence of our oversight institutions to detect and punish. Why am I doing this, Madam Speaker? Our citizenry, the citizens of Belize, are cynical. They do not believe that politicians on either side will do anything to bring politicians accountable under the law. They do not believe it. They don't believe PUP won't do it. They don't believe the UDP won't do it. They believe it's a show. Well, it ain't no show, Madam Speaker. We have already initiated the legal procedures so that the oversight institutions can do their job. And we won't leave it there, Madam Speaker. This government and the media and the people of Belize, along with the NGOs, have to now focus that these oversight institutions do their job. So, don't about blame politicians no more. It's on the table. Aquí está. It is now important that everybody does their part. Uno say politician thief, uno say this one thief, and uno sit down, on a sofa and drink uno beer, Coca-Cola, and gossip about it. Uno dep on Facebook all day, gossip about it. Well, now is an opportunity to make sure that it gets done. And it gets done by having transparency. It gets done by public pressure. It gets done by the willingness of a government to make sure that there's no barriers against it. And why is it important? I insist on this. Why is it important? It is important that present politicians and future politicians don't get caught into their minds and their way of doing things that they believe that they can do the same as was done with certain people on the other side. We cannot allow that, Madam Speaker. We cannot continue to be giving away, how much acres was it, Honorable Hyde? 26 acres that the government paid $6 million for $33,000. That's the people of Belize paying that $6 million. Am I not right, Honorable Cordell Hyde? The people of Belize wasted $6 million. What can $6 million do for housing? What can $6 million do for my bedroom at the back that's the Minister of Health? What can $6 million do for the gentleman here that's the member from Freetown for education? That's why we have to stop this corruption. We have to stop it so that it doesn't happen now. We have to stop it so it doesn't happen again. And I do this, Madam Speaker, in a very public way so that we as a society share the responsibility for the outcome of the efforts. Thank you very much, ma'am.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Pleasant good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Please allow me first and foremost to congratulate you on your appointment. I also crave your indulgence to thank the people of Belize Rural Central for the resounding mandate that you have vested in me, and I pledge to you that I will do my very best to fulfill the honor that you have given me and the remit. I also wish to wish you, Madam Speaker, and everyone a Happy New Year and all the best for 2021. And to say, speaking for myself, and I hope for every single colleague in this House, in this honorable chamber, to say that it is always a privilege to serve. Madam Speaker, I have accepted with humility the remit of the Ministry of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs. And I would like to mention to this honorable House and to the Belizean people that our ministry, myself along with Honorable Member for Port Loyola and Minister of State in our ministry, we pledge that we will do our very best with the remit that has been vested in us so kindly by the Prime Minister and the Honorable Member for Orange Walk Central. Madam Speaker, we take very seriously that the family is the foundation of our nation, and we will make sure that our ministry doesn't only have that name, but that we will do what we can to promote and enhance the development of families so that there is no dysfunction, but that we can be proud to call ourselves Belizean families. I also want to mention that our ministry will be very much focused on persons with disabilities. Of course, working with the Ministry of Health in the mental health area, and also with our colleague, the Honorable Member for Freetown in the Ministry of Education, and any other ministry that would go along. We will focus then on persons with disabilities, and I would like to also mention that in relation to the remit of Indigenous Peoples Affairs, we will signal a new day of respect for each and every one of our Indigenous people, including our Garifuna sisters and brothers, and the Maya people of the North, Central, and especially the South, in fulfilling the consent order of the Caribbean Court of Justice in 2015 that we have recognized Maya customary land rights of the Maya people of our country. Clearly, there can be no balkanization, but we want to signal a new day of respect, and in honoring the consent judgment, remember we signed on to it, in honoring that consent judgment, we wish to signal not only the respect, but also the collaboration, the cooperation that is going to be so necessary if we are to fulfill the mandate of that respect and engagement. I also want to say that we will revitalize not only the National Council on Aging, but also the National Committee for Families and Children. We will continue to revitalize and signal our engagement with the National Women's Commission and to work as hard as we possibly can in mainstreaming the issues of gender so that we have the commitment and the support of the Belizean people in signaling that we respect our women absolutely and fully. And I am so glad that the Honorable Member for Mesopotamia is here in the chamber listening to what we are saying this afternoon. Madam Speaker, we have many manifesto commitments in Plan Belize, and we will work those commitments in partnership with the Belizean people. I also want to say that even though we are in difficult times, and that the UDP administration left us nearly broke in relation to food assistance that we are offering to our needy people, our government is committed to assist in every way that we can. Clearly, everybody cannot receive, but we will try to ensure that the poorest of the poor will get the assistance that is needed in these difficult times of COVID. I also want to say, Madam Speaker, that we met a ministry on autopilot and in disarray, and we will fix it. The Honorable Member for Port Loyola and I will make sure that we put our shoulders to the wheel, colleagues, members of the House, and the Belizean people. What we found at the youth hostel last week Excuse me while I clear my throat. What we found at the youth hostel last week, Madam Speaker, was absolutely appalling. And I will not call any names or descend into any terrible language, as you have already exhorted us, Madam Speaker. But I must lay the responsibility clearly at the feet of the previous minister and the previous administration. We will try our best to ensure that the human dignity of children who may be in conflict with the law is never thrown out the door or disrespected or abandoned. And we pledge, Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, and I want to thank you very much for this opportunity, I pledge that we will bring positive changes and we will undertake our remit with vigor and commitment. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Local Government, and Labor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, kindly allow me to also take the opportunity to congratulate you on your ascension, to being the Speaker of this Honorable House, Madam Speaker. Congratulations are in order to you, ma'am. I also want to ask your indulgence in allowing me to take the opportunity to thank the constituents of Toledo West, Madam Speaker, for their overwhelming support in once again returning me to this Honorable House. I am truly honored, and it is indeed a great privilege to be able to serve them, Madam Speaker. And my pledge is to work hard for our people, to support them, and to do everything within my fiber to be able to deliver on the goods and services so that at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we complete our mandate, and that is to make life better for all Belizeans, including the beautiful residents of Toledo West. Madam Speaker, this morning, I rise to make a statement in relation to the work that we are doing at the newly formed, or rather renamed, Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Local Government, and Labor. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will refer to my notes to be able to read out the statement. My ministry is in the process of restoring hope back into our rural communities. For 12 long years, they were neglected and abandoned. The rural economy and rural infrastructure are in a deplorable state, but that is not going to remain that way for long. Already, we have pushed through initiatives that were languishing on shelves due to poor leadership. The ministry is now infused with the driving principle of empowerment for our rural villages and communities. We will improve the quality of lives of the rural population to ensure effective and sustained contributions of the rural population towards national development. Our accomplishments so far, Madam Speaker, and our Belizean people. Rural transformation. My ministry has immediately embarked on the improvement of rudimentary water systems to ensure that rural residents have access to potable water. Through the support of the CARICOM Development Fund, 4 villages, namely San Antonio in the Toledo District, Georgeville in Cayo, Mahogany Heights in the Belize District, and Shunush in the Corozal District, stand to benefit from an allocation of Belize $1.6 million. We have worked on the completion of the Bullet Tree Falls water system. We hope to improve the water supply through the installation of a filtration system, increase water storage capacity by 110,000 liters of water, and the installation of solar power to reduce the reliance on grid power. This system is expected to come online by the end of January. Similarly, we have completed an assessment of the Sartaneja water system with a view to addressing the problems that they have been having with unreliable water supply. We will personally be visiting them next week to discuss ways of addressing their water situation. In order to further improve the management of these rudimentary water systems countrywide, we have commenced the design and the development of a geo-enabled database system. The ministry has restarted the provision of financial support to our rural bodies in order for them to be functional again. We have provided financial support to the District Association of Village Councils, DAVCOs, and the National Association of Village Councils, NAVCO. We have also paid chairpersons and alcaldes outstanding stipends that were being withheld from them. We also had a groundbreaking ceremony for a solar project for the communities of Indian Creek, Golden Stream, and Medina Bank that will provide them with 24/7 electricity supply. Additionally, we are in the planning stages of a water project for the community of Dolores in the Toledo district through the support of the Organization of American States. Local government. We are currently working on the digitization and the development of an online portal for our town and city councils to improve their information, finance, and management systems. We are also proceeding with the implementation of the Belize motor vehicle registration and licensing, which will integrate all relevant stakeholders, customs, police, national transport, and traffic department through a project with CITO and the Department of Transport. In collaboration with our municipal authorities and the Central Building Authority, we are building an online application process for building permits. All liquor license boards throughout the country have now been appointed, and we are currently in the process of providing training to all of them so that they are ready to begin working for their respective communities. We have also approved and published property tax incentives for all municipalities for the 2021-2022 fiscal period. Labor. We have launched the online temporary employment permit system, and as of next week, January 14th, all temporary employment applications will be done online. Last year, 5,517 temporary employment applications were processed. The temporary employment process is a significant accomplishment for our department and the general public as it relates to the efficiency of service, e-governance, and mitigation against COVID-19. We also witnessed the signing of a new collective bargaining agreement, CBA, between the Belize Electricity Limited and the Belize Energy Workers Union for approximately 140 employees for a 4-year period. The signing ceremony took place at the ministry's head office in Belmopan. The agreement signed seeks to create an environment of trust and openness, where management and employees will collaborate to ensure the safety of employees, the company's property, and the public. We are currently testing and will deploy by next month our labor unemployment system. The need for such a system has been made most urgent with the onset of the COVID-19 public health pandemic. And as we and our stakeholders need a mechanism to collect and report on data concerning business, industries, individuals who have been affected in order to understand the state of our labor market. And more than a year of being dormant, we have moved to operationalize the regional labor market information system. This requires each CARICOM state to upload information on a total of 34 labor market indicators, which fall into the categories of 1. Labor force statistics, 2. General labor market statistics, 3. Occupational health statistics, 4. Social security statistics, and 5. Public employment agency statistics. This system provides important information on our labor market and intend to fully benefit from the information system. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, our ministry is re-energized, our staff ready and excited to get moving again. The inertia that was built up within the ministry was eating away at staff morale and leaving the Belizean works, municipalities, and rural communities unattended to. We have started a nationwide tour to visit our district offices and partners. We have a plan and an agenda which we have started to implement, and we are intent on serving the people. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Recognize Honorable Minister of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity also in joining my colleagues in congratulating you in being named the Speaker of this Honorable House. Madam Speaker, my preamble is short, but I hope it hits home, it jolts our hearts and our conscience. The dark and ominous cloud that hovered over and blocked the sun from shining on Belizeans for 13 years under the UDP administration has been lifted. Let us now all work wholeheartedly to allow the sun to shine on all Belizeans. Madam Speaker, I rise to provide a brief statement to the Belizean people on the state of the National Fire Service, a department recently placed under my portfolio within the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Disaster Risk Management. Madam Speaker, my ministry inherited a fire service that has been utterly neglected by the Barrow administration. All buildings are in desperate need of repairs and in some cases, replacement. All appurtenances are dilapidated, run down, and in some cases, unserviceable. Many of the buildings or fire stations like that of Kikaker, San Pedro, Benquevejo, and others require entire new facilities, whereas others will need significant investments to be appropriately hospitable for our firefighters. Firefighters do not have adequate living quarters. In Benquevejo, for example, they sleep behind a fire truck that leaks water and fuel. Fire stations such as the one in San Ignacio, and maybe pretty soon Belize City, are but a mere small wooden structure. Seriously? Yes. Laughable? Maybe not. For these structures are a potential fire hazard that the firefighters will probably have to out one day. That San Ignacio building and land was sold to BWS for $125,000 on the 30th of April 2015. All of this money has been spent and none invested in the personnel or the critical facility they need to do their jobs. The resident fireman and his family were ordered to move immediately after the sale of the building. Yet the staff and equipment did not move to their new wooden building within the confines of the Victor Galvez Stadium until almost 5 years later. A wooden building which was purchased by BWSL after they constantly nagged the fire service to leave. The Belize City headquarters on Cleghorn Street was sold in March of 2020 for $2.8 million. Yet, no efforts were made to properly transition the firefighters and their equipment into adequate facilities. Land was identified, but never secured for the construction of a new fire station. Our government is now tasked with finding a temporary location for our National Fire Service headquarters and a new staging area or temporary area while this new station is being built. This administration recently had to ask permission of the new owners of the old headquarters to extend the time allotted for the evacuation of the sold premises. In the meantime, Madam Speaker, we will have to locate the administrative offices at a rental home and the operations, including truck, firefighters, and watch room, in a quote-unquote Mennonite wooden house in the parking area at the municipal airstrip in Belize City. Also very important, Madam Speaker, are the firemen and women, the very people who risk their lives in this service to country and people. The UDP administration did not only treat them terribly by having them stay in quarters in practically inhumane conditions, but on a personal level and at the administrative level, they were not properly taken care of. You cannot have a fire service if you do not have the brave men and women know that we care for them, that we are concerned about their well-being, their safety, and about their livelihood. Madam Speaker, I heard the Minister of Human Development mention about dysfunctional families. We cannot assist in creating dysfunctional families. An example, Madam Speaker, a few weeks ago, one of our firefighters was unfortunately killed in Toledo, and whilst our CEO was en route to Toledo, to Punta Gorda, to attend the funeral in representation of our ministry, to find out that that firefighter actually was being buried in Corozal because that's where he was from. Our government will work on strengthening not only the infrastructure and equipment of the National Fire Service, but also the capacity of our firefighters and their well-being. We will move to a National Fire and Rescue Service Incident Command System that would see our firefighters further actively engaged in accident and emergency operations. Madam Speaker, the current mission statement reads, "The Belize National Fire Service shall create a safer Belize from fires and explosive hazards for its people through public education and highly trained personnel working in cooperation with other relevant agencies and organizations." To this we will add, and I quote, "and to provide a work environment that values health, wellness, and cultural diversity, and is free of harassment and discrimination." Let me take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank all those who have contributed selflessly to this vital and important department, including the good people of the United States of America and the facilitation through the United States Embassy. To those Belizeans in the diaspora who left Belize but have looked at us favorably, and to those Belizeans and friends living in Belize who have also generously contributed. Madam Speaker, allow me to share this quote from Buddha, which reads, "Neither fire nor wind, birth nor death can erase our good deeds." Finally, Madam Speaker, please allow me to express my gratitude to the people of the constituency of Kyle Northeast for their vote of confidence and the honor to once more ably represent them in this honorable House. I thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Diaspora Relations.
Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon, Belize. Firstly, let me join with my colleagues on this side of the House to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, on your appointment. I'm sure that you will keep us in order and you will do a good job. I also want to urge all my colleagues and all Belizeans to ensure that they follow the safety rules that the Ministry of Health has put out. Wear your mask, sanitize as often as you can, and practice physical distancing and social distancing. Very, very important. We've lost a special member from this side of the House, and I can't express enough that we have to get COVID under control for us to get back on track as a nation. I also would like to ask your permission to thank the good people of the Pickstock Division who overwhelmingly supported me last November in the last general election. I assure you that I will work hard and smart to bring the development and to improve the quality of life for as many people as possible in the division. January, it's when we talk about best wishes, about good health, happiness, and prosperity for the year ahead. The thing is, this January is going to be a January like no other. So as we begin to navigate through this new year, we should do so with the sobering reality that this year will also be filled with uncertainties and difficulties, just like most of last year. But this year will also be a year of new hope and accomplishments. Why, you may ask? Because just a few months ago, the Belizean people said no to corruption, said no to incompetence, said no to greed, said no to waste, and said a resounding no to the UDP. The people also overwhelmingly voted for the People's United Party and the plans and policies that we have devised from consultations, research, and experience. Let's take a quick look at where we were last year, this time. We started 2020 with a lot of hope. It was an election year, and the People's United Party was well on its way to Belmopan. The people of this nation were already suffering tremendously and suffocating under the grips of the past administration. The detrimental effects of more than 12 years under the previous administration are strikingly evident today. My colleagues and I took office less than 2 months ago, and what we have found is a country overwhelmed with debt and broken. The reality is that the debt to GDP ratio is hovering around 135%. And for a nation Belize's size, it should be somewhere around 60 or 70%. It truly angers me as we begin to tally the millions and millions and millions that have been wasted over the past 12 years.
May I ask that may I remind the member that we are under statements by ministers. So if we can please make sure the presentation is restricted to the portfolio of the ministry.
Sure. So much spending on bloated contracts along with improper allocation of funds, some so-called tourism-related investments, are leaving behind a massive amount of debt from monies borrowed. The former Prime Minister said it, borrow will borrow until borrow cannot borrow anymore. And that is just what he was doing. He was crippling the Belizean people with debt without a worry in the world. In these COVID times, we're not only faced with the devastation of debt, D-E-A-T-H, we are also being stifled by debt, the EBT. The worst part of this madness is that our people and the productive sectors have had little or no relief. For example, instituting a moratorium on loans is just kicking the can down the road. It does nothing fundamentally to improve the bottom line for anyone. Approximately $800 million in domestic loans have been restructured over the last 9 months. Of that, 1/3 are in good standing, 1/3 are uncertain, and 1/3 are already in default, a good portion of them being tourism loans. This means that over $250 million of loans will go into default. This too will have a crippling effect on our economy. A few weeks ago, I commissioned a credit exposure survey to get a better understanding of where we stood in the tourism industry. Of approximately 200 stakeholders who responded, almost 50% indicated that their cash reserves were already out. Another 25% indicated that their reserves will run out within the next 3 months or so. This means that many people and businesses are in deep trouble. Oh, what we could do with that $190 million that have been allocated for the Caracol Road. While COVID-19 was a factor that none of us could have planned for, the pandemic has revealed the cracks in our system and the weaknesses in our structures. Since COVID has forced all of us to look at every aspect of our lives with a critical eye, we have all been able to see the gross mismanagement and blatant misuse of power by the previous administration that has set this country back more than 20 years. The road to recovery is going to be rough, but one thing is for sure: we have a resilient people. Belizeans are ready to pick up the pieces and rebuild our nation. The People's United Party and our team, Madam Speaker, are steadfast and committed to rebuilding our economy and our nation. Let's take a closer look at tourism. Globally, travel and tourism's direct contribution to GDP was approximately $2.9 trillion in 2019 and represented almost 350 million jobs worldwide. In Belize, the tourism industry generated more than $1 billion in annual revenues, employed approximately 25% of the country's labor force, and contributed approximately 40% of the country's GDP, when you say directly, indirectly, and induced. This is how important the industry is to the growth and development of our nation. Belize closed for travel in March, for international travel in March, and the entire tourism industry was shut down overnight. Some 50,000 Belizeans were immediately out of work. Cruise tourism came to a screeching halt, and the hotel sector struggled through months of shutdown. The international airport was closed for 6 months. Our land borders and seaports are still closed to tourists. Hotels, resorts, bread and breakfast, vacation rentals, hostels were all forced to close. Stakeholders had to figure out how they were going to maintain their financial obligations. And while we keep the faith, the cold, hard reality is that we're still dealing with a fluid situation. Our main market, the US, is on its way to 400 deaths due to COVID. Travelers can't travel from secondary markets like Europe due to lockdowns and travel bans. The CDC lifted the no-sail order at the end of October, but there is still no firm date as to when cruise ships will return. We are anticipating that this will not happen before April 1st. Every day there are new restrictions, a new protocol, a new regulation, a new challenge. But Madam Speaker, right here is where I will share a glimmer of hope. Our Belizean people are resilient by nature. We know hard times. We grew up learning how to defy the odds. And this pandemic has served as a reminder of our strength. We will not stay down. And like my good friend down the aisle says, we will rise, to borrow his phrase. But we will have to be change agents as well. We have to see this as a blank slate that gives us the opportunity to restructure and rebuild. We have the chance now to equip our people with the skills necessary to overcome this adversity. Let me tell you a little bit more about the wonderful, resilient people in the tourism industry, Madam Speaker. Even though people are scared about the uncertainty of their future, they have not given up. We have tour guides, bartenders, wait staff, housekeepers, hair braiders, a lot of people who have created small businesses from their homes or have gone into farming just to feed their families. These people have had to pivot. But even though many have had to find new ways to feed themselves and their families, these same people are anxiously awaiting for the tourism industry to rebound and to return to its growth path. Madam Speaker, we have to do what is necessary to safely reopen the industry so that we can help our people return to their productive ways. We have hotels, restaurants, transportation companies, you name it. Everyone is suffering and waiting for a consistent flow of tourists to return. It is going to take a very strong team effort to bring back tourism to the levels it used to be. Both public and private sectors will have to work together. And I don't mean some kind of pretend partnership, I mean real partnership. We have no choice. We must pool our ideas, we must pool our resources, we must work harder and smarter than ever before if we are to succeed in our rebuilding efforts. After all, we must be mindful that other countries are in the same position that we are in, and competition will be fierce. Madam Speaker, we have assembled a group of tourism industry leaders to chart the way forward. We have convened the Tourism Recovery Task Force, which is a group of people from public and private sectors focusing on matters such as the overnight sector, the cruise sector, marketing, airline development, and economic development, and the like. The team is tasked with assessing the current state of the industry and making recommendations on the best way forward to ensure that this industry can successfully recover. Our international marketing is back on track with agencies working in the US, Canada, Europe, Mexico, and South America. Extensive public relations efforts highlight the destination's diverse experiences with an aim to keeping Belize top of mind so that we can meet what is referred to as pent-up demand. The international press plays a key role in ensuring awareness of the new travel protocols, and Belize continues to capitalize on global media opportunities. Public relations efforts are ongoing, and our messaging now carries a direct call to action to book Belize. We want tourists to know that Belize is a destination where they can social distance naturally and enjoy a vacation safely. In renewing the inquiries from tourists to our toll-free number at the Belize Tourism Board, the biggest question is about 80% of the people ask about COVID. Travelers want to travel, but they want to be safe. Our job is to assure them that they will be safe in Belize, and at the same time assure our Belizeans that they are working in a safe environment. We can only do this if we listen to the medical advice and focus on safety measures. Once upon a time in tourism, when we were talking about safety, we were talking about the negative effects of crime. While this is still a concern, and one that we cannot ignore, the more clear and present danger is the threat of biosecurity. Keeping our tourism frontline workers safe is a priority, Madam Speaker, and this applies to everyone. Madam Speaker, the gold standard protocols were developed and have been evolving to meet the unique needs of all stakeholders. We are listening to people in the industry, consulting with officials in the Ministry of Health, and making adjustments to standard operating procedures. We are also devising a strategy that will incorporate smaller tourism businesses that don't have the resources to invest. They too have a part to play. To date, 50% of licensed accommodations, about 450 or so, and about 60% of licensed tour operators have achieved their gold standard certification. All car rental agencies and taxi operating at the international airport have been certified as transport providers. The program was recently expanded to include certification of other tourism transport providers, such as water taxis and domestic air carriers. It will also include standalone restaurants, gift shops, tourism sites, and attractions. And the BTB continues to work to ensure that the gold standards certification is accessible to all. A few weeks ago, Belize was recognized by the World Travel and Tourism Council as is now approved to use its Safe Travels stamp. The Safe Travel stamp is the world's first global safety and hygiene mark. It indicates that the destination has adopted global health and hygiene standards and protocols. The stamp aims to boost travelers' confidence and revive the global travel and tourism sector. So we intend to be a lot more innovative in our marketing and use data for decision making. We have to. Digital technology has helped to level the playing field for countries with smaller budgets. While the pandemic may have knocked the world off its axis, we must always look for the positive. We are excited to develop our new Diaspora Relations Unit. Belizeans in the diaspora are important assets for Belize. There are so many Belizeans across the world who are skilled professionals, doctors, engineers, teachers, professors, scientists. We look forward to creating an environment where we can reach out and exchange ideas and opportunities that will make it easier for Belizeans living abroad to come home to invest, work, vacation, and retire. It is our mandate to provide the support they need to make it easier. So we are optimistic, Madam Speaker. Tourism will recover. We are already on our way. Despite the hurdles and challenges, we move steadfastly ahead. It will take a joint effort of gargantuan proportions, but we can do it. Of that, I have no doubt. I thank you for the opportunity, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. I too would like to join my colleagues in congratulating you, Madam Speaker. We know that you will do an excellent job. Madam Speaker, as well, I wish to thank all the voters of Kayonert, all the citizens and residents of Kayonert who gave us this opportunity to be here today, Madam Speaker. I want to assure them that by the grace of God, we shall deliver on the promises we made during our campaign. Madam Speaker, as you know, Belize, as the rest of the world, is in the grips of the coronavirus pandemic. And I wish to pause, Madam Speaker, to express my sympathy to all who have lost loved ones during this time. As well, Madam Speaker, I wish to salute and to thank all the frontline workers for the incredible job that they have been doing to preserve Belizean lives. As the Minister of Health and Wellness, it is incumbent upon me to disclose to the Belizean people the state of the Ministry of Health we found. When we came to this ministry on the 16th of November 2020, we found that there was no clear COVID strategic plan with a budget. There were no testing strategy. Up to the end of July 2020, MOH headquarters decided who got tested. The processing of swabs for PCRs was centralized, and that resulted in some serious backlogs. Madam Speaker, despite a clear offer from BAHA and the IAEA in April 2020 to assist with PCR testing to the Ministry of Health, that offer was never taken up. The then administration of the Ministry of Health brushed this offer aside. The IAEA offered to purchase consumables for testing. If this request had been taken up, the decentralization of testing could have already occurred. With the current climate and big countries buying up most of the supplies and consumables, it now takes approximately 10 to 12 weeks to get these items. The backlog of PCR results, the increase in the number of infections, and in the number of deaths can be squarely placed on the previous administration. Our government hospitals were not fully ready to deal with the cases that we have experienced. The Ministry of Health had ample time to rectify and to address the gaps. We found that the Ministry of Health headquarters was giving out orders without being fully abreast of the reality on the ground. The budget for the Ministry of Health was cut by 40%, and this was despite the fact that the MOH was required to respond to the pandemic. Overtime for healthcare workers was cut. There were restrictions in new hiring for the Ministry of Health. Madam Speaker, the first case of COVID-19 in Belize was on the 23rd of March 2020. 18 cases by the 11th of April 2020, followed by 58 days with no cases. The country went into a month lockdown with the appearance of the first few positive cases. The previous administration should have used this time to develop a clear strategic plan to deal with the pandemic and to equip the hospitals and healthcare workers with the needed supplies. They, Madam Speaker, should have used this time to decentralize the processing of PCR samples. People tested were waiting sometimes up to 30 days for a result, and this contributed to the spread of COVID in Belize. Madam Speaker, the Carl Huchner Memorial Hospital, our tertiary and referral hospital, was left in shambles by the previous administration. An analysis of the institution reveals that the causes of adverse outcomes at the KHMH are due to understaffing, inadequate oxygen delivery, poor electrical system, insufficient medical supplies and devices, inadequate infrastructure, and inadequate leadership. But, Madam Speaker, this government, this PUP government, has started working from day one, and we have made some significant achievements. Among those since we took office, with respect to the KHMH, Madam Speaker, the new board, under the leadership of Dr. Andre Sosa, has revamped the COVID-19 response of that institution by creating a focal group headed by Dr. Adrian Koyi. The changes are aimed at reorganizing and equipping the COVID-19 wards in order to be able to treat more patients and to obtain more favorable outcomes, and at the same time make for more compassionate level of care. A KHMH focal group of clinical experts has been convened under the direction of Dr. Koyi, and it is comprised of clinicians and technical people from within the institution, and they are tasked with correcting deficiencies identified, including feedback from staff. Madam Speaker, to rectify the issue with inadequate oxygen delivery, we have sourced high-flow oxygen machines that will deliver the required amount of energy oxygen needed by COVID positive patients in critical conditions. Cabinet has approved $15 million solely for the fight against COVID. Cabinet has approved the payment of accrued overtime by healthcare workers, overtime which was denied by the previous administration. Cabinet has similarly approved the hiring of more health personnel specifically for the fight against COVID. We have also gotten the approval for overtime for healthcare frontline workers to be extended up to 60 hours. We have increased rapid testing to areas outside of the health facilities, and we have even instituted mobile testing sites. You see, Madam Speaker, this government recognizes the importance of testing, tracing, and isolating. We recognize that only by people getting their results in a timely and efficient manner will we be able to curb the spread of this disease. We don't do this without the proper guidance and counsel, Madam Speaker. This is why I have formed an advisory group made up of physicians who are on the ground in the hospital facilities fighting this disease day and night. We have brought in a DHS that has been on the ground since the first case surfaced, a DHS that is familiar with what is happening on the ground. She is also guided by a group of physicians, nurses, and public health officials. You see, Madam Speaker, we are at war with a disease, and for us to be successful, we need a wartime general familiar with what is happening on the ground. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Wellness is cognizant of the fact that the treatment of COVID-19 is an evolving one. And it is with this in mind that we have constantly updated our treatment protocols. I can tell you that we have added convalescent plasma, ivermectin, and remdesivir to our treatment protocols. These same treatments that the previous administration of the ministry did not want to approve is what has aided in the recovery of a lot of Belizeans. Some, including, Madam Speaker, at least one from our very own Ministry of Health and Wellness. We have started the distribution of face masks to the general population. Our health staff and community health workers know that this is a priority for the Ministry of Health and Wellness and have been distributing masks. Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to mention the COVID-19 vaccines. The Inter-American Development Bank is collaborating with the government of Belize through a new operation with the objective to strengthen the national response to COVID-19. The overall objective of the operation is to contribute to the reduction of the morbidity and mortality caused by COVID-19 and to mitigate other indirect impacts of the pandemic. The specific objectives are to support the efforts to interrupt the transmission chain of the illness through ensuring timely availability of the vaccine and strengthening vaccine logistics and supply chain management. The new operation will focus on 4 areas, which would include the procurement of vaccines and other inputs, define and reach the target population to be vaccinated, assist with health personnel and logistics, and to assist with the organization and the general management of the process. The government of Belize has entered into an agreement with Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, for the procurement of 238,000 doses of vaccine through the COVAX facility. This amount of doses is to cover 30% of the population at greater risk of contracting the virus. And it is aimed initially, Madam Speaker, at the elderly persons and those persons suffering with chronic diseases, as well as to the frontline workers who are facing this battle every day. Madam Speaker, an initial deposit has been paid, and the remaining balance is to be paid by way of a guarantee, which we should fulfill by the end of March 2021. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Wellness is committed to providing equal health care for all Belizeans, Madam Speaker. And at this point, before taking my seat, I wish to remind all Belizeans to adhere to the protocols that the ministry has set in place. Kindly wear your mask, wash your hands, and social distance. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize Honorable Minister of Youth, Sports, and E-Governance. No, one second, member. It's just because we're trying to adhere to the protocols if you're going to use the other member's mic. Thank you. Minister Kevin Bernard, if you prefer, it's why we have the booth at the front. If not, this is what we'll have to do.
Madam Speaker, I join my colleagues as well in wishing you and congratulating you on your appointment as Speaker of this Honorable House. I begin today, Madam Speaker, by giving thanks to my wife and my daughter for their patience and support that they had to endure during my campaign. But I also want to give thanks to the great people of Orinjoa East. They are the reasons I am able to stand with pride in this honorable house today. I take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to assure my people that when I speak in this house, I am speaking on their behalf. I promised before elections that I would be the voice of all my people, and it is a promise I fully intend to keep. With that said, Madam Speaker, I ask your indulgence in allowing me to refer to my notes. Like my colleagues, what I found upon taking office was mind-boggling. And I want to be sure I get it right as I highlight the incredible corruption, wastage, neglect, abuse, and violations. I say highlight, Madam Speaker, because if I detailed all that was found and all that was damaged and destroyed by those who were kicked out of office recently, I would be here far too long. I start, Madam Speaker, with the Ministry of Youth. My colleague on the other side, the member for Collett, was responsible for the care of our youth in this country. He is the new leader of the UDP, Madam Speaker, and suddenly has all these bright ideas to fix everything. But after what we found in the Ministry of Youth, I would not even recommend him for a babysitting job. Madam Speaker, every program under the Ministry of Youth, without exception, was a mess. They were disjointed. There were no institutional linkages, no direction, no correlation, and they were highly ineffective. At the skills training school, only one officer was showing up to work since March of 2020, and only 6 students were being assisted from a program whose operational budget was above $600,000 a year. As for the Gateway program, only 13 students were being assisted, and for the past 2 years, only 23 to 30 students were assisted per year with a budget of over $800,000 a year. The Gateway Youth Center, Skills Training Program, Youth Apprenticeship Program, IT Vet, and the Department of Youth were all serving the same clientele, with the IT Vet students taking the brunt of the financial woes, having to pay for their education, while the Youth Apprenticeship Program had free scholarships all the way to sixth form. The apprenticeship program, Madam Speaker, was steadily failing as more and more employers were refusing to take on the youth who had no skills at all, with the ILO report of 2018 clearly sounding the alarm that the apprenticeship program was not an apprenticeship program, but a welfare program. The competition between the apprenticeship program and the IT Vet led the IT Vet losing students at a fast rate and only having approximately 30 students per year since 2008. The apprenticeship program was giving out $100 weekly without any proper training assessments for students, no real instructions, and having the students return to IT Vet free of cost, which is highly unfair to the students who are paying to go to school and did not drop out of school. As for the National Youth Cadet Service Corps, Madam Speaker, $450,000 was abused by the Department of Community Rehabilitation and Human Development for a youth challenge program that was never really thought out and was ineffective. As a matter of fact, there was no needs assessment or any assessment done to show cause as to the reliability and value of the Youth Challenge program. Instead of the money being used for youth programs, it was used for infrastructural development, building a fence and a dorm. The cadet program, didn't need a dorm or fence. It needed valuable programs and workshops where young people can learn a skill, as 64% of the youth population are unskilled and 42% unemployed. Youth development, Madam Speaker, requires research data, mapping, and in-depth information. Madam Speaker, the Department of Youth Services was no exception to the disorganization which came straight from the top of the Ministry of Youth. The department was given a home at a hotel on Regent Street to the tune of $7,000 per month or $84,000 a year. This is highly ineffective and a blatant disrespect to young people because it is unsustainable and would never work out as a permanent location for youth development. It seems Cayo was the only area or the only other location where so-called youth work was done, as a station was rented in Belmopan, one in Santa Elena, and one in Venquevejo at exorbitant rental prices. Why wasn't thought being given to finding a permanent place for these youth offices when young people are our country's greatest assets? Madam Speaker, $2 million that was given to the CYDP for Cure Violence was taken away, leaving the agency with no funding support to create programs and job opportunities for at-risk young men in Belize City. The CYDP office is dilapidated and everything inside is outdated. The program was strapped for cash and no funding was available to help the marginalized youths. Even to conduct their work, the staff had to borrow vehicles, fuel, and other things from other organizations. How can we then say that we want to stop crime and gang violence when the monies allotted to help the young people is taken from them and used for God knows what else. Staff were repeatedly told to submit budgets and never received any information on what they have budgeted for, and there was always no money. The CYDP farm, Madam Speaker, was left abandoned with 10 tilapia ponds and one man who was told to live off the land as payment, but was not given a red cent in 10 years. This is after the then government had pumped in over $5 million in a failed program. The wastage under that past Ministry of Human Development as it relates to at-risk young people shows that there is no regard for our young people. That, Madam Speaker, will change. I can state now, Madam Speaker, and in front of my colleague on the other side, that I am disgusted by what took place at the National Sports Council under his watch. I am outraged, as all Belizeans should be, Madam Speaker. I start with the Marion Jones Stadium, the red elephant that the member from Colette has often boasted about. Madam Speaker, he should hang his head in shame. We found upon taking office that the entire upper flat of that facility seems to be incomplete, and the works that have been done have been so neglected that it will have to be all redone. Of note, Madam Speaker, is that the groundbreaking for the Marion Jones was done in August of 2009. 6 years and many millions later, a soft opening was done in March of 2015 for the purpose of electioneering only. Look at the Marion Jones complex now, Madam Speaker. I will say it again. The member for Colette should hang his head in shame. Staff have reported to us, Madam Speaker, that materials were purchased some months back to repair a part of the fence of the MCC ground facing Calle Almar. No work was done, and the materials disappeared sometime before general elections. In my own hometown, Madam Speaker, the People's Stadium and Orange Walk Sports Complex are in urgent need of repairs, both to the structures and to the football field and racetrack. At the People's Stadium, the football pitch was left to be totally destroyed and will have to be redone or replaced. After inspections, we have learned that the Santiago Recalde Stadium in Corozal, the Rogers Stadium in Belize, and the MCC require major works. Site inspections, as today, continue to be done for the remaining facilities for Cayo, Stan Creek, and Punta Gorda. Madam Speaker, morale was found to be low amongst staff due to the lack of leadership under the previous minister and director. Many staff held posts but were not functioning or carrying out their duties. This has since been addressed with dismissals and realignment of staff, and it will be an ongoing process. Several staff members cited instances, Madam Speaker, where they were deployed to conduct political work and private work while being paid by NSC and taxpayers. This included work for the past minister responsible for sports, my colleague on the other side, as well as for senior managers of the NSC.
On a point of order, he is imputing.
What's the point of order?
Improper motive on myself, Madam Speaker. He's saying that I utilized people who are working at the Sports Council to do my politics. Madam Speaker, this cannot continue. They are allowed as ministers. Is
Leader
this
of the
going to be
opposition, Leader of the opposition, may you please yield. Member. Honorable Minister of Youth, Sports and E-Governance, may I ask that you repeat specifically the statement you referred to just now as it is a written statement that you are reading, so you can refer to it. Can you kindly refer to it and let me know if it is that you have specifically named the member from the other side?
Speaker, let me read exactly what I said, because I think the minister does not like the truth. The leader of the opposition, does not like to hear the truth. And in there I said, let me go back to exactly my point, that morale was found to be low among staff due to the lack of leadership. And I continued, several staff members cited, this is a report, I'm referring to a report given to us when we visited the NSC and talking and doing and conducting our findings at the National Sports Council. Several staff members cited instances where they were deployed to conduct political work and private work while being paid by NSC and taxpayers' dollars. This was what was said to us.
Thank you, member. You may proceed. That is not an improper motive. A member was not specifically named. Thank you. I have made the decision.
Madam Speaker, anyway, let me proceed. One staff member also put it that the National Sports Council, at the National Sports Council, Marion Jones facility, was just an extension of the minister's political office.
Speaker,
we found, Madam Speaker,
there you had it.
Leader of the opposition, there is a procedure. Honorable Minister of Youth, Sports and E-Governance, may I ask that we be very careful. We are on borderline territory now, and I really would not like this to descend any further. Can you continue with the rest of the statement?
Much obliged, Madam Speaker, but the public will still know somehow. Madam Speaker, what we found as well was that there were as many as 7 family members of a senior manager hired to work at the NSC, close family members. Some new hires occurred during the height of the pandemic at full salary, while the salaries of other established staff of the NSC were being cut 30, 40, 50%, citing budgetary constraints due to COVID-19 pandemic. And Madam Speaker, several of these hires were done in October of 2020, leading up to the general elections, and that's a fact. It's on the record. Of the 3 vehicles found at the National Sports Council Marion Jones facility, Madam Speaker, only 1 is barely in running condition. 2 others are in a state of disrepair, with 1 involved in an accident back in late of September 2020. And of interest is that the vehicle was insured under NSC's comprehensive policy, but no effort was made to claim. Madam Speaker, an audit of purchases of equipment is currently being done since no real inventory listing was found. This is ongoing on several pieces of equipment which cannot be accounted for and located. In one instance, a color laser printer was removed from the NSC offices prior to election and was alleged to be used by political operatives. And upon learning this, Madam Speaker, former director was notified, and a day later, there comes the printer, delivered to the office by an unknown individual, just to later find that the printer was totally damaged. Expenses and past spending are also being looked at, Madam Speaker. Allegations abound where past chairmen were issued blank checks to then go and conduct business. This is also being looked at, and transactions are being reconstructed using bank statements. The computerized accounting data only goes back to a year and a half, so information is being extracted manually, providing that the documents are available. Many irregularities occurred prior to 2018 and was cited in the Auditor General's report. A deep investigation is being done and updates will be provided when these irregularities are found, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am appalled by what we are finding, disgusted, shocked. But I give you and my people my assurances that it will be fixed and integrity and efficiency will be returned to the offices under my watch and under this new ministry. In the Ministry of Sports, Madam Speaker, we will ensure that our existing large sporting facilities across the country are returned to their former glory. And we will ensure that smaller sporting facilities are available for our people. We are already looking at a phased rehabilitation process where sporting infrastructure is concerned. And we are also, Mr. Speaker, working hard to get sports on track as a meaningful avenue for the many talented Belizeans in the Jewel. We will support our athletes, and if I have my way, one day soon, our country will become a shining star in the region and internationally where sports are concerned. For now, Mr. Speaker, the focus is on local development. But I know that it is with the talent of our people, the political will, and the proper resources, the sky is the limit for our sporting superstars. Mr. Speaker, I pause here to say that these are just some of our findings in just the few weeks we have been in office. My colleagues on this side are finding much, as you have heard, the same in their ministries, and in many cases much worse. Still, we won't do as our colleagues on the other side did for so many years, do nothing but blame them. We are bigger than that. The truth of their corruption, their deceit, their abuse and incompetence and greed is already coming out. It is why they are where they are, and why some of them will end up such as guests in maybe some of those luxurious accommodations at Colby. What will we do, Mr. Speaker, is what we promised the people we would. We will fix this mess. We will rebuild Belize. We will revitalize and re-energize our country and people. I spoke earlier, Mr. Speaker, about the mess in the Ministry of Youth. We have a plan, and we have hit the ground running. The Department of Youth Services is undergoing a massive transformation as we amalgamate all youth programs within the department and implement the concept of youth development, which has been approved by Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, the new amalgamation calls for the establishment of key youth development service areas to be managed by the Department of Youth Services. One area is Youth Governance, Research, Policy and Data Services. This area will conduct research, devise policy on youth needs for the Minister and Cabinet to approve, and implement, collect and collate youth data, and ensure that the National Youth Council is re-energized. The area of youth enterprise, entrepreneurship, and on-the-jobs skill training program, Mr. Speaker, is aimed at creating microfinancing for young entrepreneurs so that they have easier access to startup financing. This sector will provide on-the-job skills training for those young persons who lack skills. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, there will be a link with the IT vets to ensure that the program is certified and utilizing checklists and assessment tools to ensure that young persons are being instructed appropriately while creating the right skill-based learning tools and methods. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly proud of the concept of youth counseling and wellness services, a first of its kind in the country. a counseling center where young people can seek counseling services through the Department of Youth Services, as well as HIV/AIDS education and other wellness opportunities. There will be a Belize Regional Youth Training Institutes, Mr. Speaker, in the north at the very abandoned Rayburn Ridge, in the west at the 4-H, the central at the Cadet Corps headquarters, and in the south at a place to be designated. The main objectives of these institutes will be to provide skill-based and employment learning to young people ages 16 to 29 years. The method to be used is the pre-vocational model: welding, building and maintenance, upholstery, AC and refrigeration, which is critical to bring young people up to speed in skills training. Mr. Speaker, there will also be training in aquaculture, shrimp and tilapia, and agriculture with the help from UB Central Farm and the Fisheries Department, with the aim of filtering those young persons into the IT vet after 8-month stay at the Institute alongside the GED program. It is expected that 150 young people will receive this service in each region for a period of 8 months instead of 13 and 6 and 34 yearly. There will be youth support services with branches in the north, south, central and west to provide overall youth services to young people as a branch of the main Department of Youth Services. Mr. Speaker, there will also be youth behavior and conflict management services. The main aim of this service area is to bring back the cure violence concept, as well as other methods to bring a solid solution through community engagement to reduce the levels of violence in the country among young people. The Youth Information, Technology and Art Services area, Mr. Speaker, will provide young people access to technological development and enhancement of the arts. All youth service areas will be housed on government property and at community centers in various rural areas such as Ladyville, Hattieville, Carmelita, Palmar, San Esteban, San Narciso, Silkgrass, Independence, and a few other villages in Punta Gorda. Every one of them, Mr. Speaker, will be youth-friendly and technology-savvy. Our new approach will utilize and take into effect the SDGs and the current youth policy, youth mainstreaming platform, as well as our new 5-year strategic direction. To do things the right way, Mr. Speaker, the new Ministry of Youth will conduct a National Youth Needs Assessment Survey with help from the SIB in order to better understand the needs of our youth population, which was never done before, and will guide us in our practice to provide the right approach and intervention for our youth. The new direction of the Ministry of Youth, Mr. Speaker, will incorporate and enlist all youth partners through the length and breadth of Belize in order for us to reach young people from every sector of our country, while ensuring that we do not create the level of duplication, financial mistakes, and mismanagement of our youth budget. Mr. Speaker, I have been entrusted by the Prime Minister with the management of an e-government portfolio. It is a first for the country, a bold and visionary move, and we are ready to take that step forward. Mr. Speaker, in the decade following 2008, Belize has faced unprecedented economic challenges, including low growth and productivity, growing inequalities, a steady rise in debt, and low levels of foreign reserves. Today, these challenges are further compounded by the social and economic impacts from the novel coronavirus pandemic. Coupled with a low average gross domestic product growth rate and recurring government fiscal deficits, the net result is a rapid accumulation of debt, reaching over 132% of GDP in 2020. The growing burden on government's revenue as a result of rising debt to GDP ratio and recurring current account deficits has led to a steady decline of foreign reserves. Even worse, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that beyond domestic economic performance since 2008, Belize's performance on various developmental global indices has continued to decline. In 2020, Belize's competitiveness ranked 123 out of 140, according to Trading Economic Global Macro Models. In the World Bank Ease of Doing Business Index, Belize has an overall ranking of 135 of 190 countries globally and 25th out of 32 countries in Central America and the Caribbean as of 2020. Furthermore, Belize has fallen from 40th percentile in 2009 to 26 in 2020 on the World Bank's Global Governance Indicator. Together, both our domestic and international performance provides a clear signal that radical and innovative change is required to improve the government's effectiveness, private sector productivity, and achieve a better tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to the modernization and transformation of the public sector in order to better meet the needs of its people. The success of this bold move is a citizen-centric approach that focuses on the government's human resources management and leveraging of technology to digitalize the public sector. It is our vision that this approach will improve public service delivery while bringing us closer to the people. I repeat, Mr. Speaker, it is a bold and transformative change that we stand committed to achieve. Under the People's United Party Manifesto 2020-25, the government outlined the pillars of rebuilding the economy, financing national transformation, and making government work for all Belizeans with good governance, of which digitizing government, improving the ease of doing business and public sector management were highlighted as key areas of success. Under these areas, Mr. Speaker, the following critical activities have been identified: rebuilding a professional public service suited to delivering the vision, policy directions, and innovations, prioritizing the effective use of technology within the public service to increase accountability, eliminate unnecessary duplication, bureaucracy, wastage, and corruption, using technology to improve the quality and speed of the delivery of high-demand services, and using technology to guarantee 24/7 online services to citizens, making GOB services and revenue collection more resilient to disasters and emergencies. Dramatic change is happening all around us, Mr. Speaker, and it is time that as a government we transform ourselves to better meet the demand of the 21st century. Mr. Speaker, electronic government, e-government as we call it, or as it is also referred to as digital government, has become the ambitious and innovative public sector tool to ultimately increase citizens' access to a portfolio of public service in an efficient and cost-effective manner. We shall no longer see long lines of citizens waiting for services, crowded spaces, and endless paperwork. E-government is a proven tool in many developing countries, yielding exponential growth in GDP, improved data sharing and communication, greater transparency, increased productivity, and greater participation by the people. At the foundation of e-government, Mr. Speaker, is simplification of processes and making government information easily accessible for public sector agencies and citizens utilizing technology. Its application transformed the relationship between government and its citizens, government and legal entities, and the relationship between the various institutions of governance within a country, minimizing wastage while increasing efficiencies. Therefore, it is convenient and cost-effective for business creating a strong public-private partnership. The citizenry benefits from a more user-friendly and inclusive governance system without having to spend on unnecessary time, energy, and money to interact with government. Mr. Speaker, a more inclusive and informed populace will help us to achieve better government transparency by empowering the people to be stewards of their futures. The anticipated benefits of e-government include improved efficiency and better access to public service delivery, greater citizen participation, sustainable community development, transparency, reduction in corruption, accountability, and greater financial sustainability. I reaffirm that e-government is the way forward to achieving economic growth, poverty reduction, the prosperity of citizens, and our national sustainability. Public sector restructuring and its transformation into a digital public sector is a necessity to achieving our vision and your vision. As a country, we continue to lag behind in adopting this approach, as we rank 136 of 193 countries in the UN's e-government development index and rank 163 of 193 in the e-participation index. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we have a long road ahead to achieving this mandate and vision for prosperity. This government has laid the foundation for ensuring the digital transformation of Belize by establishing the first ever Ministry of E-Governance. The Central Information Technology Office will play a pivotal role in leading the execution of e-governance, now under the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and E-Governance. No more will the special advisors travel the world exploring e-governance, smart cities, and other implementation, while CITO sits on sub-utilized expertise and lack of vision and execution strategy. My ministry shall create a unified vision, collaborating across sectors to grasp the opportunities presented. We live in a world of great challenges, but also one of even greater promise. Mr. Speaker, my ministry will lead the formation of the National E-Government Task Force, a strategic and implementation advisory team with the mandate to co-create a digital roadmap with priorities that align with successfully converting 95% of government services to online services. The formation of a National E-Government Task Force will advise on the implementation of the e-government agenda with a specific focus on prioritizing cross-cutting themes of strengthening institutions and greater use of data to support digitization efforts and promote the interoperability of information management systems in the public sector. Specifically, to contribute to public policies and institutions that are more effective, efficient, inclusive, and citizen-centered. Improve service delivered to citizens and reduce constraints for business growth and productivity. Identify cross-cutting themes for institutional development with the objective of strengthening the capacity of the state. Driving reforms for greater transparency and accountability. Strengthen the country's internal sources of growth to increase productivity and innovation through a qualified human capital, smart institutional frameworks, and a strong innovation ecosystem. This roadmap, Mr. Speaker, will represent the collective experience and expertise from local and foreign experts in identifying tangible and feasible activities to achieve its success. These activities will range from areas in data privacy and security, legislative reform, infrastructure enhancement, change management, and disaster recovery. Achieving this success will require strong partnerships. While we understand that e-government is a tool of great prosperity, we also must acknowledge the risks inherent to cyberspace. It will be vital that we never forget that the perception of reliability and security of e-governance is an important driver for citizen uptake of online services. thereby making data protection our #1 priority. In keeping with the National Cybersecurity Policy 2020-2025, Mr. Speaker, the strengthening of data privacy and security will be greatly enhanced with the creation of a specialized security team that will man the Security Operations Center. The aim of the SOC team will be to identify, analyze, and react to cybersecurity threats using a reliable set of processes and technology solutions. The SOC staff generally includes managers, security analysts, and engineers who work together with organizational incident response teams to address security issues quickly. This team will be tasked with the responsibility of securing all government infrastructure and creating tiered access clearance based on employee responsibility. As we move towards a digital government, Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure must be supported by modern data protection and sharing protocols to garner public trust. Let us begin, Mr. Speaker, with the end in mind, the vision. I challenge us to achieve the vision where citizens can access a single user-friendly government service browser where all public service options will be accessible from any browser on any device anywhere in the country. And I know that we can continue in the discussions that the identification of citizens through a national ID that uniquely identifies us with an alphanumeric string. This alphanumeric string will link to each citizen information via APIs in connecting to a distributed centralized platform, enabling us to achieve a policy of once only. I know, Mr. Speaker, that I have been less than complimentary of my colleague on the other side, the member from Colette. I tried to temper my disgust and anger with some of the level of respect during this honorable House. In fact, I must say that I brought him a gift. From the mess we found in the office, it is hard to believe that the honorable member for Colette was doing the people's work while in office. But some form of work was obviously taking place. Judging from what we found in the office, my friend from Colette, I could not return the other items, but I will return your t-shirt. Nevertheless, thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of the Blue Economy and Civil Aviation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to address you, Madam Speaker, and to congratulate you as well. Before I begin my statement on the Ministry of the Blue Economy and Civil Aviation, I ask for your indulgence to thank the good people of Kikaker and Ambergiski who have entrusted me to serve them in this honorable House. Their vote of confidence and trust is the greatest motivation for me every single day as I take up my responsibilities to make both islands the haven that we all deserve. With your permission, Madam Speaker, un poquito en español a mis pueblos de Kikaker y San Pedro que me han dado su sagrado voto de confianza. Ese voto es la mayor motivación para mí todos los días para asumir mis responsabilidades de hacer ambas islas el bello y próspero hogar que todos merecemos. Les doy las gracias a ellos. Madam Speaker, it is my distinct pleasure to share some of our more salient accomplishments in just these past 7 weeks. One of the most important accomplishments which we can boast of as a new ministry is that we are preparing to inaugurate our fully equipped, furnished and staff offices in the Buttonwood Bay area of Belize City in a very short time. We are very proud of this accomplishment. I'd like to highlight, Madam Speaker, the collaborative effort that has brought this about, including, we must include finance, public service, and other ministries which are important partners in this. It goes to show that this government is very serious about establishing its blue economy and that it is prepared to support and promote this innovative economic initiative. In civil aviation, a portfolio that is under my ministry, as the ministry responsible for civil aviation, we have acted swiftly to conduct an assessment at the Belize Department of Civil Aviation by consulting with key partners such as COSESNA, the Belize Airport Concession Company, and the Belize Airports Authority in order to identify some of the key areas in need of urgent attention. Based on this, we have swiftly moved to begin the process developing the department's 5-year strategic plan. A department without a vision, without clear strategic objectives and a plan of action cannot take us into the new era of civil aviation. As we speak, to uplift the standards of civil aviation in Belize, we also aim to be compliant with international standards which will make us a more attractive and safe destination. Other accomplishments over the past weeks include the implementation of the use of the weather observation system at the Philip Colson International Airport, as well as the commencement of airspace classification. As we seek to ensure that the Department of Civil Aviation is the respected and responsible regulatory body that it is intended to be, we will begin the process of reviewing and revising existing policies and legislation, as well as introducing new ones where necessary. Presently, we are preparing for the ICAO, which is the Civil Aviation International Organization. It is the ICAO audit in 2022. We are setting a goal for ourselves as a ministry to ensure that the BDCA, the Civil Aviation Department, will be as close as to 100% compliant as possible. It's time to ascend to higher heights, and we are honored to be the captains that will make this happen for the further development and economic growth of our country. Madam Speaker, if I may address on the blue economy, please allow me to speak on this brand new portfolio, the blue economy portfolio. A brand new, as I say it, because we take it very seriously, as global evidence is showing us that the blue economy model, if implemented successfully, can catapult economies such as ours. We take this mandate very seriously as we seek to strike that balance between much needed economic growth and the protection of our oceanic wealth and heritage. Madam Speaker, as a new portfolio, we have very quickly sought to establish an advisory committee, which we coined the Blue Economic Cluster, an important multi-sectoral mechanism which will include key decision makers at the governmental as well as non-governmental and communities level. The first item on the agenda is the forging of a vision that will guide the development of our policies and strategic plan for the next 5 years. The role of this cluster will be instrumental in pioneering the new blue economy of our country. With the support of our technical team, we have started a mapping exercise which will identify existing opportunities and gaps. Already, we are quickly moving within our 100-day plan to identify possible sources of funding while continuing to implement the existing programs at the Fisheries Department. This includes the increasing of the sector's contribution to the national economy through the export of primarily lobster and queen conch, which up to November 2020 had a foreign exchange earning of over $40 million. Other accomplishments of our Fisheries Department include the implementation of a full online licensing system for fishers and vessels, as well as the updated adaptive management framework to improve management of queen conch and spiny lobster in Belize. Madam Speaker, there is massive potential in the blue economy model, and our country is poised to be a success story in the region. We applaud this government for envisioning this model for our country, and we are already making gains as we seek to bring together all the key components of this model under one Blue Economy Ministry. 2021 is the year of the blue economy. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, with the consent of the House, I propose to vary the order of the sitting today to allow the introduction of bills at item 12 on the order paper to be taken after the Committee of Supply at item 14. This is to allow the introduction of the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2021 number 5 bill 2021 and the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2020-2021 number 6 bill, which according to Standing Order 71 of the House cannot be introduced until the proposals have been approved by the Committee of Supply and agreed to by the House. I therefore propose that the House resolve into a Committee of Supply under item Government Business. Is it with the wish of the honorable members that the order be varied as suggested? All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. You're at public business, ma'am. You're at public business. You're at public business.
Okay, so we will leave now. Motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Committee of Supply has met and approved the proposal set out in Sessional Paper number HR 1113, Supplementary Appropriation number 5, scheduled for fiscal year 2020-2021. I now seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to agree with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House agrees with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply for Supplementary Appropriation number 5, scheduled for fiscal year 2020-2021. Motion. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against?
I beg your indulgence, Madam Speaker, for some clarification as to where it is exactly that we are supposed to engage in a debate on these motions.
We're on introduction.
On the introduction of bills?
Yes. Remember, we're on the introduction of bills, and then after that we go to second reading, where there will be a second reading, and then we do the debate on the second reading. So I will repeat, honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this honorable House agrees with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply for Supplementary Appropriation number 5, scheduled for fiscal year 2020-2021. Motion. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Committee of Supply has met and approved the proposal set out in Sessional Paper number HR 2113, Supplementary Appropriation number 6, scheduled for fiscal year 2020-2021. I now seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to agree with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House agrees with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply for Supplementary Appropriation number 6, scheduled for fiscal year 2020-2021. Motion. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. Sorry. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and kindly allow me your indulgence. I know we've been going on for a long time since this morning, but the Honorable Ramon Cervantes Jr., who could not be here because he is recovering from COVID, asked me to please express his appreciation and congratulations on your election, and also that he wants to thank all the people of Orinjo North that gave him his confidence to represent them in Orinjo North, and that he's going to do everything possible to work for each and every one of them. So I say this on behalf of Honorable member from Orinjo North. Madam Speaker, before I read the actual the good governance in Belize Motion 2031, please allow me to just briefly explain, Madam Speaker, that we in this side of the House, we ran a campaign fully aware that the Belizean people deserve to live with and enjoy good governance. When the scandals broke from the other side of the House, when they were over this side, we have a whole litany we heard from several ministers just now, and I will not repeat the recital. I will not repeat them again, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. But you have the sanctuary bay, the immigration hostel, the lands, the embezzlement of public funds, and everything else. We promised the Belizean people that we will be different and that we will be better. You see, Madam Speaker, we on this side of the House, we respect and believe in the rule of law. We believe in transparency and accountability. We plan to operate a legitimate and effective government that delivers for all. Our plan Belize laid out our agenda to fight corruption, work to restore confidence in government, build a respectful relationship with our partners, all partners. This is why before the elections, we on this side signed our covenant with the people, and today we are entering this covenant into the records of this honorable House to let the Belizean people know that we are serious about meaningful reform. We are serious about open, transparent, and accountable governance, and to let people know that we will work to fill the objectives set out in Plan Belize. And yes, Madam Speaker, we will work hard every single day to build a Belize that works for everyone. Saying that, Madam Speaker, I do move, whereas Standing Order 26 of the House of Representatives provides for a motion to be moved with permission of Madam Speaker, and whereas the people of this great nation deserve a better Belize, deserve good governance, and deserve to once again live in a truly democratic nation where the rule of law is of paramount importance. And whereas all 26 duly elected members of the House of Representatives on this side of the House had covenant to: 1. Work ceaselessly to achieve the goals set out in the Plan Belize Manifesto of the People's United Party. 2. Above all, remain faithful to the motto of the PUP, serve the people, and not to use our office for personal gain. 3. At all times, faithfully uphold and defend the Constitution and laws of Belize. 4. Unreservedly support plans and policies of our PUP government that promote social, economic, and environmental justice. 5. Ensure that all workers receive fair pay for their work and to implement a livable minimum wage of $5 per hour. 6. To work to eliminate economic and social privilege and disparity among Belizeans, and to protect the right of all to life, liberty, access to affordable education, universal health care, land and housing, and the right to live in peaceful communities. 7. To promote the identity, dignity, and social and cultural values of Belizeans, including indigenous peoples. 8. To actively promote sustainable development in Belize and to protect our natural and built environment. 9. To insist on good and transparent governance and to hold accountable those who betray the public good. 10. To defend Belize's territorial integrity and to protect Belize's interests in international fora. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this honorable House will, 1. Pass legislation to empower the Integrity Commission by appointing professional personnel on the Commission, modify its membership, and provide adequate funding for the Commission to fulfill its important legal, auditing, and investigative functions. 2. Implement measures to ensure that the 3 branches of government, the executive, legislative, and the judiciary, function as truly complementary but independent branches as envisaged in the Constitution. Establish sound systems and good practice for recruitment of judges, magistrates, and officers of the court with security of tenure. Ensure that there is increase in the budget for the judiciary to ensure that the judiciary is able to ensure that persons accused and parties in civil matters are given a fair trial within a reasonable period of time as mandated by the Constitution. 3. take measures to reduce discretionary ministerial powers in order to protect administrative efficiency and eliminate, where possible, political intervention. 4, implement a national budget planning, implementing and monitoring system to guarantee transparency of the budget by engaging civil society, local governments, and electoral divisions in the budget process, and to ensure efficient use of the national resources in the designated programs. 5, facilitate the implementation of a government procurement process through an e-marketplace for the government, statutory bodies, and state-owned organizations based on best models used by countries in the region, and ensure that the procurement of supplies, works, and services must abide by strict rules in order to ensure fairness, competition, and transparency. These rules will ensure that suitably qualified suppliers or contractors are chosen without bias, and that the best price quality ratio and the best price is obtained with the full transparency appropriate to the use of public funds. The Office of the Contractor General will be strengthened by the enactment of the Public Contracts Commission to ensure full compliance with established rules and procedures in each step of the process, from the call for tenders and proposals, publication, and all the procedures for establishing shortlist, evaluation, award, and signing of contracts. 6, reconstitute the Public Accounts Committee, the PAC, with effective participation of social partners in the Senate, so as to ensure its proper rules in overseeing the sound and prudent management of public revenues and expenditures. Strengthen the capacity, allocate appropriate resources, and ensure the proper functioning of the Office of the Auditor General to conduct financial and value for money audits for public cost centers and accounts right after the conclusion of every financial year, Section 120 Belize Constitution, and enable and operationalize effective internal auditing systems throughout all departments of government. Ensure that all hearings of PAC and parliamentary standing committees are public, so as to ensure true transparency and accountability. 7, to ensure that we have fair and effective representation and participation, we shall provide for the independence of the Elections and Boundaries Commission to be free from political interference. Its chairman is to be appointed in a similar fashion as the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Auditor General, so that the Commission can be autonomous and free from government control. Implement the Constituency Development Fund to enable elected representatives to be proactive in supporting grassroots development initiatives in the country. Importantly, to amend the Constitution to provide a fixed date for elections and to introduce campaign finance legislation. 8, reform and modernize the public service by taking steps to restore the autonomy of the public service, prevent micromanagement by political directorate. To enhance customer orientation and quality service delivery, and to provide innovative solutions to complex challenges of the day. Assist the Public Service Commission to reestablish integrity and impartiality in recruiting, training, evaluating, and disciplining process. Revert to appointing permanent secretaries, i.e. using senior career public officers as accounting officers of all ministries. Public officers will be made to do their job without fear or favor. Punishment will be swift for incompetence and or corruption, and penalties will be increased for acts of corruption and public authority abuses. Introduce legislation with measures to protect whistleblowers and witnesses involved in corruption cases. We will implement e-governance where possible to increase efficiency in service and transparency. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
recognize the member from Mesopotamia.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to start by congratulating you for your appointment as Speaker of the House, not just for what it says to women out there for gender equality, and even my young daughter to know that she can one day grow up and be the Speaker of the House and there's no limit to her aspirations, but also because I know that you have the utmost integrity, and I have every confidence that you will make sure that sittings of the House will be conducted fairly. On the matter of this bill that the member from Orange Walk Central just read out, I support good governance and transparency, and I agree with all of the things I believe the member from Orange Walk Central just read out. But I have to remind the member from Orange Walk Central, you are no longer the leader of the opposition. You are the Prime Minister, and I congratulate you. But on November 11th, the people of this country voted for you to take action. So bring the legislation to the House. We don't need a motion, we need legislation. Bring all of those things that you just said as legislation, and let's pass it into law. Thank you.
I recognize Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and let me join with all of my colleagues on both sides of this House that have offered congratulations to you, Madam Speaker, on your appointment, your election as Speaker of this Honorable House. And let me, since this is the first that I am rising in this Honorable House, also make the commitment to you, Madam Speaker, publicly as I've done privately in conversation with you, for our support, all members of this side of the House, for your leadership of the House. And also let me say to the Belizean population that we take very seriously this role of the opposition. It is not a role that we had hoped for, obviously, but it is a role that we think is very important in the delivering of governance in this country. And right in tune with the Prime Minister's motion, Madam Speaker, we see this as a part of what is needed for good governance. I immediately associate myself, Madam Speaker, with the remarks of my friend from Mesopotamia, because, Madam Speaker, what we witnessed this morning, all morning, is unprecedented. We listened to ministers repeat, put out there things that have already been said. In fact, if you remember, Madam Speaker, in our first sitting, the inaugural sitting, this is what the throne speech is all about, where you hand the Governor General your wonderfully written speech, and you even have the Governor General talking about everybody if you win, and you had him place on record what the agenda of the government is going to be according to you winning the election. It's already on the record. So I agree with my honorable colleague from MESOP that this is a waste of effort and waste of time, in very much the same manner, Madam Speaker, that all that happened this morning, you realize, Madam, that we are only now getting down to the business of the Honorable House after being punished. Our ears, I even saw the Prime Minister holding his head down 1 minute. Because all that what was happening was grandstanding and blaming. And Madam Speaker, there is a time and place for that. But
Madam Speaker, respectfully, can we ask the leader of the opposition to stop grandstanding and make it talk about the motion? Please.
I am talking about the motion. Okay, so the motion is about governance. Your motion is about good governance. And if we are intent on providing good governance, Madam Speaker, the structure, if this is going to be what is going to happen every time we come here, that ministers are going to use the opportunity of statement by ministers to put off these long grandstand speeches, we're not going to get down to the business of creating legislation to provide the kind of change that is needed from since we entered these chambers this morning at 10 o'clock. We have accomplished very little in terms of making the change. All we have heard is grandstanding. And this motion, Madam Speaker, I say again, is merely that it is repetitive. It is already well known what your agenda is. It is time to get down to work. But it's not only that this is not necessary. It is also, Madam Speaker, that it now makes the point again that this is what they intend to do on paper, but the Belizean people who voted on November 11 already know what this group is about. They've already seen, Madam Speaker, that they're not really interested in good governance at all. And so it is hypocritical, Mr. Prime Minister, for you to come and for you to lay off this list of things. Let me make a prime example of what has happened this morning. The member for Kaya South, Madam Speaker, was making his statement as a minister. I don't really think we could call that a statement of a minister. In fact, I think it was that the colleagues on the other side, Madam Speaker, abused terribly the privilege of being able to give a statement as a minister. They used it, as I said, for grandstanding. But when I tried to invoke Standing Order 37, is it 30? 37B, and tried, Madam Speaker, to offer to him some elucidation of the matters that he was talking about when he painted such a wrong picture of the finance building at the foot of the new bridge, for instance, or when my friend, the member from Lekai, tried very dangerously to associate me with some kind of scam and scandal because they know that I am not, in all my years in this honorable house, they can't do that. And we are not allowed, Madam Speaker, to respond, or even when it is we are trying to, by that same standing order that offers. That's what I was trying to do. If you're indeed caring and concerned about transparency, then when you get up to talk nonsense in the minister's statements and the opposition is offering you, as the last government, some elucidating of a point so that you don't any longer mislead the people of this country, you should take it if it is you are so concerned about transparency. But you're not. So you don't do that. You prefer to have these long speeches and go on and go on. Another point, Madam Speaker, that comes to mind immediately that shows the hypocrisy of this government when they will make a motion about good government. Look at all the nepotistic appointments that have been made. And I believe, Madam Speaker, some of my other colleagues will probably go into details of all of this, but my friend from Caribbean Shores surely had grave issues with what he thought was nepotism in the last administration. And in fact, now we see him full circle abandoning what those principles were. It would seem to me, Madam Speaker, my friend from Lekai once said, well, he was on this side of the house, the members on that side of the house. It may have been immediately after one of those elections. And I congratulate the government, Madam Speaker, don't get me wrong. In fact, they like to say, they rejoice about this victory, but nobody says how long it took them, 13 years before they could ever get back into onto that side. But my friend from Lekai said something after one of those elections. He said, be careful how you jump up on that side of the house. He was standing over here. Remember all of the luxuries that you have now, all of those fat salaries that you have now, he said. The fact that you're able to get free gas and drive a fancy new vehicle when a lot of other people don't have that luxury, Madam Speaker, is going to make you lose your mind. And it would seem, Madam Speaker, that they have lost their mind in the 2 months that they have been in government. They have thrown the book out on good governance altogether. When you're appointing your very, very close family members, your son and your brother and your sister-in-law, key jobs in the government. And then you will tell us about an integrity commission, and then you will tell us about public accounts, and then you will tell us about modernizing the public service. Look at number 9, Madam Speaker, where they say that they want to take steps to restore autonomy to the public service. Will the Minister of Public Service not say right now that he's trying to get the Public Service Commission to resign? He doesn't want them because he wants to politically appoint a commission that will do the bidding of firing good public servants who have done nothing in order to replace those persons with people who supported the People's United Party. Is that not what is going on right now? And will the Prime Minister not say that he is trying desperately right now to get rid of the chairman of the Election and Boundaries Commission? That one is a joke too. Because you want to put in your chairman of the Election and Boundaries Commission to do your bidding politically. This is a sham. And will you not tell the Belizean people, in fact they know already, that you have shut down? I listened to the member from Lake I go on and on and on, and him puffing his chest and saying, oh, we are going to do this and do that and eradicate all the corruption out of the lands department. Will he not tell you that he closed down the lands department so that all of those people who got lands that were not deemed to be his supporters will not be able to get their lands? How can that be everybody winning? How can that be good governance? How can that be transparency? And the list, Madam Speaker, you can pick any of these issues. Any of these issues. And there would have already been a demonstration that they're not serious about these things. Why is it that, as my friend from Mesopotamia said, you didn't come here with a new way forward for the Public Accounts Committee? The member from Kaya South lives and eats and breathes PAC when he was on this side of the house. Every chance the media got, they pushed a microphone in his face and he spoke about what needs to be done with the PAC. So why bring this nonsense paper? Why not bring something here that will see the change? We don't have time to waste. If it is, you say that these things are such an urgency, if they are so important for good governance, and if these things are emergency situations, why is it that you want to bring one sham paper where I tell you again one more time, we want to promise for those when you get elected? You are elected, you are the government. Bring the legislation. Bring the legislation that will tell us what is happening with the public accounts, what kind of changes you want to make. I listened to them, Madam Speaker, they went on and on and on about what the past administration did. And I remind people, Madam Speaker, I say it here again and I put myself on the record here, that what has happened under the last administration, don't expect this opposition to defend. There is some, I will go on record to say it again, there is some nonsense speaking that you're doing, and maybe I shouldn't say some, there is a lot. There is a lot. But the kind of thing that you expect that we will defend, wrong is wrong. The people of this country voted out the United Democratic Party because it thought that it was entangled in much wrongdoing, and that is why we are over here and you are over there. Don't talk now. What you need to do is to act. So all of these points that he makes, Madam Speaker, repeat all morning, brother. All morning you repeat it. One after the other. Take measures to reduce discretionary ministerial powers in order to increase administrative efficiency. Not one of them know that they are fat cats, Madam Speaker. Know that they are ministers. Not one of them is going to move on this. Taking away discretionary power from ministers. Implement, we'll get into these matters of the budget in a minute, Madam Speaker. But number 5 talks about national budget planning and monitoring and guaranteeing transparency. We'll get into that a little bit later on, but this is hypocrisy again. The very fact that you're bringing a supplementary appropriation bill to this house when all of you, in fact, you even took the last administration to court. What hypocrisy! Now that the shoe is on the other foot, it's a different situation. You come and you give us this pretty language. But what you intend to do, this is now stale. It's no longer relevant because you've already demonstrated to the people that you don't mean business when it comes to this. Madam Speaker, I place on the record our opposition to even putting this on. Of course, we are now not very strong in numbers, and what we say, we have to have, we say, which is why, Madam Speaker, I made the point, and since we're on governance again, that it must be that in this honorable house, and I have all confidence in you, Madam, that you will afford us and you will ensure that we get the opportunity to speak and to share with the Belizean people, because as I've said on the record time and time again, we're not only here to oppose where it is something good is happening, and you will hear us speak on something good in a minute. When it is the government is doing something good, then we'll be happy to speak on that. Yes, you're correct, my friend from Freetown. In terms of your measures of school opening, in fact, you are the only minister who I enjoyed your presentation, to be honest. The rest of them are grandstanding and being vicious and pointed and trying to create a fuss. So, Madam Speaker, we are really hopeful. Madam Speaker, I did not get your commitment, or maybe I did not express to the full extent that I had hoped, that we will be afforded an opportunity on the adjournment to speak on our issues. We have witnessed the ministers going on and on for the better part of maybe 5 or 6 hours. And the opposition has not been afforded an opportunity to speak like that. So I wonder, Madam Speaker, if you can give me an answer on whether or not we can expect that you will allow our speeches on the adjournment. Thank you. A request for clarification from you.
Member, the orders are pretty clear regarding the request by members on the notice of the adjournment. We are not there, and I will not take the request mid-debate. I have heard you, and when I get to that point, I will determine.
Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lend my support for this Good Governance in Belize Motion 2021. And I am deeply troubled by the reaction of somebody who now holds the seat as leader of the opposition to refer to a good governance motion as a nonsense paper. That is the word he used. Clearly, the concept of good governance and transparency is something that is so alien to them. For 13 years, we have been clamoring for this type of legislation. And I hear the member for Messop saying, bring the legislation. We don't have Fat Joy, you know. We will bring the legislation. He never bring the bag. But we are bring the legislation. You don't worry about that. Madam Speaker, I am particularly impressed with the 6th resolution, which speaks directly to the PAC committee, which I had the pleasure and the honor of serving with a warrior, the chairman of the PAC, the member for Kaya South. And we have been clamoring for the PAC committee to be made public. You were on that committee, leader of the opposition. And every single time that we raised a motion to make it public, you remember what you did? Get up and talk now, man. You said no.
We are going to do this behind closed doors. We will do this in the dark of night. That is your way. Now it is going to be the people's way, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. And then I was hoping, which you gladly entertained me, I was hoping that you would raise the issue of my sister-in-law, who is doing an excellent job as the DHS of this country. Let me tell you something there, Minister, or Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Unlike what happened on your side of the house, Dr. Melissa Diaz-Musa has been working in the public service for the last 10 years, working her way, getting promotions even under your administration, sir, earning her way. It is called qualified individuals representing the best interests of Belize. How dare you equate that, sir, with a Brad's contract for $500 million? What qualification does the Prince of Bel-Air have to get a $500 million contract? I don't know if you live on another planet, but the DHS position is not one of these coveted, cushy, New York swanky apartment jobs like the ambassador to the UN, Lois Young Barrows, sir. This is the most difficult job today in country. That is work. I know, again, another alien concept to you. It is not awarding the son of the Prime Minister a one-hit wonder with the title of music ambassador. You're missing it. You're missing. How can you equate that?
Madam Speaker.
You have a point of order?
Point of order.
Madam
No.
Speaker. Go ahead, member, Mr. Patina.
Standing orders. The insulting and offensive language by the member from Caribbean Shores is out of order. I sold millions of albums in the United States when you were a DJ. You were a little boy playing my music. You and your brother did. So that type of insulting and offensive language is not in order in the House.
Members, may I just remind members, if you're going to stand on a point of order, I will need you to name the point of order if I am to be as effective as I possibly could during debates. Thank you for your assistance.
Point of order
Madam
38, section 2.
I appreciate it, member. Members, can we continue with the debate and just...
Madam Speaker, it wasn't an insult. I like the song. It was a one-hit wonder. I like it. May have made you millions, but I like the song. But it does not change the fact that this particular individual wanted nothing to do with Belize, but then was granted music ambassador title. You want to go back and show the footage from Channel 7 where you wanted a visa to go back to the States? You're not got no business to Belize.
Madam Speaker, again, insulting, offensive, saying that I have ill motives. This is totally against the decorum of the House.
Member for Mesopotamia, if we're going to quote the standing orders, we're going to have to quote it accurately. I understand the emotions, and I'm going to work with all of you, but you're going to have to work with me. Let's try and get through this. Member, please continue.
Madam Speaker, I can go on and on and on about nepotism in your administration, Leader of the Opposition. They were the cleaning contract, member not a year, but even that cleaning contracts. I mean, come on, man. And you want to equate picking up people off the street because they're related to the Prime Minister and giving them a title. You want to equate that with hard work. and taking on the most difficult job in our time today as the DHS. When she told me she was taking that job, I wonder if something wrong. That is a lot of work, sir. She has sleepless nights. And if you would recall, for 1 minute, your prime minister got up in this house, your former prime minister got up and commended Dr. Melissa Diaz because he knew the type of work she was putting in. You forgot that too? But in any event, Madam Speaker, the motion is for good governance, something that is totally alien to them, that they will never want to see the light of day. And we are bringing it now to let you know this. We are setting the pace, we are setting the tone of this administration, and it is going to be good governance whether you want it or not. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I'd like to congratulate you for your post. I believe that you are going to give the Belizean people justice ever since they want to see a house that is in order, and I think now is the time. I want to, before I comment on the motion, I want to thank the people of Stankwik West for their support. It was tremendous. It is my biggest victory ever in any election. But I think we have a prime minister that wants to make good for the Belizean people, and I support him 110% with his good governance motion. As I was given the responsibility of transport, I already see so many discrepancies, and I give you one in particular. A gentleman rent a stall at the Dangwiga bus terminal for $100 a month. Yes, a month. He hardly pays anything towards his rent. And on September the 20th, he signs a contract with the then Minister of Transport for 20 years to manage this stall. And if you revoke the contract, the government of Belize have to pay him $750,000. That's a total disgrace to the Belizean people, and I hope that they are hearing me clearly. This is what I want to put forward to the Attorney General for her review. Man, this is totally ridiculous. Right now, as we become the government, the people of this country are suffering because the borough administration left nothing for the Belizean people. As I listen to my people every single day, I wish I could answer their cry. People out there are starving. While we will say it is a pandemic, the past administration is totally responsible for the condition this country is in. We have been in recession for the last year, even before the pandemic. So, Madam Speaker, as a member of this National Assembly, I will uphold the position that I hold as a representative and as a minister, and I will do it to my utmost best. I had meetings with several different organizations that fall under my ministry, and I told them, this minister, I don't want any mordida. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Fort George.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the good governance motion. But before I do so, Madam Speaker, I would like to join my colleagues in congratulating you for your election as Speaker of this Honorable House, and I look forward to your guidance today and in all future debates. Madam Speaker, in this, the week of the Epiphany, it seems that the leader of the opposition, the member for Khalid, has had a political epiphany, because now he's saying that he will not defend the actions of his administration. Well, similarly, Madam Speaker, I am hoping that he will also not defend the actors of the past administration, and he will assist this government in lining up those that deserve to be arrested for the crimes that they committed against the people of Belize. Madam Speaker, good governance is a topic close to my heart. I thank the Prime Minister, the Honorable John Briceño, for his leadership and for his trust in appointing me as Minister of the Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform. These are critical areas, Madam Speaker, that will need a lot of work, but we will get the work done. With your indulgence, Madam Speaker, I would also like to thank the great people of Fort George for giving me the opportunity to represent them and serve them in this honorable house, and for being a part of this dynamic time in our nation's history. Madam Speaker, the Belizean people spoke in a resounding and awesome voice on November 11th. Annually, that is a day of remembrance. And certainly, as we set about to right the wrongs of the past 12 years, it is a day the Belizean people will forget. And they will remember that on that day, a change was made. Madam Speaker, a result as that which was given on November 11th is a result that clearly indicates that the people were fed up. Fed up not only with the personalities of the previous administration, elected and not elected, acquiring obscene wealth while more Belizeans got poor. It was not only the acquisition of wealth by these UDP reps, cronies, and lackeys, but the way they brandished this wealth in the face of Belizeans. It was criminal, Madam Speaker. And on November the 11th, the people said with a clear voice that they had had enough. They did not only want to remove these people from office, but they also want justice, Madam Speaker. Justice for the crimes committed, crimes against the people. The country was under a red siege, an unprecedented time of pillaging and corruption in almost every single government ministry and department. The depth to which the previous administration sunk, Madam Speaker, was like some kind of political Dante's Inferno, combining the fourth circle, greed, with that of the ninth circle, treachery. It is because of the UDP's insatiable greed that they can be described as traitors. Traitors to their constituencies, traitors to their communities, traitors to the people of Belize. Madam Speaker, the UDP of 2008, only a handful of which have survived the people's wrath, were scientists of corruption and architects of destruction. They destroyed industries. They destroyed government institutions. They destroyed the Belizean economy. What we have found in our ministries, Madam Speaker, is worse than we could ever have imagined. The UDP corruption was endemic, and it was killing the body politic of Belize. Madam Speaker, the people voted for a government not only to reform the system, but to transform it, to fix it. And it starts with the public service, whose morale was at its very lowest. We will reform. We will modernize the public service. We will restore the autonomy and prevent political interference. Public officers will be allowed to do their job, Madam Speaker, without fear or favor.
Reading a presentation again, we've gone again. This is a debate. You make your points and we go on. You are reading a whole prepared script again. Madam Speaker, it is against the standing orders.
Leader of the Opposition, thank you for pointing that out. Again, I remind you to please name the standing order. I ask all members to do that. Members, indeed, we must realize that in this Parliament, you beg the indulgence of the Speaker to refer to notes, but we do not read from notes during a debate.
Madam Speaker, and I ask your indulgence to refer to my notes. Madam Speaker, the motion on good governance is not merely words. It is a solemn pledge by this government to always govern in the best interests of the people of Belize, our bosses. Under the UDP, Madam Speaker, the ministers sat on top of the proverbial pyramid and expected everyone to serve them. But now, under this government, the people will be on the top of that pyramid, and all of us elected representatives will be servants of the people. For this motion to be presented in the very first working house of this session, Madam Speaker, signals the seriousness of this government under the leadership of the Honorable John Briceño, and I am proud to be a part of it. A new era has dawned, Madam Speaker, an era of openness, an era of sustainable growth and development, an era of good and efficient government service. And it starts with the certification of this motion. With faith in the Almighty and support for the Belizean people, Madam Speaker, we will get the job done. I support this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also would like to join in extending my congratulations to you and to wish my colleagues, all my colleagues in this honorable house, a happy, a healthy, and a productive 2021. I extend my best wishes, Madam Speaker, to the people of Albert, and I thank them for their continued faith and support during the last general elections. I want to assure the Prime Minister that we, the members of the opposition, will certainly be keeping a very close eye on this good governance in Belize motion for 2021. And I want to start by citing item number 6, which states, and I'd like to read it, Madam Speaker, that this administration will work to eliminate economic and social privilege and disparity amongst Belizeans, and to protect the right of all to life, liberty, access to affordable education, universal health care, land and housing, and the right to live in peaceful communities. The member from Lake I spoke in length this morning about his findings at the Ministry of Natural Resources. I would like to place on record, Madam Speaker, that we filed 220 land applications at the Ministry of Natural Resources for first-time landowners in the Albert Division. Many of them single parents, Madam Speaker. They went through the due process. They filed their applications. They got leases identified. They requested the purchase price for the lots that were identified for them. They received purchase agreements, and those, many of them, have not been able to pay for their purchase agreements for this land that has been earmarked for them. I would say about 70% have been given the runaround since the election. These are very vulnerable families, Madam Speaker. As you know, the Albert constituency is landlocked. There is nowhere to build. Many of our young professionals, Madam Speaker, applied for these parcels of land, but they have not been able to make their payment. They have been told that the system has been locked, that the system is down, that these purchase price agreements will not be honored by the new administration. I think that certainly flies in the face of this motion, Madam Speaker, that seeks to ensure that all Belizeans, todos Beliceños, will win under this administration. And so I would like to ask the member from Lake Eye if he can kindly look into these matter for me. I can assure him that they're all first-time landowners. I also would like to request of the Minister responsible for Human Development, Madam Speaker.
We have what's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I'd like to refer you to Standing Order 38-1. Speaks to subject to the provision of the standing orders, debate upon the motion, bill, or amendment shall be relevant to such motion, bill, or amendment, and a member shall confine his observations to the subjects under discussion. Madam Speaker, the motion that we are debating right now is the motion presented by the Honorable Prime Minister, and the member from Albert, initially started that, but she has diverted away from that. So I am bringing this to your attention, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Member, and thank you for pointing to the specific order that you rose on. Member for Albert, kindly continue.
Speaking to motion.
I just wanted to point out that I heard you referring to a specific number on the motion, and that is what you were referring to in light of the good governance motion. As long as we stick to that section that you're referring to, we can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm still on number 6. I read it for clarity, Madam Speaker. But I would also like to ask the minister responsible, or the ministers responsible for human development, to look into the matter of the food assistance program. As you know, Madam Speaker, we have very vulnerable communities within the Albert constituency. The community of Conchel Bay, Madam Speaker, and we don't seem to have any access at this time for food assistance. There's a new application out, I understand, member from Belize Rural Central, and we have encouraged our residents to file their applications. But I do think it's important for us to look, and for the government to look, especially at these very vulnerable communities that really require wraparound services. And I know, member from BRC, you have made that assessment, and you are fully aware of that community in particular. And so I ask for the support from the government, because as you said to the people of Belize, todos ganamos. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Council. Yeah.
I won't say much. I support the motion for good governance in its entirety.
We can't hear you.
Madam Speaker, I won't say much. I will just stand to say that I support this motion of good governance. And why I will not say much is that I am aware that some of these proposals in the motion are already in the hands of the Attorney General, Madam Speaker. So fear not, member from Collett. the PAC motion will be legislated and the others will come, Madam Speaker, because we are about action and not talk. What we are doing here is reminding you and reminding us and reminding the people of Belize that we are serious about what we are doing. So I support the motion, Madam Speaker, but I will be here present when we bring the legislation to be approved. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
I rise to fully support the motion that has been presented by the Prime Minister. And Madam Speaker, kindly allow me to say that I fully support this motion because I am convinced, Madam Speaker, that the motion seeks to correct many of the ills and the wrongs that were committed by the United Democratic Party during their 12 years of government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is obvious that they were not doing the right thing, and that is the reason why they were rejected at the polls on November the 11th overwhelmingly. Because the Belizean people are convinced, Madam Speaker, that the road they were taking was not the right one. Madam Speaker, on November the 11th, the Belizean people overwhelmingly supported us because they want us to correct the wrong, Madam Speaker. And that is what this side of this House is prepared to do. And that is why I fully associate myself with the motion presented by the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, very quickly, what we witnessed for 13 years, the unprecedented corruption under the UDP, is what has this country on its knees right now, Madam Speaker. And when they went out there and were engaged in all this corruption, the only losers, Madam Speaker, are the Belizean people. And that is why today we have an economy, Madam Speaker, that is so terrible. That is what we inherited from them. And we cannot continue down that road. For 12 long years, our rural population have suffered, Madam Speaker. I can speak about all the areas, whether it is infrastructure, Madam Speaker, whether it is electricity, whether it is telephone services. The monies, billions of dollars, over $12 billion spent. But yet the lives of our people did not improve. And that is why today, Madam Speaker, I fully support this because I understand and I am convinced that we are going to ensure that we bring the relevant legislation so that we can correct these wrongs, Madam Speaker, and that we no longer repeat those levels of corruption that the Belizean people witness, Madam Speaker. So I fully support and endorse the motion, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
I recognize Member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A very brief intervention, Madam Speaker, but I'm absolutely disappointed in the leader of the opposition for his opposition to this good governance motion today. I didn't have much expectations for the other members on the other side, but I had heard the leader of the opposition in his, I believe it was his maiden press conference as leader of the opposition, said that we will not be an opposition that opposes for the sake of opposing. And that is exactly what you're doing today. Your very first motion presented by the government, you're opposing simply for the sake of opposing. How can you be against a motion for good governance? That reflects very poorly on you, sir. It reflects very poorly on your opposition. So I'm very, very disappointed in that. Madam Speaker, I offer my full support to this motion, and I want to commend the Prime Minister for making it one of the first orders of business to table this motion of good governance. You see, the people on the other side, the opposition, they're used to these glossy manifestos that they prepare before every election. And then nobody can find a copy of the manifesto after the election, because that is all it was, a glossy manifesto of false promises. And what we on this side are making very clear to the Belizean people, and what the Prime Minister is making very clear to the Belizean people, is that what we promised you in opposition, we are going to deliver in government. And so, as a first order of business, the Prime Minister made sure that while we had signed off on this very governance agenda in opposition, all of us, all the members here elected today, and all those who ran as representatives of the PUP, everyone signed off on this governance agenda in opposition. And we're saying to the Belizean people, we did it in opposition, and now in government, before you, in the National Assembly of Belize, we are giving our full commitment to making sure that we walk the walk on this governance agenda, and that we fulfill this governance agenda. So we're tabling it in the National Assembly of Belize to demonstrate our commitment to good governance. You know, Madam Speaker, the representatives on the other side have the audacity to talk about bring the bill and start the work, and after the honorable member from Mesopotamia, honorable member, the former representative from Mesopotamia used to say, he always used to use the expression, "You got more nerves than 32 bad teeth." To talk about that. I mean, after 12 years of presiding over the total destruction of all of the institutions of governance in this country, every single one. You talk about the Auditor General's Office, you talk about the Integrity Commission, you talk about the Public Accounts Committee, you talk about the Contractor General's Office, you talk about the judiciary. Every institution of governance was destroyed by the United Democratic Party over the last 12 years. So don't come here posturing and profiling and trying to give lectures about bring the bills. Finally, Madam Speaker, I just want to refer to a few things that they brought up. The leader of the opposition talks about the Elections and Boundaries Commission and the chairman of that commission. Man, you should sit with your friend, your political ally, who you all installed as the chairman of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, and tell him to do the honorable thing, tell him to do the right thing, and to resign as the chairman of the Elections and Boundaries Commission. Every single chairman of the Elections and Boundaries Commission has resigned honorably after every single election. Every single election. So you all want to keep your political flunkies in place to maintain control over the Elections and Boundaries Commission. That is not the right thing to do. Have him resign so that we can appoint somebody properly who will carry out those duties free of political persuasion. And then the member for Albert talked about land and food baskets and so on. The member for Lake, I explained to you. You're talking about your people want land. Yes, every one of us have people in our constituencies who want land. But he described to you what has taken place. If the Roosevelt Blades did not take 26 acres of land, maybe your people would be able to get land. That is what we need to address. You talk about food baskets. Man, you had thousands of red Tracy for Albert food bags when none of our people could get food baskets, and you're talking about food baskets. So please give us a break. I fully support this motion, Madam Speaker, and again I record my deep disappointment at the opposition for setting the stage for how they will behave, starting with their opposition to this good governance motion. I thank you.
Member on recognize.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be very short. Again, like everybody on this side, registering our great disappointment on the opposition who have said that they are prepared to work with us. And when we bring the first motion, where we're laying out the agenda of good governance, they stand up and criticize. I mean, what we're doing right here, ladies and gentlemen on the other side, we want to take our political agenda, what we promised in the budget, in our manifesto, and then place it here as the records of the People's United Party government. Unlike yourselves, that you make all of their promises, and you're right, member from Freetown, they hide all of the manifestos, the UDP manifestos, we can't find them. So what we're doing is that we're putting it here so that any and everybody can see what is going to be our agenda when it comes to good governance. No, Madam Speaker, I'm not a person to speak out when we speak in private. But since the leader of the opposition wants to do that, then let me point out to him. He was the very same one who said, we are not going to cooperate with you, the government, because you want to arrest Montero. That's what he said. Because they want to arrest Montero. The shame of this man.
Speaker,
the very same people. No. I am not yielding. I am not yielding, Madam Speaker. What's your point of order? What is your point of order?
The Prime Minister is lying on me.
That is not a point of order. You said it. You said it to Stuart Leslie, and I was there when you said it to him. So I say. So, Madam Speaker.
One Honorable Prime Minister. I will do my utmost, members, to see through to the end of today's sitting. I appeal to each member. When I speak, you must yield. There cannot be two members standing. And you must allow me to hear the point of order for me to rule on it. I will ask the Prime Minister to continue with the closure of the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my apologies to make your job a little bit difficult today. But it is important for us to put this on the record. When in 2008 they went and wanted to arrest our former Prime Minister illegally, and Ralph Fonseca, and Joe Okoye, and Florencio Marin, we never cried foul. We never cried foul, and then they went to court and they found them that they did nothing wrong. That is what your government was all about. And not because we want to charge the very same Minister of Works, right? Of all of it, and that is just the tip of the iceberg. We got a lot more. We're not done yet. We got a lot more. Then you want to get upset with us because of that? We promised the Belizean people that we are going to investigate and who wrong going to jail if they find them guilty. For too long, governments come and then...
Madam Speaker.
What is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, I believe you said at the start of this meeting that we would not have outsiders in this meeting, yet there are people in the gallery apparently cheering for the government. So if we had known that we could bring people to cheer on, we would have done the same. So Madam Speaker, going with what you...
Leader of the Opposition, I'm not aware of members in the gallery cheering. Members, we will get through this sitting, and I will ask again for the Prime Minister to rise and continue with the closure of the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The only way this type of corruption and stealing that happened under 13 years of UDP administration is going to stop is that when you hold the people that plunder the treasury and rob from the Belizean people, that we hold them accountable and they have to go to a court of law. And it is important to do that because then I can tell my colleagues also, see what happened to them one? If you don't walk on a straight line, you are going to end up like that. That is why we want to do that, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. It's not personal, but this is the only way we're going to stop the stealing and the plundering of the Belizean people money. But just to quickly make up, Madam Speaker, there are people on the other side that face you know. I mean, you don't face it bad. Because,
Madam Speaker,
man, what is,
again on a point,
stop the cry like lady, man.
The member is clearly in breach of the standing order and insulting words. 38-2, is it?
Leader of the Opposition. Leader of the Opposition, if it will require me to bring a list of all words that will be allowed and not allowed, I'm prepared to do that. But I will not be entertaining point of orders because of certain words which have been used time and time again and have not been defined as insulting. Leader of the Opposition, I have ruled.
The word facey is not a derogatory word. If the Prime Minister can look on the members of this side and say we facey, that is not derogatory? I want to know what your vocabulary is saying.
I want to change the word facey. I'm not using the word facey, but I use the same word where your former Prime Minister used to use your face of brass. I don't have a face of brass to come. Say, there you go again. Stop crying.
I urge you.
Did you cry like baby?
The kind of decorum that you are going to encourage them.
Members, I will ask for the closure of the debate at this hour. We cannot continue like this. We cannot continue like this. Either we will deal strictly with the English language and no longer be generous to allow the Creole dialect and the Creole language, or we will continue to have this. And it is on both sides.
I am just using language that they use when they were on the side. That are the language you use, man. Don't come with that, man. But anyway. There you go again. Make something very clear. When it comes to Steve Pereira is my friend. Not yours, but they're my friend. But everybody knows that Steve Pereira is a UDP, and I told him, Steve, married a friend, but you're a UDP, and that's fine. That's your decision. When the former Prime Minister appointed Steve Pereira, 2 or 3 months before the general elections, he knew that an election was going to come. He never appointed Steve Pereira for 3 months or 6 months. He appointed Steve Pereira for 5 years. 5 years. And now, when you appoint the Elections and Boundaries Commission, check this out. Check this out. You appoint 2 members on the opposition, we appoint 2, and then you have Steve Pereira, so you control the Elections and Boundaries Commission. You think we're stupid? That's a problem. We don't think we're so smart. We don't think we're so smart. But I'm saying publicly right now, Steve Pereira needs to do the decent and honest thing, and he needs to resign from the Elections and Boundaries Commission. The practice has always been that they resign. It has always been the practice that they resign, and Steve Pereira must resign from the Elections and Boundaries Commission. Now, they are talking now that how we want to change the Public Service Commission because we want to fire the people, the good people. Yet, on April 10, 2008, no other than their former Prime Minister, who is still the leader of the UDP, by the way, they're not the leader of the opposition, when he said Barrow makes no apologies for firing open road workers, we don't talk about firing open road workers, man. We are finding people when they get salary and not come to work. You heard several of them. If you shut up and leave it now.
Honorable Prime Minister, please can you be careful of the type of language being thrown across aisles, and the same I will ask of the other side. It is not parliamentary. If we're going to, it will go down that road, of not being parliamentary if this is what we're doing. We're supposed to be debating, not exchanging these adjectives from time to time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you'd allow me to finish, but this is what the former Prime Minister said. He said, like I said, I would make no apologies based on what I know when they're firing people. And now they want to cry to, who said the people that they have hired, when they even come to work, supposed to continue to get them, then check. No, man, you have to work for your money. And we didn't even get to the appropriation bill, but yet then they criticize us to bring our appropriation bill to this honorable House. We are doing it, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, because it is the legal thing to do. The Constitution requires us to come and bring any unauthorized spending before we do it. If you had left your phone for 1 second, maybe you might learn something what I tell you right now. We're saying the Chief Justice of this country said, the Chief Justice of this country, the former Chief Justice said, that you cannot spend monies that the National Assembly, that Parliament has not authorized. And you have 3 months to come to the House and get it authorized. That is what we're doing. We have to put money for the pandemic, and we're going to talk about it. We have to talk.
The Prime Minister is clearly anticipating the bill that's coming. No, he's
I'm
not talking
anticipating anything.
On the motion.
I am explaining
there is a bill
to you
that will deal with the appropriation, the supplementary appropriations that's coming up.
Member, Leader of the Opposition, members, Member for Kaya South. I think I have been fairly patient throughout today. I would go as far as saying I've been generous. At this hour of the proceedings, I will have to refer very strictly to standing orders. I ask that we do not abuse our position as parliamentarians. We, members on both sides, have referred to bills that should be coming, ought to be brought. I'm asking that we focus on this motion only, and to allow the Prime Minister to wrap up this debate as we have other business on the other paper today.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just trying to wrap up. I'm trying to explain to the Leader of the Opposition when he's already criticizing us about bringing an appropriations bill right here. You criticize, not me. And I'm trying to explain why is it that we have to bring an appropriation bill right now? Because we want to follow the Constitution. We are about a government that is going to follow the rule of law. Unlike your predecessor, what you did, your government did, in the month of October, spent $57 million of unauthorized spending. We have to fix this. We have to show, we have to govern by an example. And that is what we're doing today, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. We have other points yet, but it's irrelevant at this point, Madam Speaker. All I'm asking, I'm giving an opportunity to the opposition to join us in something good. So many times we may support when we bring something that makes sense. Here we have a motion, the first opportunity that we are giving you to join the government in supporting a motion that spells out the agenda of good governance, of openness and transparency in government. The decent thing to do is to support the motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to present a motion to designate new holidays and special days motion 2021. Before I do so, if you'd allow me just a minute, Madam Speaker, like the rest of my colleagues, to extend a warm thank you and welcome to you as the Speaker of the House of Representatives. I can already see you're doing an excellent job. You'll have to be very patient with us, clearly, but we certainly appreciate your service to the country. And likewise, we thank the former Speaker who likewise did an excellent job, Mrs. Laura Longsworth Tucker, so we thank her for her service as well. Also, Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to take this opportunity to give a heartfelt thank you to all of the constituents and residents of Caribbean Shores who have once again entrusted me to serve and to represent them in this honorable house. It is a duty that is very sacred and means a lot to me, and I will certainly do my very best and honor them in this honorable house. Madam Speaker, on to the motion. Whereas Standing Order 26 of the House of Representatives provides for a motion to be moved with the permission of Madam Speaker, and whereas Belize is a free, democratic, and independent nation, thanks to the sacrifice and service of many people, but more particularly the Right Honorable George Price, Father of the Nation. And whereas we believe that it is right and proper to honor the father of the nation, the Right Honorable George Price, by designating his birthday, the 15th day of January, as a public and bank holiday to memorialize his sacrifice and efforts in the achievement of this great nation's independence. And whereas today Belize is a beautiful tapestry of peoples of diverse ethnicities and cultures, and whereas we wish to mark the importance of the emancipation of slaves in Belize on the first day of August 1834, when many of the ancestors of our fellow Belizeans of African descent were freed from their shackles, who continued in their service as free persons to build what is today this great nation. And whereas history records that the people of Belize, including the indigenous people of Belize, were never conquered by the Spanish, and as such, we wish to celebrate their heritage and also the cultural diversity of the great people of Belize by either removing the 12th day of October as Columbus Day and re-designating that day and establishing a committee to do so and to review all other public and bank holidays. Now therefore be it resolved that 1. The 15th day of January shall be a public and bank holiday in honor of the late, the Right Honorable George Price, the father of the nation, and be celebrated as George Price Day. 2. The first day of August shall be a public and bank holiday to mark the importance of emancipation of the slaves in Belize and be celebrated as Emancipation Day. And 3, the 12th day of October shall no longer be celebrated as Columbus Day and is to be redesignated by a committee to be formed to review the same and all holidays. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This motion has the support of Cabinet.
I recognize Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam, I do wish to support parts of this motion, and let me begin with that.
the move by the government to make August 1st Freedom Day, as it is called, as it is proposed that it will be called. And this will be done, of course, in commemoration of Emancipation Day, when people who were enslaved all over this part of the world were free, were made free. We absolutely, Madam Speaker, associate ourselves with this. In fact, it was not too long ago, Madam Speaker, 2 years successively, I think, when members of our own party, especially my colleague from Mesopotamia and our former candidate from the Freetown constituency, one Mr. O.J. Elrington, campaigned to me as Minister of Culture. And of course, I too support that kind of progressive measure for us to have identified this as indeed a special day for people who were enslaved all over, and many of us, Madam Speaker, are descendants of the enslaved people. So we place on the record our absolute support for August 1st to be deemed Freedom Day in commemoration of the emancipation of slaves. We do take issue though, Madam Speaker, and it is, while we put it on the record, it is merely that the government in its wisdom has made a decision here, and that is okay. But we do place on the record our concern that we are downplaying what was, and even though in this country the determination was Columbus Day, and there's a lot to be said about Christopher Columbus and whether he should receive a holiday, but Belizeans in this country saw the day more as a day of celebrating races, and more in particular the indigenous people of this country. Now I see that the motion attempts to solidify that same concept, but not taking it far enough by saying no, it is only a special day, when in fact, Madam Speaker, the indigenous people, and I'm sure my friend the minister will agree with me, play a very, very important role in Belize's development. I am certain as well, my friend from Toledo West and my other colleague from Toledo East will share, and Stan Creek West and Dangriga as well will share the sentiment that indigenous people play a major role. It is fortunate that the Garifuna people, my friend from Dangriga, have their own day on November 19th. But the truth is that we must do all that we can do to really appreciate the indigenous people and the people of different races in this country. And so for me, while you may say that it is a bringing down of status for the title of Columbus Day, this was really a day that was used to celebrate cultures in Belize, and more particularly celebrate the indigenous people. And so I think in a way that is a disservice to the indigenous people. And then of course, Madam Speaker, some time ago, the administration of the UDP saw it fit to recategorize March 9th and to make it a day to honor our national heroes, of which there are only two: George Price, the Right Honorable George Price, and the Honorable Philip Golson. And we chose to as well commemorate on that very day, which was already the case, we commemorate Baron Bliss Day, and in fact we open it wide enough to allow for any other benefactors who would come. And I think we have to look into that. There might be people who have given probably as much or more, or if not, we may need to do something to try to outdo what the good Baron did some time ago, and to name other benefactors for us to celebrate in this country. But Madam Speaker, the intention of that move by the administration at that time was to say to all Belizean patriots, but especially our two national heroes, that we appreciate them, that we love the fact that they contributed so greatly to the development of Belize.
And I want to make it very clear this afternoon, Madam Speaker, that I do not rise in any way to tear down the legacy of our national hero and the father of Belizean independence, the Right Honorable George Price. That is not my intention this afternoon. My intention is to make it clear, though, Madam Speaker, that we go down a very slippery slope when it is we try to make politics of things like this. And in my opinion, there is some level of politics in play here. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to explain and to elaborate a little bit more. The PUPs, when they were in government, created these awards, national awards. The highest award, Madam Speaker, was the National Hero Award. And again, I take nothing from the Right Honorable George Price. In fact, a colleague of mine on our side wrote a very good piece that I thought was very, very useful for many, especially young Belizeans who did not know a side of the Right Honorable George Price, and it was a bit on the negative side, and there is some of that, but I'm not going to dwell on that today. But I am going to say, Madam Speaker, that there has been an attempt, a continuous attempt, on the part of the People's United Party, especially when they're in government, to play up one national hero over the other national hero, who I think it is indisputable, although they will try, it is indisputable, it should be indisputable, that both of these men contributed greatly to Belize's development, and that is why they are both designated as national heroes. But when the PUP created the awards, Madam Speaker, they created that imbalance immediately. And we know that many of the history books are written by PUP individuals. They have done a very good job at that, and so they have embarked on a highlighting of the Right Honorable George Price, and that is due to him. But we cannot, while we do that, try to downplay other national heroes that this country has had. And so it is in that vein, it is in trying to ensure, Madam Speaker, that we don't try to make that kind of separation, that we celebrate both our national heroes, and if there are any more to come, on the 9th of March. That was the intention. So when it is you put it like this now, and you try to paint the picture that a specific day, George Price's birthday, look, in a way, you can see the contrast. We are taking away a day on October 12th that is used to celebrate many people in our country, the indigenous people, the people of different races. And we are now saying one person should get a holiday, that we already have a day that is designated to honor him. And again, I repeat, for those who will insist on making mischief, that it is not to downplay the Right Honorable George Price's contribution. And so we on this side, Madam Speaker, will make it clear today that while we cherish the memory and we honor the Right Honorable George Price, we believe that his celebration should be done along with the other national hero. In that way, we remove any element of politics out of this. You know, there are many other people who have contributed greatly, Madam Speaker, to Belize's development. Some who are unsung. And I wish, Madam Speaker, that our friends on the other side would take a page out of our book. We did not play that game when we were in government, Madam Speaker. In fact, just earlier this year, we designated several buildings, roads, in honor of those who are a part of the nationalist movement. The John Smith Link Road. John Smith was the first leader of the People's United Party, but we didn't say, you know what, he know me a PUP, so we know honor the man. No, this is not something to kick around like a political football, Madam Speaker. This is something that we really ought to be taking seriously, and we should be nurturing the memory of all who have contributed. And we do that on March 9th, but especially our two national heroes. The People's United Party needs to quit the game of trying to elevate one of our national heroes over the other. That is dangerous for our unity. And it is for that reason, Madam Speaker, that we cannot, in good conscience, support it. And again, I think in this nation, we are sometimes very slow, if not dead, to recognizing the contributions of great people, and in fact, acknowledging those who can be great role models for us. And so that is not what we're saying. The Right Honorable George Price was a great man, so was the Right Honorable Philip Golson, and so was Antonio Sabaranis, and so was a lot of other people. And so that day is designated to celebrate all of them. That would be our recommendation, and our support would go for that, Madam Speaker. But in terms of all else that is proposed, I want to say to my friend, the member for Caribbean Shores, that we support all else that you have put on there. We give our reservations on these two issues, the October 12th removal, holiday removal, and also the designation specifically for the Right Honorable George Price, when in fact it can be celebrated on March 9th as it has always been, well, as it has been done in recent times. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Mesopotamia.
I would just like to acknowledge the great people of Mesopotamia for giving me the distinct privilege of representing them in this honorable house. I associate myself with the comments of the leader of the opposition with the reservation for the politicization of the Right Honorable George Price. I believe the National Heroes Holiday suffice, and what we do is create a division when we have a George Price Day instead of a Philip Golson Day. Also, I associate myself with the leader of the opposition in regards to the indigenous people celebration, and I commend the government on making Emancipation Day a holiday. As the leader of the opposition said, myself and O.J. Elrington have long lobbied the government for this, the previous government, for this to have been a national holiday, and I commend the sitting government for recognizing the importance of celebrating Emancipation Day, calling it Freedom Day. Thank you.
I recognize member for Fort George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion, Madam Speaker, and I just had a couple words I wanted to give in support. I believe, like the Minister of Education said just now, it is disappointing to hear the opposition oppose just for opposing sake. And I think it's important that the leader of the opposition recognize that he completely missed the point. This is not a political issue, designating a day in honor of the father of the nation. It is really a day when we can have national unity, when we can come around and celebrate the achievements of the father of the nation. So I support the motion to designate both days, and I believe that there should be some clarity, because the leader of the opposition mentioned that we were removing October 12th. But the reality is that we are creating a committee to look at all holidays. I believe that's the motion that the member from Caribbean Shores raised. And Madam Speaker, my final point is that on January 15th, it is my hope, and you know, I speak from the member of the Price family, is that on that day, that in addition to just being a holiday, that we use that day as a day really of national education, about learning our history, learning about the great women and men that came before us. And we use that day, children, students, adults even, to go and read about our history. So let's not just look at it as a holiday, but really, if we can look at it as a national day of education. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize member for Freetown.
I certainly want to place on record my full support for this very, very important and historic motion. And I think the leader of the opposition talks about two national heroes. Indeed, he is right. We have two national heroes, and we have great respect. We've always had great respect on this side for the Right Honourable, the Honourable Philip Golson, and for his contributions to Belize, Belize's political development, and to Belize's national development. But there is only one George Price. There is only one father of the nation. There is only one father of independence. And if we can't celebrate the father of the nation, the father of independence, if we cannot recognize and appreciate and celebrate a public and bank holiday in honor of that individual, then everything else in terms of holidays are meaningless. So I certainly want to make it very clear that I support this motion. We have for a long time in the People's United Party advocated for this holiday. It's not something new. We have from the time of Mr. Price's death, we have been advocating for it. We have made representation to the then government to do so. They chose not to do so. This is a commitment we made to the Belizean people. It was a part of our plan and agenda. So I'm very glad that at the very first working session of the National Assembly, we are able to fulfill that commitment. Mr. Price is a national figure. Everywhere you go in Belize, people, regardless of their political affiliation today, recognize and respect his contribution to Belize, and he is loved by people everywhere you go in this country. And I think a holiday in his name will be a unifying factor. And I want to say to the honourable member, my friend from Fort George, that because of his initiative, indeed, member, the Ministry of Education and Culture are going to do our very best. Obviously, this year we have limited time, but we're going to do our very best to make sure that we can, as much as possible, use the opportunity of George Price Day as a day of education, to promote education. So I'm very glad that you had brought that up with us. So, thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this motion to designate new holidays and special days, motion 2021. Madam Speaker, I don't think I can explain it any better than what the Honourable Member from Fitong said when it comes to George Price. Honourable Golson, yes, he is a national hero, and I proudly say that. But there's only one father of the nation, and that's George Price. And so I stand proudly here supporting a holiday for the father of the nation. We promised that to the Belizean people. We've been saying this at every time it comes up in this National Assembly, so it should be of no surprise to anyone. Now the issue of October 12th. When we started talking about designating these holidays, we felt it was important, yes, that we need to do George Price, but also that we need to join the rest of the world in celebrating Emancipation Day. And that is why we felt that we have to come up with these two new holidays. But if you speak to a lot of people, they're telling you that we already have a lot of holidays in this country, and we did not want to add more. And this is why initially there was a talk about reducing or removing October the 12th, which started off as Columbus Day, which is certainly, that's a day of infamy, because they came into this part of the world and they plundered the Americas and murdered millions of indigenous people. So after we started having that discussion amongst ourselves, we felt, along with the Minister of Home Affairs and New Industries, to say that we need to fix it. We really need to move away from the whole issue of Columbus Day and Pan American Day, but to talk about La Dia de la Raza. In this country now, probably as much as 60% of the population is of mestizo descent, be it indigenous and Spanish, with a mixture of Creole and everything. That's what makes us so unique in this part of the world. So what we have said, that we've asked the minister from Home Affairs to sit down and see how we could accomplish that without adding more holidays. For instance, this idea of the holiday stop is on a Saturday, then they give you the holiday on the Monday. Maybe we could stop that practice so that we can cut down on the numbers of holidays that we are giving, and then be able to have the Father of the Nation's holiday, George Rice, and then we can have also the 12th of October, Dia de la Raza, or Indigenous Resistance Day. Because yes, it is important, and it is indeed a part of our legacy, it's a part of our proud history. Because many Belizeans don't know this or don't realize this, but the British never conquered the Mayas in Belize. Never, never, ever happened. And we need to celebrate that. And we need to let our people know that, and let them feel proud about their heritage. So we agree on that. We have to find a way how to get it done, and we will get it done. I support this motion, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Caribbean Shores.
Madam, in wrapping up the debate on this motion, I want to thank both sides for their very meaningful interventions. We could go on literally for hours on end to discuss the importance of different races, different individuals, their contributions and achievements within Belize. But hence the reason we are actually going to have a committee set up to consider definitely October 12th. Of course, we have to strike that balance and to see where there will be takeaway. There will have to be takeaway from somewhere else in terms of holidays, because we cannot create more and more holidays. So we definitely want to as well recognize the importance of Dia de la Raza on October 12th. So, Madam Speaker, on that note, I just want to thank everybody, and especially those who have been expressing their views on this, whether it's on social media, whether it's on the morning talk shows, and even young students like 20-year-old Sharon Espejo, who sent me a very convincing argument on all of these topics. So I want to thank everybody for their interventions and contributions as we move forward. And so on that note, Madam Speaker, I would seek the indulgence of the Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for introduction.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce and move the second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st of March 2021. Madam Speaker, I ask for your indulgence to allow me to read my presentation, because it has a lot of numbers, and I want to make sure that I have it right. So I ask for your indulgence, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at this first working session of the House of Representatives, I believe it is vital for me in my capacity as both Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment to to inform the Belizean people of the general state of the economy and of public finances. These crucial subjects will be debated in the months and years ahead as this Parliament and the public take a detailed inventory of the dreadful conditions under which my administration assumed office 2 months ago. Speaking broadly and frankly, what we inherited on November 12, 2020 is a national economy and public finances that are the throes of a ghastly, unprecedented decline. This historic collapse, I hasten to underline, it's not the result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This collapse is man-made and is the consequence of serial mismanagement during 3 terms of UDP governance. Yes, the economy is forecast to contract by 17% in 2020. But this constant contraction of commerce commenced long before COVID-19 exploded across Belize and the world in April of last year. The fact is that for 4 quarters prior to the one ending in 2019, the Belizean economy had contracted. Indeed, before COVID-19, the Belizean economy was shrinking for a full year. According to the Statistical Institute of Belize, the SIB, the economy shrunk by 0.8% in the second quarter of 2019, by 0.4% in the third quarter of 2019, and by 2.8% in the fourth quarter of 2019, and by 4.5% in the first quarter of 2020. In fact, as an example of the prolonged decline of the economy, consider that in quarter 4 of 2019, the value of all the goods and services produced in Belize fell by $13 million from what it was in 2017, 2 years earlier, from $682 million in quarter 4 of 2017 to $669 million in quarter 4 of 2019. Focusing today just on the last term of the previous administration, the data will, without a doubt, show that the economy shrunk for 3 of the last 5 years, 2016, 2019, and 2020. And in the 2 years it did not shrink, 2017 and 2018, real annual growth after accounting for inflation was a miserable 1.3%, according to the Central Bank of Belize. If the national economy shrunk in 2 of the 4 UDP years between 2016 and 2019 before COVID-19, and if in the 2 years that it did grow, real growth was 1.3%, then it is accurate and fair to conclude that in the 2015-2020 UDP term, Belize recorded its first ever cumulative full-term economic decline. This would have been so without COVID-19, I underscore. I traveled the length and breadth of this country as leader of the opposition, meeting with farmers and fisher folks, with entrepreneurs and public servants, with established and emerging businesses, and the signals of an unrelenting recession were unmistakable. Hindsight, data, and the judgment of the electorate all bear out this grim diagnosis. Taking into account how the impact of COVID-19 with its consensus forecast of a 17% decline in the GDP, the national economic output for 2020 will be at 2012 levels. We have regressed to what we were producing in 2012. My colleagues, I am certain here in the House and in the Senate will dissect the forthcoming day of debates, the shocking particulars of the deterioration within various subsectors of the economy. I wish today to highlight a snapshot of 3 alarming trends. First, in the same period of economic decline between 2012 and today, the primary sector share of the economy at current prices plummeted from 13.9% in 2019 to 2012 to 9.8% in 2018, the last data point available from the SIB. That is a 30% drop. So this absolutely critical sector comprising of farming, fishing, livestock, forestry, and so forth, this most important driver of rural advancement for our people, of jobs and wealth creation, of self-sustenance and economic independence, withered by no less than a third between 2012 and 2018. If that trend is not sufficiently frightening, consider the second shift. The decline in manufacturing, which fell as a share of economic output from 12.4% in 2015 to 5.6% in 2018. That is a 55% decline, more than half in only 6 years. This sector includes food products, textiles, beverages, clothing, and so forth. Manufacturing resilience, as progressive economists can testify, is the foundation of middle-class well-being, as well as a pivotal determinant of national economic development. And thirdly, perhaps more importantly, ponder the human and family devastation caused by the estimated 46,000 Belizeans who face Christmas and the New Year as unemployed or underemployed persons. As I had reported in an earlier address to the nation, those tens of thousands of Belizeans represent 67 out of every 100 employable citizen that either hold an unsatisfactory job or hold no job at all. Based on the SIB's September 2020 survey conducted just 3 months ago, 64,000 Belizeans indicated their inability to find any form of work, and 82,000 who are actually working consider their employment to be beneath their qualification and capacity to produce. And if the crisis accelerants of unemployment and underemployment are not sufficiently daunting, the SIB also reported a 15% drop in the overall average work week, from 43.8 hours of work to 37.1 hours weekly. For context, I remind those on the other side, and the Belizean people, that at the peak of the Great Depression in the United States of America during the 1930s, what's your point of order?
Madam Speaker. In order 38, speaks about the content of speeches. Standing Order 35 speaks about the time and manner of speaking. Let's go with 35D. The Prime Minister is moving a bill. He's the member in charge of this bill. We would expect that what he speaks about, Madam Speaker, is about the bill that is before us, which is a supplementary appropriation. Prime Minister is giving us a complete analysis of the whole economy when he's missing the boat. What he should be sharing with us is the details of what is in the supplementary appropriation bill. But we're not hearing any of that. He has gone on and on and on, and we've not gotten any of that.
Thank you, Member. Honorable Prime Minister, we are on the supplementary appropriation number 5, correct? Let's continue and
Thank you,
let's
Madam
stay
Speaker.
with
I
that
don't know why the leader of the opposition is ashamed to hear how they messed up this economy. They destroyed the Belizean economy. So
he's obliged to speak on the topic.
Sit down, man. Stop the
None of what he said is about a supplementary appropriation number 5. None of what he said so far is about that.
It has to do with what I'm saying.
Members, it is an established rule of the House for decades that when we rise on a debate and when we rise to present that motion, because that is where we are, motion, bill, or amendment, it is that we stick to the elements of that bill. And so I will ask that we do this, and I will kindly ask if members, there are several styles that have been utilized today, none of which I have opposed in the sense that there's context to bill, there's background to bill, there's presenting the environment for which a bill is being presented. I will ask, I have no difficulty with that, but I will ask members if we can kindly move on, staying succinct as possible on the bill that we're looking at, not a bill that may come or is scheduled to come. Thank you.
Speaker, all I beg from the leader of the opposition to allow me to make this presentation that has to do everything with the supplementary appropriation bill number 5. I have to explain to you how is it that we get to where we are. It gives me no pleasure, Mr. Leader of the opposition, to tell you how bad you messed up this economy, because not only you the feel, you're not the feel, but everybody else the feel. So please allow me. Can you kindly allow me?
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is important because this is the whole context of the General Appropriation Supplementary Bill. Yeah, maybe if you go outside, maybe we will finish today. Yes, man, go.
Honorable Prime Minister.
That's what I'm. For context, they need to man up, man. Stay and take your leap. Remember when the former Prime Minister used to tell all kind of craziness and insult? We sit down already and watch him by his face. We not even the talk about he and he walk out. They are ashamed. Anyway, sorry, Madam Speaker, I get carried away. I apologize profusely, ma'am.
Please proceed.
I call you mama now, sorry.
Please.
For context, Madam Speaker, let me get back to my. You teach you good boy. You sit down here. I'm proud of you. For context, I remind those on the other side and the Belizean people that at the peak of the Great Depression in the United States of America, during the 1930s, official unemployment stood at 25%. Belize's unemployment rate exceeds the unemployment benchmark of the Great Depression. By multiple measures, therefore, the economy is a train wreck. UDP regression with regard to the national economy is surpassed only by the numerous UDP-kindled calamities to befall the public finances. The Belizean people have heard me repeatedly pronounce since our election 2 months ago that the public finances bequeathed us by the UDP is nothing short of a national disaster. This declaration that our predecessors skimpered the ship of state upon the jagged rocks of insolvency is neither political posturing nor exaggeration. Virtual bankruptcy, no less, is what 13 years of and 3 UDP terms have spawned. The last administration left the government on course to borrow. Remember how he boasts about borrowing, remember, from Kayoso? That he can't borrow till he can't borrow no more. Yes. By our estimate, we're $510 million this year. That's what the Barrow administration borrowed in the last year. $510 million. Yeah, precisely.
For 17 years, man.
This amount is almost $300 million more than the amount of borrowing listed in the budget that was authorized by the last Parliament for fiscal year 2020-21. That is why I have to say all of this thing, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. $510 million of loans, $500 million of borrowing in a single financial year. 1 year. Think about that. And consider that the $510 million is more than half of what government will collect in total revenues and grants for this year. Now borrow more than half of what they say they will collect. In other words, this is the equivalent of a Belizean family earning $500 a week. Well, they don't have many Belizean families that earn $500 a week. But we use $500 per week. But still have to borrow $250 more on Friday to make ends meet. How can that level of borrowing be repaid? How can any enterprise, whether government, family, or private business, sustainably borrow 50% of its earnings every payday? The public debt, including that $500 million that must be borrowed simply to keep the government running until March 31st, 2020, will balloon to around $4.1 billion or 135% of GDP. Que desgracia. The very same one said, remember they said that they were going to reduce the amount that we borrow? And now they borrowed record amounts, more than any government in the history of this country. So today, domestic borrowing, mostly from the central bank, and totaling some $1.3 billion, dramatically overshadows the much vilified super bond. They have lived by attacking the super bond, and now they, in almost 1 year alone, have borrowed $1.3 billion just from central bank. You see the hypocrisy? That is more than the super bond that they've borrowed just from the central bank. We don't even include Venezuela money. We don't include the money from CDB and all of that thing. One full reprehensible billion of this quantum is UDP contracted domestic debt out of the 4.1 billion. 1 billion. If domestic debt saddles so incautiously upon the backs of the Belizean people. Check this out. When the UDP took office in 2008, recurrent spending by the government totaled about $600 million. 2008, $600 million. In the UDP's recurrent spending for this fiscal year is programmed at an astonishing $1.2 billion, effectively doubling the annual spending during their tenure. But the economy, pre-COVID, fell short of matching that growth in spending by a whopping 60%. And post-COVID, that shortfall of matching economic growth to spending has surged further to 75%. Therefore, the UDP spending had doubled, but government's capacity to earn has grown by only a quarter. If you want to put it plain and simple, everybody could understand. You need $1. You need $1, but you only have shilling. So you have to go try to find 75 cents.
What budget speech?
Member, there is a procedure if you have a point of order. Prime Minister, please continue.
None. You have no moral authority for talk, my brother. And if you just stop crying like one baby, we could finish.
I beg your indulgence, Madam Speaker.
We'll stay until the night.
It's almost like it's incompetence. This has nothing to do with the bills in front of us.
It has everything to do with the bill.
An entire encapsulation, which is fine if there is a budget debate or something coming up. Speak on...
Leader of the opposition.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker.
Leader of the opposition.
I'm sorry, Madam. I'm sorry.
Honorable Prime Minister, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To further frame this calamity, just screw up that, what we have inherited. I underscore, as I alluded at the onset, at the start of my speech, that this year primary deficit of 7.6% of GDP. You know what your primary deficit? Put it simply this way, you don't have enough money to pay your light bill and your water bill. That means that you don't have a primary deficit. So not even that will recover. 7.6% of GDP and the overall deficit of 12.5% of GDP, previously unimaginable, leaving gaping holes in the hull of public finances. And they are not, and I repeat, they are not solely attributable only to COVID-19. The fact is that the last UDP administration approved for financial year 2020-2021 budget before COVID with a primary deficit as well as with an overall deficit of $110 million, the latter being more than 3% of GDP, despite contrary commitments made to its international partners. Then they don't spend money like they're crazy because an election may come. Now, having binged like a drunken sailor for 13 years, the patient was already in the ward, hospitalized with twin life-threatening conditions of persistent recession and massive fiscal deficit. And then COVID-19 took hold. Now the patient, which is Belize, is on the precipice of a national bankruptcy. The historical record, the economic and fiscal facts illustrate beyond any doubt who is responsible for the epic economic and fiscal mess we now confront. And the voters of the country knew these facts only too well. That's what, how much on over there? 5, yeah. How much we there? All right. Yeah. My administration, our administration on this side, I declare we will do right by the Belizean people. We must and we will take dramatic steps to restore health to the economy and to the public finances. These steps will not be easy, and I hope that the opposition will be bold enough to join us in trying to fix what they messed up. They will not be painless, and they will not yield overnight results. These necessary steps will take the form of a balanced, homegrown mix of immediate and medium-term economic and fiscal initiatives that prioritize growth for the economy, reduce or repurpose public spending, and augment revenue flows while plugging these leaks. The letter and the soul of Plan Belize, after all, is pro-growth. Growth not just for industry and business, but growth in the quality of life for all our citizens. Growth, not for growth's sake or the benefit of a few, but growth for the sake of the equitable betterment of the entire Belizean family. Recovery by domestic design, I emphasize, requires tough choices and shared national sacrifice. But the alternative, unthinkable to my administration, and anathema to the momentous mandate of November 11th, is to surrender fiscal sovereignty with all its implications. In the weeks that lead up to the presentation of our first national budget in March, I will therefore encourage forthright consultations so as to fine-tune our homegrown plan, including recommendations coming from the various recovery committees as well from government's own fiscal and debt management team. Indeed, I express today our government's openness to good faith contributions from all stakeholders. The bottom line is this: my administration will, in the short term, restore robust economic growth and, in the medium-term horizon, regain sustainably for the public finances. But as we deliberately progress to achieve these objectives, we must also address the immediate realities. The public health crisis caused by the deadly COVID-19 virus, as it infects over 11,000 Belizeans and has killed more than 260 of our loved ones, with even more dying every week. The heavy losses suffered by communities, especially in the Car District, Belize District, the Belize River Valley, and the damages to our road network and other infrastructure as a result of once-in-a-100-year floods caused by Hurricanes Eta and Iota, and the resultant humanitarian and economic crisis being suffered as a result of these events. Based on recommendations on Ministry of Health and Wellness, Cabinet determined that no less than $15 million is urgently required for COVID-19 containment measures, which include ramping up testing, enhancing surge capacity, as well as an increasing education and awareness efforts in the wake of rapidly increasing mortality caused by broad community spread of the virus nationwide. Having regard to representations by both the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management and the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, Cabinet agreed that $4,801,600 is required for immediate humanitarian assistance of victims of the rain and floods caused by Hurricane Eta and Iota, while a further $12 million is required for emergency road and infrastructure repairs. After we've spent about $1 billion they proudly say about $1 billion they spent on infrastructure for generations to come, it done the broke up. And finally, to support individuals and families and to plant a seed for recovery from this brutal economic crisis, Cabinet supported the request for $9.43 million for continuing the food assistance and other programs at the end of the fiscal year. And talking about the food assistance, they borrowed this money, and the food assistance, the monies that they borrowed should have taken us all the way to March of this year. But because the election they come, they gone and then give away everything. Families, even small children, may get the groceries just because they want the vote from the Belizean people. Well, then take the groceries and they still vote them out. So now we have to provide $9.43 million to continue the food assistance program and other programs. And we also have to provide another $10 million for economic recovery support to assist the private sector. I will talk a little bit more about this $10 million because that is what we will partner with the central bank so that we can make monies available at cheaper rates for industries that create jobs and US dollars. So, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, since you want to know what this is all about, it is in seeking the authorizations required by law for the aforesaid additional supplementary appropriations on an urgent basis that we come before this honorable House today to present the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Number 5, 2020-2021 Bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Prime Minister.
Your turn.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021 be read a first and a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending the 31st day of March 2021.
Clerk. I recognize the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I ask you to please indulge me going through my notes on this one. On the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2020-2021, number 6 bill. Now, Madam Speaker, as you can see in this bill, and the members from the other side have also noticed, that this bill really have one line item. It's an additional appropriation of $7.5 million for the construction of the grandiose Eleanor Hall building, otherwise referred to as the new finance building on Chetamal Street in Lake Eye, or Lake Independence Boulevard. Want to do the detail, they name everything. Now they finish build the thing, and they got the money for finish it, but they don't name the building. We have deliberately, Madam Speaker, chosen not to include this additional appropriation in supplementary appropriation number 5 bill, as this is not a project that was approved by our administration, and we view all matters concerning this project with great suspicion. We have serious concerns regarding this building construction contract, the methods utilized in paying for expenses in connection with it, and the enormous costs associated with the completion of this project. As I am sure you will not be surprised to know, guess who get the contract? I'll give the members on the other side, guess who get the contract? This was a contract that was awarded to IE, the famous IE, the same contractor that was awarded over $100 million in contracts.
Sorry,
under the past UDP.
Please, could I, Madam, before, I guess the deputy. Prime Minister, I have to ask your indulgence, because I was not given the correct documents apparently. The document that I was given, that I was looking at, is this. And then you're telling me, no, you're saying it's only $7.5 million, one line, and I have 2 copies of 6. So something is wrong. What was initially said was withdrawn?
No, what happened is that when we were discussing, 2 things happened. That first bill, we decided that we had to break it in 2. The monies that were spent coming to November 11th, we decided that we are going to have the Auditor General audit that before we bring it to the House. And then moving forward, we have all of this, including the $7.5 million. Now, we want to pass this because we need the first appropriation bill number 5 right now, because we need that money urgently. But the $7.5 million, don't blame me for that, you know. The $7.5 million, now we put it on a separate bill because we will not go through the 3 readings today. We want to table it and they go to House Committee, so I give you time to find out what really is going on with this building, because we'd have a lot of money, my boy.
Doing with 5?
I'm sorry?
Is that the same thing you're doing with 5? Or you
the 5 is going to be passed in all 3 readings.
No, we're not going to
this one, no.
I don't know what's going on.
She asked for the debate, and then that was the second reading. It said, he said, see, Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce and move the second reading of the bill for the appropriate number 5. It said it. I read it. You quiet too much, man. You should have paid attention.
Because you read a whole lot of things and have nothing to do with the bill.
Now we continue. Yes. So yes, as we said, no surprise, no shock. Nobody get a prize if they get the right name of who get his contract, because it was IE, the same contractor that has been awarded over $100 million under the past UDP administration. $100 million, you know what? $100 million. No wonder they could have been buying what, Range Rover? Counting, you don't finish that. You don't finish that. Say, and be more than $100 million. I hope that they help fund the UDP now with all the money they make. But yes. Now, by the time this building is completed, we really don't even know how much it costs. And they tell me from 25, no, the financial secretary tell me it costs $28 million. And I think the Minister of Infrastructure Development said this morning, 28 million, right, Julius? Yeah, $28 million. One building, you know, $28 million. And that will not include cost to access roads and the drainage to fix up the whole place. What do you think? In a time when people don't got a job, people don't eat, people don't even have a decent house, that just like the Caracol Road, they have spent $180 million, they have spent $28 million in one building. It made me look up on the news. I mean, this is what former UDP minister said about them. Hubert Elrington, former Attorney General. And I'm quoting, so please don't get offended. It's not me saying this. He said, we can't run the country with idiots in the cabinet. It is not possible. It can't be done. You don't say it because you like to say it, but if I'm aboard on an airplane and the pilot dies, needless you look at me. You're wasting your time. I have no ability to fly that plane. The cabinet is even more important. How are you going to put idiots in your cabinet? That cannot happen. They are getting paid to do foolishness, to run the country into the ground. End of quote. I never miss this in our UDP. How on God's earth could you justify? Yeah. How could you justify? Ojepa, no? Yes. Ojepa. $28 million. The farmers just gone through a drought. Minister of Agriculture could tell you that they are crying with honorable member from Corozal North. No, the cane farmers gone through a drought and they need help. And they got no help. But then they give IE $28 million for a building. When you go up the elevator and you look across the street, what do you see? Squalor. You see people living in abject poverty. They can't go to school because they're hungry. They don't got shoes when they're doing at that time. Thankfully, right now they know they go to school, but many of them don't even have access to the internet for doing their homework or to study. What's wrong with them? $28 million for one building, man? And there's so many other needs. That's why Elrington described them well. But if you want to make a comparison, what's astonishing, Mr. Speaker, $28 million for one building comprising roughly 55,000 square feet. Look like even they know how big the building. By comparison, I understand that Social Security Board just completed construction in Belmopan of a 45,000 square feet building. Guess for how much? Not 20, not 50, not even 10 million. For $7.6 million. 7.6 million, but they have spent $28 million in Belize City. I guess those on the other side think that building the Belize City costs 3 times more than what it costs at Belmopan. Or was there, I don't know, maybe they have some other motive as to why they pay 3 times more for building this building. Well, elections will come and all. And they try to go with everything where they go with all of the money, which is exactly effectively what they have done. But again, I can't even see that because it happens that IE built the new Foreign Affairs building in Belmopan, which is just a bit over half the size of the new Social Security building. But they never built it for $7.6 million. And they built it for 10. Then build that for $15 million. 2 contracts. And the people still can't fit the building? Yes. 2 contracts. So if it's a 30 plus 15, it'll be 48 minus 2, 45 minus 2, $43 million. Boom! Just like that. He's probably done it about close to 150. 2 contracts, $43 million. And these are the same IE where when I interviewed him, sometimes it's best you don't say anything. Well, he didn't go and say what? They built the first world standards, that's why they charge so much money. But Mr. Speaker, besides the exorbitant cost of construction, it is rather peculiar how government has been paying for this building. From what we have uncovered so far, the past UDP administration made payments to Belize Infrastructure Limited, that special vehicle bill. That we decided to do a full investigation, right, Minister?
Yes, sir. On your request.
On the request of the cabinet.
Yes, sir.
Yes, the past UDP administration made payments to Belize Infrastructure Limited to bill for onward payments of expenditures to the building. So they give them the money and tell them, all right, they don't want to do it. Because if the government spend it, you have to come to the House for approval. But the House approved money for bill and then bill do what they want with it. Over $25.1 million have been paid to bill over the past 2 fiscal years. $25.1 million. There appears to be an unresolved discrepancy as to how much has been paid towards this building, since Bill is saying that a little over $17 million have been spent to date on this building, while the Ministry of Finance is indicating that they estimate that it's easily $20 million that have been spent. So Ministry of Finance said that they see that $20 million and Bill says 17, so what happened to the next $3 million? We'll find out, that's for sure. What is alarming beside what I have just said is that of this $25.1 million that has been paid by the government to bill, over $15 million unconstituted, unauthorized expenditures. They never come to the House for us to approve. But then give them over $15 million. That is that in effect, the government has paid over $15 million to build for this building, and otherwise without any approval whatsoever from this honorable House. Over $12 million in authorized expenditures in fiscal year 2019-2020, and another $3 million in unauthorized spending for 2020-2021, just before the general elections. It seems that as far as UDP care, they never worry what the Chief Justice, the former Chief Justice, told them when they found the former Prime Minister guilty of going against the Constitution and the other laws on the Finance and Audit Reform Act. That even when the Supreme Court tells us cease and desist, you can't continue to spend money without the authority of the National Assembly of Parliament, they did not give a damn. They continue to spend money as if it is their own money. Obviously, we are going to get to the bottom of this ugly situation. We're not going to sweep it under the rug. We are going to investigate. And anything that gone wrong, we are going to hold those people responsible. That's the only way this thing is going to stop. That said, we are still forced to consider what it will cost to finish this project. We don't know. And we have to finish it. Carlos, what, we are throwing $20 million? We have to see how we could use this building. You know, they said that they save rent. Now, how much rent we pay a month in Belize City? 10,000, 15, 20,000? 20,000, only $240,000 a year. In 10 years, we just had to leave it over $2 million. We'll never get back this money. Because it was not about the people. It was about hustling and pilfering and plundering the treasury of this nation. That is why we're on the verge of bankruptcy, thanks to the UDP. If this is not corruption, Mr. Speaker, then what it is? You know, in Spanish, you know what I said, no? Aquí mucha papocha se pagó. Nada money get paid. I want to get money for work. Mucha pachocha. Mucha pachocha se pagó. Mr. Speaker, we therefore introduced the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 6 bill, and will ensure that there is sufficient opportunity to investigate the propriety of this project before additional appropriations in connection therewith can be authorized. That is why we're not asking for it to go through the 3 stages. We are laying it on the table, and then I give we a chance from the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and the Ministry of Finance that we can try to investigate where exactly we are, how much money we going to spend, how much is it that's left to be finished, and then do an investigation to see if everything was being done above board. So as I said, Mr. Speaker, in effect, we have to investigate what has been happening here. How much this building will cost the Belizean people? 25 million, 28 million, 30 million, we don't know. Before this honorable House can approve the additional 7.5 million that they are requesting to finish the Eleanor Hall building. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of public services of Belize for the financial year ending on the 21st day of March 2021 be read a first time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Guess the ayes have it.
For an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for financial year ending 31st day of March 2021.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with great reservation, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Speaker, I rise to move. No, but we, Mr. Clerk. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to correct the expert right here, no? Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Madam Speaker, I rise to move the second reading of the General Revenue Appropriation 2020-2021 number 6 Bill 2021, and I will name a date for the continuation of the debate on the General Revenue Appropriation 2020-2021 number 6 Bill 2020.
All right, Clerk. Can you, which one are we at? Central? Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for the Act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for emergency programs and facilities in unusual and exigent economic, financial, or systemic circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therein or incidental to. Madam Speaker, just as a way of explanation as to what we're trying to do, the backdrop against this bill is that we're presenting to it today is basically has to do with the miserable state of the government's finances and the economy. In times of economic recessions, government usually the way they do it is start to spend money to try to stir up the economy, and then government undertakes massive spending. And this would have been the strategy if we have money. But unfortunately, as it stands right now, the UDP government has had no contingency fund in place, and their debt was already at unsustainable levels. Therefore, the government debt, including domestic and external debt, has continued to balloon, as I said earlier, to over $4 billion, with debt out to GDP at over 134%. As of the end of October. This continues to rise as government continues to borrow almost $1 million a day to pay salaries and other expenses. And fiscally constrained from an expansionary fiscal policy approach for the time being, a targeted expansionary monetary policy approach, but we have to consider what options can we get. Government don't have money. How can we use the money supply? What is it that we can do? So this is, Bill, what we're trying to do here is to do this amendment for Central Bank to be able to jumpstart the economy, and in particular enabling a cheaper source of finance to those that generate foreign exchange. I want to make that very clear. Sorry, I'm hitting the other one. Yes, Madam Speaker, we're trying to find how we could help. The Minister of Tourism mentioned a while ago of the dire state of many of these small hotels and businesses because of the tourism industry, that they need cheap money. Now, we know right now that the banks are very liquid. There's a lot of money in the system. There's over $400 million in liquidity in the system. But something cute happened, or strange is happening. That whilst there is all of this excess liquidity, the interest rates on loan is going up, and the interest rates on deposits is going down. You'd have expected the opposite, that the interest rates would go down because they have all of this money and they want to put it to work. Now, along with this trend, there is over $870 million in COVID-induced restructured loans in the financial system. They've already done this. They've already restructured a lot of the loans in trying to keep some of these businesses afloat by the banks, to the excess of about $870 million. But so, whilst we have liquidity in the system, the credit supply that we have is not meeting the demand because the cost of borrowing as it is right now is too high, and they just can't continue to borrow and borrow more. because they will not be able to pay it. So in other words, I mean, basically interest rates are high, or alternatively, the adequate liquidity is not available at low interest rates, which translates to a lack of access to finance. So many of these businesses are desperately need the support to keep them going in these unusual circumstances. Now, in these extraordinary circumstances, central banks all over the world, they need new and more and innovative monetary policy tools to assist in driving down interest rates and mobilizing credit and capital to businesses. In other central banks, like the US Fed, for example, they have the powers to utilize in circumstances to create programs and facilities through which cheap credit can be made available directly to commercial entities and or lending institutions. Such powers, in the case of the US Fed, have recently been utilized to support the economy of the great economic recession of 2008-29 and the current COVID economic crisis in the United States. Unfortunately, the central bank does not have that power at this moment under the current law. So this bill, what we're doing is simply to be able to empower the central bank to be able to provide for emergency programs and facilities in unusual and exigent economic, financial, or systemic circumstances. So the change that we're doing here, Madam Speaker and colleagues, is that we're giving these powers to the central bank, but they can only use it under extreme, dire circumstances like what we find right now with the COVID-19 pandemic. And such powers have to be checked. Just can't tell them to, okay, just do a word or wish. And it has to be checked in a manner drafted in the bill, as any such programs or facilities should be subject to prudential standards as set forth in the bill, which spell it out how we're going to be able to access and under what conditions. And it would not be able to be implemented without the approval of the Board of Directors of the Central Bank and the Minister of Finance. So the staff at Central Bank can't take it on their own and say, okay, we can start to lend out to whoever we want. It has to go to the Central Bank Board. And once they approve it, then it has to come to the Ministry of Finance, where the Minister of Finance at the end of the day will have to also approve them to do that. So, Madam Speaker, by way of explanation, this is simply what we're doing. We're trying to make cheaper money available to viable businesses through whose no fault of theirs find themselves in dire straits. If on appropriation number 5 of the bill, we have a $10 million, which is going to be the seed money that we're going to pass over to the central bank. And the idea is that the central bank could put up probably another $40 million. So we could make $50 million available to viable companies. This not be one free for all. This not be because you're a friend of this one and friend of that one, you get money. It's simply if your business is viable. If you're not a viable company, do not come for this money because you will not get it. And also, the companies that will be able to access these jobs and these monies, borrow these monies, because it's not free money, have to be able to do two things in particular. One, that they produce US dollars, and that they create jobs, for instance, in the agriculture sector, the BPOs, in the tourism sector. They would have first preference to access some of this money. This is not free money. This is not money to go and buy one fancy car because you got cheap credit. This is to invest in the productive sector. We are therefore pleased to lay before this honorable House for enactment the Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill in the people's best interest, as we boldly seek to resuscitate and ultimately transform this economy nearly destroyed by over a decade of UDP mismanagement and corruption. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment. Clerk. Finance and Audit Reform.
I rise to introduce. Sorry. Oh, you have to read it again.
Yes, let me. Bill for an act to amend the Central Bank Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for emergency programs and facilities in unusual and exigent economic, financial, and systematic circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Finance and Audit Reform Act, Chapter 15 of the Substantive Laws of the Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the establishment of a contingencies fund to be used for urgent and unforeseen expenditure for which no other provision exists, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Just very quickly, again, Madam Speaker, the Constitution recognizes a contingency fund, and no government has ever enacted the contingency fund. And we've seen successive governments having emergencies, and they spend the money because in most instances they need the money and they have to spend it. And then sometimes don't even come back to the house later, or they come back years later to be able to get the approval to spending that money. So what in effect we're doing is, for the first time in the history of Belize, we want to establish a contingencies fund so that if during the course of the year there is an emergency, you will have access to this money to spend and then come back and report to the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Are you going to read this first?
Yeah, I'll read it.
Okay.
Bill for an act to amend the Finance and Audit Reform Act, Chapter 15 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the establishment of a contingency fund to be used for urgent and unforeseen expenditure for which no other provision exists, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill entitled the Belize Constitution 9th Amendment Bill 2021. A bill for an act to amend the Belize Constitution, Chapter 4 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for additional grounds for the removal of a judge and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. With your permission, Madam Speaker, in introducing the bill, allow me to say a few words of introduction on this critically important constitutional amendment bill. Any decision to amend the Constitution of Belize must be taken with a great degree of careful and deliberate thought, analysis, and discussion. This standard for serious, sober analysis and justification is even higher when one branch of government, in this case the legislature, is seeking to amend the Constitution in a manner that will directly impact another branch of government, in this case the judiciary. Our Prime Minister and government fully appreciate and acknowledge the burden of this very high standard and assure the judiciary and the Belizean people that this decision to amend Section 98 and Section 102 of the Belize Constitution is done in good faith and in an absolute spirit of respect for the rule of law and for the important role of the judiciary as an independent and co-equal branch of government. This Constitution Amendment Bill seeks to amend Section 98 of the Belize Constitution by adding 2 grounds for the removal of a judge of the Supreme Court. Presently, there are 2 existing grounds: misbehavior and inability. The first additional ground is where a judge has persistently failed, past tense, failed to give written decisions. The second ground is similar to the first, but is tied to another bill which we are also introducing today, called the Time Limit for Judicial Decisions Bill. And this ground covers where a judge persistently fails, present and future tense, to give written decisions as prescribed by the National Assembly in that new time limit bill. I will discuss the details of that when I introduce that bill. Section 102 of the Constitution is also being amended to incorporate the same grounds to address justices of appeal, of the Court of Appeal. This amendment bill sends a very clear message that our government is serious about good governance and accountability. The judiciary too must be held accountable. The judiciary under Section 6 of the Belize Constitution has a duty to uphold our citizens' rights to a fair trial within a reasonable time. For too long, the former administration allowed the delay in delivery of judgments to have persisted to the prejudice of the public. We have a new government, and business as usual will not cut it. We have an obligation and duty to forge a new and better way forward. A judiciary that works for the rule of law, a judiciary that works for Belize.
A bill for an act to amend the Belize Constitution, Chapter 4 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for additional grounds for the removal of a judge and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill entitled Time Limit for Judicial Decisions Bill 2021. Bill for an act to specify a time limit in accordance with sections 98 and 102 of the Belize Constitution, within which a judge shall give a decision in a civil case and any appeal case, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Again, Madam Speaker, by way of introduction, please allow me to make a few brief remarks to provide some context for this proposed bill. The delay in the delivery of judgments has become a perennial problem in the administration of justice in Belize, which has significantly impacted litigants and has weakened confidence of the public in the judiciary. This problem is not unique to Belize, as highlighted by His Honor Justice Dennis Barrow in his address in 2017 entitled "Judgment Delayed is Justice Denied." By way of example, there is presently a complaint before the Judicial and Legal Services Commission, which 5 years later has yet to be referred to the Belize Advisory Council for a hearing. The gist of that complaint is the repeated and habitual delay in the delivery of judgments. There is a ruling handed down in 2018 by the Caribbean Court of Justice in the case Judicial and Legal Services Commission against Boyce et al., where the court reasoned that the inability of a judge to deliver timely judgments demonstrates inability and can ground removal from office. As the CCJ stated in that case, and I quote, "We consider that the concept of inability refers to the lack of capacity to perform the required judicial duties at the requisite level of competence and skill. The judge is simply unable, through no personal moral failing, to perform his judicial duties. Thus, a judge may be removed for inability if demonstrably he is technically incompetent to perform such requisite duties as concentrating, deliberating, reasoning, and timely writing and delivery of judgments. End of quote. Despite this ruling from our highest court, judges of the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal continue to persistently be late in the delivery of judgments. This can result in litigants being forced to retry their claims or to seek constitutional redress. As a government, we have a duty to uphold the Belize Constitution and to strengthen the administration of justice. It is with this in mind that we table this bill today to impose time limits for judges to hand down their written decisions and expressly include persistent failure to deliver timely judgments as a ground for removal. Specifically, the bill prescribes the time limit for delivery of judgments to 120 days from the conclusion of a trial or the hearing of an appeal. The bill establishes a mechanism for a judge to apply to the Judicial and Legal Services Commission for an extension of time to deliver judgments where he or she has good reason and where the reasons are limited to those enumerated in the bill. To apply for an extension, a judge must do so within 7 days before the expiration of the prescribed time period. If a judge fails to deliver a judgment within the time limit or any extensions given, the JLSC has to, within 30 days of the deadline, notify the Belize Advisory Council of that occurrence. This then provides a record for the BAC to take in account if there is any complaint to remove a judge under the grounds of persistently failing to give written decisions. So, Madam Speaker, what is being proposed in this bill is simply codifying what our apex court, the CCJ, has already pronounced. Importantly as well, this bill will assist our efforts at economic recovery by providing for greater confidence in the rule of law and thereby improving the investment climate. As I said earlier, as a part of its good governance and accountability measures, the government is sending a very clear and strong message that the judiciary too should expect accountability.
Bill for an act to specify a time limit in accordance with Section 98 and 102 of the Belize Constitution, within which a judge shall give a decision in a civil case and any appeal case, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill entitled Public Contracts Commission Bill 2021. This is a bill for an act to establish the Office of the Public Contracts Commission to monitor the award and implementation of public contracts for the purpose of ensuring that such contracts are awarded impartially and on merit, to investigate fraud, corruption, mismanagement, waste, or abuse in the award of public contracts, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. By way of introduction, Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will make a few remarks. The Contractor General of Belize is a sole appointee under the Contractor General Act, Chapter 6 of the Laws of Belize, with no oversight from any other body. I believe that it is fair to say that the Belizean people, regardless of which government is in office and who the office holder is, view this office, that is the Contractor General's office, with a great degree of cynicism as simply a rubber stamp on executive decisions regarding the award of public contracts. Regrettably, this is how most of our people view our institutions of governance in Belize, particularly after the last 12 years of waste, abuse, and corruption. And of course, at the center of this culture of corruption is the matter of public contracts, bloated public works contracts, which serve as a vehicle for the transfer of millions of dollars in public funds into the pockets of a few well-connected cronies and families. That is the undeniable legacy of the past UDP administration, which will be brought to light over the next few weeks and months. The end result is that our people are poorer and our country is poorer. Monies that could be spent on health care, education, and housing have been lost to greed and corruption. The government of Prime Minister John Briceño was elected on November 11, 2020, with a strong, unquestionable mandate to change this culture of corruption. This bill is but one of our first steps in fulfilling that mandate. At present, the Office of the Contractor General in Belize does not only monitor, but also approves the award of public contracts by the government of Belize. The office is vested with the power to investigate any allegations of fraud, mismanagement, waste, or abuse involving public contracts. The office holder acts alone in the exercise of these investigatory powers, with no oversight from any independent body, and his decisions and powers enjoy the exclusion of judicial oversight in many regards. The bill before us proposes to establish a public contracts commission whose composition is designed to create a greater degree of independence and transparency. The Contractor General will act under the supervision and direction of the Commission. Instead of vesting the power to award and investigate public contracts solely in one person, this commission would be vested with these supervisory and investigatory powers. The bill establishes a commission that is comprised of 5 members as follows: a representative of the Minister of Finance as chairman, a member of the National Assembly recommended by the Leader of the Opposition, a civil society senator on annual rotation, a person designated by the Minister responsible for the public service, and a person designated by the Attorney General. Madam Speaker, the Belizean people are demanding greater oversight and accountability over public contracts. They are demanding that this steady flow of public funds from government coffers to political cronies and corrupt business persons and public officials be ended once and for all. This bill begins that process and strengthens our investment climate. Very importantly, this bill delivers on our PUP government's good governance agenda contained in our planned Belize.
Bill for an act to establish the Office of the Public Contracts Commission to monitor the awards and implementation of public contracts for the purpose of ensuring that such contracts are awarded impartially and on merits, to investigate fraud, corruption, mismanagement, waste or abuse in award of public contracts, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee for examination, consideration and report. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill entitled the Public Health Amendment Bill 2021. This is a bill for an act to amend the Public Health Act, Chapter 40 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the definition of infectious disease and dangerous infectious disease, to increase the penalty for the breach of regulations, to provide for violation tickets, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, by way of introduction of this bill, with your permission, a few brief words. Madam Speaker, the Public Health Amendment Bill seeks to amend the Public Health Act to include COVID-19 as an infectious disease and dangerous disease for the purposes of Part 5 of the Act, which provides for the notification, general prevention, and mitigation of infectious and dangerous diseases. The inclusion of COVID-19 as an infectious and dangerous disease will allow for the Minister to make regulations that provide for all matters concerning the coronavirus outbreak, including regulations that provide for violation tickets to be issued for the breach of COVID-19 regulations. Additionally, this amendment bill provides for higher penalties to be imposed for a breach of any regulations made under this Act. The Act currently provides for a fine of $200 for the breach of any regulations made under Section 82. This fine will now be increased to $5,000. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A bill for an act to amend the Public Health Act, Chapter 40 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the definition for infectious disease and dangerous infectious disease, to increase the penalty for the breach of regulation, to provide for violation tickets, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Health and Human Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Madam Speaker, I move that in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith.
Is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. All those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Motion relating to the business or sitting of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
At its rising today, the House adjourned to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the following bill and motions pass this day. Public Health Amendment Bill 2021, Good Governance in Belize Motion 2021. Designate New Holidays and Special Days Motion 2021. As you are well aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The only logical way for this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee, and the Health and Human Development Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the bill and motions. All those in favor, kindly say aye. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee, and the Health and Human Development Committee have conducted their business.
Presentation of reports from committee.
I recognize the chairman of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table the following sessional paper, number HR 3/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Good Governance in Belize Motion 2021.
As that report is ordered to lie on the table, I recognize the chairman of the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 4/1/13, report from the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee on the designated new holidays and special days motion 2021.
As that report is ordered to lie on the table, I recognize the chairman of the Health and Human Development Committee.
Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 5/1/13, report from the Health and Human Development Committee on the Public Health Amendment Bill 2021.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the chairman of the Health. Clerk?
Public business, government business, motions.
No, clerk. Arrow. Oh, it's an arrow. Okay. Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move, now therefore be it resolved that the Honorable House will, one, pass legislation to empower the Integrity Commission by appointing, I have to read out of this? Yes, Madam Speaker, without reading the recitals, I move that we now there be resolved that the House accept this bill as presented for third reading.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House will, one, pass legislation to empower the Integrity Commission by appointing professional personnel on the Commission, modify its membership and provide adequate funding for the Commission to fulfill its important legal, auditing and investigative functions. Implement measures to ensure that the three branches of government, the executive, legislative and judiciary, function as truly complementary but independent branches as envisaged in the Constitution. Establish sound systems and good practices for recruitment of judges, magistrates, and officers of the court with security of tenure. Ensure that there is an increase in the budget for the judiciary to ensure that the judiciary is able to ensure that persons accused and parties in civil matters are given a fair trial within a reasonable period of time as mandated by the Constitution. 3, take measures to reduce discretionary ministerial powers in order to increase administrative efficiency and eliminate, where possible, political intervention. 4, implement a national budget planning, implementing and monitoring system to guarantee transparency of the budget by engaging civil society, local governments, and electoral divisions in the budget process and to ensure efficient use of the national resources in the designated programs. 5, facilitate the implementation of a government procurement process through an e-marketplace for the government, statutory bodies, and state-owned organizations based on best models used by countries in the region, and ensure that the procurement of supplies, works, and services must abide by strict rules in order to ensure fairness, competition, and transparency. These rules will ensure that suitably qualified suppliers or contractors are chosen without bias, and that the best price-quality ratio and the best price is obtained, with the full transparency appropriate to the use of public funds. The Office of the Contractor General will be strengthened by the enactment of the Public Contracts Commission to ensure full compliance with established rules and procedures in each step of the process, from the call for tenders and proposals, publication, and all the procedures for establishing shortlist, evaluation, award, and signing of contracts. 6. Reconstitute the Public Accounts Committee, PACT, with effective participation of social partners in the Senate so as to ensure its proper role in overseeing the sound and prudent management of public revenues and expenditures. Strengthen the capacity, allocate appropriate resources, and ensure the proper functioning of the Office of the Auditor General to conduct financial and value for money audits for public cost centers and accounts right after the conclusion of every financial year, Section 120 Belize Constitution, and enable and operationalize effective internal auditing systems throughout all departments of government. Ensure that all hearings of PAC and parliamentary standing committees are public so as to ensure true transparency and accountability. 7. To ensure that we have fair and effective representation and participation, we shall provide for the independence of the Elections and Boundaries Commission to be free from political interference. Its chairman is to be appointed in a similar fashion as the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Auditor General, so that the Commission can be autonomous and free from government control. Implement the Constituency Development Fund to enable elected representatives to be proactive in supporting grassroots development initiatives in the country. Importantly, to amend the Constitution to provide a fixed date for elections and to introduce campaign financing legislation. 8. Reform and modernize the public service by taking steps to restore the autonomy of the public service, prevent micromanagement by political directorate, to enhance customer orientation and quality service delivery, and to provide innovative solutions to complex challenges of the day. Assist the Public Service Commission to re-establish integrity and impartiality in recruiting, training, evaluating, and disciplining processes. Revert to appointing permanent secretaries, that is, using senior career public officers as accounting officers of all ministries. Public officers will be made to do their job without fear or favor. Punishment will be swift for incompetence and/or corruption, and penalties will be increased for acts of corruption and public authority abuses. Introduce legislation with measures to protect whistleblowers and witnesses involved in corruption cases. Will implement e-governance where possible to increase efficiency in service and transparency. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
So I say, no, but I say, but I think it's really
Your permission not to receive your title. With your permission to receive your title. Okay, your permission not to receive the title, and then I want to speak up in this.
Madam Speaker, this is the designated new holidays and special days motion 2021, and with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move this motion.
The question is now therefore be it resolved that the 15th day of January shall be a public and bank holiday in honor of the late, the Right Honorable George Price, the Father of the Nation, and be celebrated as George Price Day. The first day of August shall be a public and bank holiday to mark the importance of emancipation of the slaves in Belize and be celebrated as Freedom Day. And the 12th day of October shall no longer be celebrated as Columbus Day and is to be redesignated by a committee to be formed to review the same and all holidays. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I move the second reading of the Public Health Amendment Bill 2021.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Public Health Act, Chapter 40 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the definition of infectious disease and dangerous infectious disease, to increase the penalty for the breach of regulations, to provide for violation tickets, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Public Health Act, Chapter 40 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the definition of infectious disease and dangerous infectious disease, to increase the penalty for the breach of regulation, to provide for violation tickets, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bill.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a Committee of the Whole House to consider the bill that was read a second time. I would like to ask the public in the galleries to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move the third reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021 be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending 31st day of March 2021.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Madam Speaker, I move the third reading of the Public Health Amendment Bill 2021.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Public Health Act, Chapter 40 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the definition of infectious disease and dangerous infectious disease, to increase the penalty for the breach of regulations, to provide for violation tickets, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Public Health Act, Chapter 40 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the definition of infectious disease and dangerous infectious disease, to increase the penalty for breach of regulation, to provide for violation ticket, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do adjourn. Do now adjourn.
I can't see well from here. I'm sorry. Carzal North member.
Madam Speaker, I rise to bring up a matter of national urgent importance, and it has to do with land decisions at the Lands Department.
May I point out one thing, please? This would be under Standing Order 13, members, not 14. And just allow me to clarify, because I'm sure there'll be other members standing on the SO 13. So if you allow me, and member for Carzal North, is really just for a clarification and understanding as we move forward. It's on the adjournment of the House, and this one is referring to, really, I direct you to 13.2. All members, upon any motion that this House do now adjourn, moved under the preceding paragraph or paragraph 6 of Standing Order 12, any matter of public concern. The reason why I state that is because if it were of definite matter of urgent public importance, it would be 14, and that requires a written statement to the chair prior to the meeting, and that has not been given. No member for today's sitting has given the Speaker a written statement of national importance, urgent national importance. However, under Standing Order 13, it is of public concern. You can raise a matter of public concern. Thereafter, if time permits, any member may similarly raise another matter, but not the same matter. Any matter of public concern may be raised by any member and a minister may reply. So this is the standing order that we're operating under now. I just wanted to point that out. Apologies. There's a...
Madam Speaker, by way of clarification, my concern, of course, is that if today's practice is going to be the norm, where we will have ministers give statements at the time allotted on the agenda without any kind of time limit, when we are afforded the opportunity in regular session to ask questions, those questions cannot be asked after a certain time. You noted from today's proceedings that we went well into the afternoon with the minister's statements, and then of course we are now caught by the time limit. And so if what happened today is going to be the practice, the opposition will more than likely be jilted or shorted when we get to this point of the meeting after 6 in the evening, when we would not be allowed to then make our points under 13. So that is of concern for us.
But there is no time limit. Earlier in the orders of the day, we established that by one of the motions on adjournment. So, as I said, I believe earlier today, there is no time limit for the House. I made an appeal. I don't think I was quite successful, but I did make an appeal to try and keep the remarks today succinct. But there is no time limit. And earlier today, members of the House, you passed that motion to allow us to continue through past the 6 o'clock hour.
Sorry, Madam, I was just reading what is there on 13 at the end of 13.2, that there shall be what shall cease at 6 o'clock or with the leave of the Speaker at 6:15. So I wasn't talking about the duration of a member speaking, but I was saying that
I fully recognize what you're referring to, but earlier in the day, there was a motion that was passed by the House. Oh, sorry.
Noted, Madam Speaker, noted.
Just for clarification, so that we'll be having many more meetings, and I'm certain we'll be doing this well beyond the 5 or 6 o'clock hour. So earlier in the day, you may recall, earlier in the day, that the Right Honorable Prime Minister stood in accordance with the Standing Order 12.8, and he moved that the proceedings may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. And that is what allows us to go beyond the 6 o'clock
I was just ensuring that we would have our opportunity to speak if we so wanted that opportunity. Thank you. Much obliged.
Members, please note that I meant everything in my inaugural address. I intend to be your referee. I intend to dispense my duty fairly and in a balanced manner, both government side and opposition side. Member for Corozal North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to address an issue of particularly also of some administrative decisions that have been taken at the Ministry of Natural Resources. If I may quote from a public notice that was dated December the 16th, 2020, and it reads as follows. The Ministry of Natural Resources, through the Department of Lands and Surveys, wishes to advise the general public that effective December 4th, 2020, as per statutory instrument number 171 of 2020, National Lands Mode of Payment Regulations 2020, that any payment towards the purchase of national land or payment of rent for a lease of national land can only be made to the cashiers at the Ministry of Natural Resources. Payments made via direct deposits to the banks or online would not be accepted. Honored. Madam Speaker, if I may relate, there are a number of issues that arise as a consequence of such an administrative decision, and the statutory instrument signed by the Minister, the member for Lake Independence. First of all, when we introduced the payments through online and the bank deposits, it was made in an effort to effectively move the processing of documents We made it in an effort to facilitate the business. We realized that many a times customers find it very difficult to go to the lands department in the different district offices and make payments actually. As a consequence of COVID as well, it made it easier for people to be able to pay online, for people to make payments at the banks. So that when we look at this decision taken, it actually pulls back on all the advances that have been done. We are regressing instead of progressing on the advancements that we had made. The government has made has taken it as a part of its mandate to go into e-governance. In today's day and age, technology is the norm of the day. Anything that you do is done electronically. As a matter of fact, a phone is not only a phone, it is a mode of conducting business. So that we realize at the time that we wanted to make sure that people were able to conduct their business as best as possible, as easily as possible. And it is on the context of that we introduced the electronic payments. Madam Speaker, this SI essentially requires all persons to go into the lands department and pay. Now, when you look at the issue of purchase prices, particularly those that were issued under in the late part of our administration, whenever people go to the departments to pay, they are told that that their payments are not accepted. They are being told that they're given a number of reasons, only to find out that the accounts are either closed or either locked. And once that happens, no cashier at any office in the country is able to accept payments. The crook of the matter is this, Madam Speaker. Whenever you issue a purchase price, from the date that purchase price is issued, a purchase price is a contract between the government of Belize and a contract, and for the person who holds that, who's the bearer of that purchase price as we speak. When a purchase price is issued, that contract becomes effective, and there is a conditionality in that contract that calls for the payment of 10%, if I'm not mistaken, Madam Speaker, to be paid within a time frame of 3 months. In the event that payment is not made within the 3 months, then that contract becomes null and void. Now, if any of the persons who got these purchase prices, they are not able to pay within those 3 months, obviously they will fall into incompliance. Incompliance, not because they wanted to or because of their negligence, but incompliance because the system was lack and it was an administrative, in my opinion, it is a tactical move to make sure that these people are not able to pay, and in so doing, inducing them to be incompliant. Madam Speaker, what this is doing, it's depriving Belizeans, particularly those who got areas of expansion, who got parcels of land, house lots. They are being deprived of a right to own that land, and they're being deprived of their right to pay. These are not UDPs, member. And when you look at the margin of victory that you guys got, you would realize that a lot of the people who got these purchase prices actually voted for you. These are not people who we chose and said, look, because you're UDP, you're going to get a piece of land. Once you were 18 years of age and beyond, once you were a Belizean, you qualified to get a piece of land. We did a number of expansions in the towns, in the cities, and in the villages. And the criteria that we use is basically what is being mentioned by the member of Lekai, first-time landowners, and this is basically what we did. So the decision that was taken is actually depriving Belizeans from actually being able to pay for their land. It's depriving Belizeans the right to own a piece of land. Madam Speaker, and this relates particularly to the issue that was brought by the member earlier during the day in his narrative. When we look at the purchase of land in Belama from Ms. Barbara Harris. Belize City, like many areas in the country, it's landlocked. When you look at how the constituencies are set up, it's basically the rural constituencies, the rural areas that have some availability of land. We identify a number of areas that we want, that we identified for the constituents of Belize City. Part of those expansions that we did were in rural areas, such as Sand Hill and Yediville, and as well we identified some area in the Belama area, as was mentioned by the honorable member of Lake Independence. In the case of the land that the 26 acres that we acquired from that the government purchased from Ms. Barbara Harris, it was a land that was identified and it was offered to the constituency of Collet. A design was made, a plan was presented of some 120, 130 house lots, and these were to be issued to single mothers, these were to be issued to youths, these were to be issued to couples who are either renting or who are either living with a family member. When we started to identify these people, it was very close to the election. And it is the same people that came to us and indicated to us that, look, they have a genuine concern. One is that the election was so close, and secondly, they feared that if the elections went away and the now government came into government, no party came into government, that these lands would be taken away. So it was on the basis of that and realizing that it would take some time, a couple of days for us to be able to process the 120, 130 applications, that a majority of these people came to us and told us, look, we don't know that we will be able to pay these lands within the time that is left. And we fear that knowing the government that might come into power, the party that might come into power, that we're going to lose these lands. It was on the basis of that actually the decision, an idea was explored as to how it is that we can put these lands in trust for the people of Collet. It was never meant, member, for us to get $6 million from Belizean taxpayers' money and actually benefit somebody. It was never meant for us to take that $6 million and actually give the value of $6 million to somebody, to Mr. Blades, for 26,000, and it is not 26,000. As far as I could recall, it would have been 58,000. And when you look at the figure of 58,000, each lot that we issued as purchase price, as a consequence of COVID and COVID-19, and as a consequence of the impacts of COVID-19 on the economy and on the pockets of Belizeans, we were issuing purchase prices at the subsidized rate of $500 per lot. It doesn't really matter if it was town, it doesn't really matter if it was a city, it did not really matter if it was a village. We extended that subsidized rate across the board so that when you look at the figures, member, it was not done to benefit one particular person. 120 or 130 single mothers, 120, 130 youths, and 120, 130 couples would have benefited from the program. And I want to bring it clear, Madam Speaker, because the way in which the narrative was presented, it was presented in such a way that it seemed that everything that we did was a scheme, that it was corrupt. And that was never the case.
when you want to present a situation where it's going to cost taxpayers money, we can speak of the typical example that comes to mind. Primrose Gabriel. Primrose Gabriel was issued a portion of the Caribbean Sea in the administration of, under your administration. This happened either in 2006 or 2007. It was issued as a parcel of land. Primrose Gabriel was issued a purchase for a little over $2,000. Primrose Gabriel got a title, and it is the same administration that acquired back the land. The administration, the lands department at the time, did not inform Primrose Gabriel that that land was acquired. And the situation with this particular land became sensational, because a couple of years ago, you would recall that Primrose Gabriel went on the basis that she had a legal document from the lands department. She had a land title for that portion of the Caribbean Sea. Went ahead and actually started to develop the land, actually started to fill the land. The Department of Environment was alerted to the fact that somebody was filling the sea. Permits were not obtained. The necessary documentation for you to move into the maritime areas of this country was not obtained, and so the Department of the Environment intervened, only to find out that the person had a title for this. No. When you look at the consequences of those actions, you would realize that this administration gave this land, took it back, without even informing the people. And remember, it will come to your desk. Primrose Gabriel is suing the government for nothing less than $18 million. When you look at the case, a person who got a land for over $2,000 and is now suing the government for $18 million for something that you can't trace back, for something that you won't get anything in return, that is something that you can question. Madam Speaker, when the legal advisors of the Lands Department looked at the case, it was brought to my attention by our CEO that more than likely we will lose this case. So we're looking at, and the Prime Minister and the member for Orange Rock Central will realize that eventually, if a decision is taken by the courts, there will be a judgment to the favor of Primrose Gabriel, which the government will have to come up with the money and taxpayers will have to pay. So all of these things actually reflect on certain decisions.
Member from Carzal North, are we referring to a matter that is before the courts?
These are administrative matters, Madam Speaker.
Are we referring to matters that are before the court?
More than likely it's going to go to court.
That we cannot do that.
Point taken. So, Madam Speaker, when we look at these kinds of decisions, we have to be very careful. And the very fact that certain decisions were taken to deprive Belizeans from actually paying their purchase price can actually expose us to legal challenges. I am no legal person. We would have legal minds here. But we ought to know that whenever a purchase price is given, it is actually a legal document, a contract the government signs with whosoever receives that purchase price. And so any decision that is taken of that nature has to be considered. And when we look at a parcel of land, a house lot, remember, it is just a house lot for people who want to own a piece of this jewel. We're not talking about large tracts of lands. It is just a house lot, and this is something that we actually did. As a matter of fact, when we look at the amount of at the number of house lots that we gave out, it went into the thousands of house lots. Nothing was done to say it was only UDPs. And as I repeat myself, when you look at the results of the election, member, you are actually depriving people who supported you, who supported the People's United Party, from actually being able to pay and own a piece of land. And so it is just this that I wanted to bring up, Madam Speaker and some member. All I'm saying, look, I am no legal person. I think the best thing that can be done under the circumstances is to just get legal advice. Many a times we take decisions as politicians because we are politicians and we think as politicians. Those decisions, in instances, bring the Belizean taxpayers a burden, an additional burden, which at this present time we cannot contain. Let us think. Let you guys think as a government where, how do I say? Everybody will win. Todos ganamos. Pensemos de esa manera. Let's think in that way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Lekai.
This down? Madam Speaker, we listened. The guys are crazy, you know. We listened all day to the leader of the opposition rail up. Yes.
May I just ask that we be careful with the language. We've actually made it through practically most of the proceedings here. Let's continue. I think we were on a good track.
Speaker, these folks are troubled. We listened all day to the member from Calais complain about the illustrations, the stories, the facts, the revelations we made today about all that went wrong in their government, freshly went wrong in their government and over the last 13 years. Because he doesn't want us to talk about those. But now the member from Corazon North is going to bring up something from about 15 or 20, or I don't know how long ago. But they don't want to talk about what just happened. There's a fundamental difference between that side and this side, and I'll give you an example. Way back in 2008, when elections were coming, and it looked as if though the PUP would lose. In fact, the PUP went on to get murdered. There were 5 or 6 of us over there. There was 70 acres of government land in Lake Independence. 70 acres. I was being hounded by all manner of people to subdivide that land and issue to private developers. But you know what I said? I said, listen, it's the last of the government land in the city. Let's not do that. Let's leave these lands to be subdivided, to be distributed as a result of careful planning, careful land use planning. Even though I knew we had a very good chance of losing, I resisted the temptation to do anything with those lands because we didn't have enough time to get it done. And the way how the democracy works is that when there are elections and a new government comes in, then they are responsible for taking care of the states and the people's resources. And these are lands in Lake Independence, of which I was the area representative from many years before. You are talking about lands that the government of Belize paid for in the Freetown constituency that you were trying to hold in trust for the Calais residents. Something wrong with that, you don't see that? And because elections were coming and you couldn't issue those as you would like, you decided to put it in the hands of a crony for a pittance. That's $6 million with the pay for the land, you know. $6,067,000 plus interest. So if the land was sold for 26 or 33 or 58 or 100, it's a giveaway. And there's no guarantee that once the election passes and this man has possession of this land, that he will do what you intend for him to do. So the best thing would have been to leave that alone. Let the masses decide what they want to do. And the masses of the people chose us. And so now we have a responsibility to correct that. That's why I said, make the man coffee money and behave himself. And we'll make sure that single mothers and first-time landowners get the land. That is our responsibility. That's our mandate. You must know that I don't take any special joy in making it a little difficult for people to pay their purchase prices. And you are right. The vast majority of those persons voted for us. But the truth of the matter is that a lot of your people who got land in the run-up to the election weren't just first-time landowners. You were innovative, conniving personalities, getting lands for all, getting lands all over the country for a little bit of nothing. I have it in my possession right here. Purchase approval will get issued November 9th, 2 days before elections. That cannot be right. You were not even in Belmopan. Purchase approval issued to Kaina Corp Limited, recommended by Mr. Rene Montero in Mountain Pine Ridge. 3 different parcels that total over 100 acres for less than $500 an acre in Mountain Pine Ridge, 2 days before elections. This is why we had to issue the SI, to stop this kind of behavior, to not give legality to this illegality. It's not to make it difficult for first-time landowners. I was disappointed in a member from Alberts today, because this morning she and I spoke before she got up in the house and talked all kind of things. She said she have people who are first-time landowners who can't process this stuff. I said, just bring it for me and I'll get it. I'll get the account open and process it. And if for any reasons the time for which the people can pay, the 3 months have exhausted, has passed, we'll fix it. Because I'm not trying to make it harder for them, but it's about trying to protect the people's interests too. Remember, private persons can continue to pay online, but when it comes to national lands, it was to make sure that we can check what's happening, so that people who got Mountain Pine Ridge land for a little bit of nothing 2 days before elections cannot pay. They should not be allowed to pay. But it seems that our instructions to the land officers on the front line probably not clear enough, because we said to them, if the people are first-time landowners, push it through. If it's a house lot, push it through. Open their account and accept their payment. So we'll go back and we'll make it absolutely clear to them what is the criteria. But we didn't want to do this. This is a last resort. But all the chicanery that took place in the run-up to elections forced us to make this choice. Forced us to try to protect what little is left to protect. If we did nothing, all of these persons who got these purchase approvals days before election in Placencia and San Pedro and Mountain Pine Ridge and Coastal Road and Hopkins and all over the place, they were hurriedly paying online to trick us, to make it legal. So that's what we had to try to stop. So it's not out of bad mind or any kind of political mischief. No, man, we don't operate like that, B. That's why we there want to do over there, man. Real talk.
Honorable, I recognize Honorable Member for Danbury.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please allow me, in the first instance, to join my colleagues in congratulating you as our new Speaker. And at the same time, I would like to, with a lot of joy in my heart, to thank our Prime Minister that we have a gentleman of class who has now taken over the position of Sergeant at Arms. It's a symbol of the kind of leadership that we on this side, Madam Speaker, will be delivering to our people, a standard that they expect, a quality of discussion that they demand for this honorable House. Allow me as well, Madam Speaker, right before I want to make one comment of importance with respect to what's happening in my division, to thank the wonderful people of the Dangriga constituency, that includes the beautiful villages of Sarawee and Hope Creek. You all would know that if you're passing through that part of the country, you enter a place where you feel at home, and the people there are just warm and loving, hardworking people. I want to thank them for giving us overwhelming support, and I am humbled and honored to be representing them and pledge to do my very best to serve them. But we've heard, Madam Speaker, today from our colleagues, from my colleagues on this side, and it's, I'm sure, very painful for our people to be listening to the information that's being shared with them, that while they had an idea that we would be meeting a situation that's very difficult, that they could not actually believe that it was this bad. The date of the 9th of November will be going down in history because the public will be, as we heard just now from my colleague from Lake Independence, that it seems that on that day there was a big rush to sign contracts right before election. And we have uncovered, Madam Speaker, that a treasure for the people of the Dangriga constituency, the Commerce Bight Port, that indeed there was a contract signed, a lease signed on the 9th of November, giving a 25-year lease to an entity called Recological Systems Limited to import natural gas. And we wonder why such a contract had to have been signed 2 days before elections. Anyway, it is something that Cabinet and our Attorney General will be looking at very carefully, because we are very concerned that this thing being done in this manner raises many red flags, no pun intended, that give us cause for much concern about whether or not, in fact, as we would say, that this was all about a dead race. But I'll say no more about that, except to tell our good people in the Dangriga constituency that we'll be working very hard to deliver on our commitments to them, to deliver in our case what we called the Sustainable Human Development Accord for the development of the constituency of Dangriga. And we are working very closely here on this side as a team. We're very happy to hear that the Minister of Lands will be in Dangriga shortly. And we know that across the country, but I know especially in Dangriga, Madam Speaker, that we have great need for land, for employment, for education, that our people have suffered tremendously over the past 12 and a half years. And we are going to work to deliver to them the things that we pledged to deliver to them. So thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to make these remarks. And we look forward to working together to make Belize a better place, to bring us out of this huge weight that we've had placed on us, pressed upon us, on the families and the people, the children of this country, who were hopeless and who finally got an opportunity on November 11th to make a statement on where they want to go. I'll close with that, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I promise to be very brief. It's clear, Madam Speaker, that our new government administration made a commitment and was given a mandate for good governance. And the motion was passed today to ensure that the government maintains its commitment to the Belizean people. But I don't think we can cherry pick, Madam Speaker, when we're dealing with that issue. And the issue of nepotism is of real concern to the people of Belize. I can recall, Madam Speaker, that when the government was the opposition, they made vociferous arguments about the corrupt, and in the words of the member from Caribbean shores, that nepotism was not only corrupt, it was absolutely corrupt. And oftentimes, even if there was a whiff, or when there was a whiff of nepotistic appointments under the UDP administration, they came to this house, Madam Speaker, and they berated the professionals who were appointed to particular positions. The member from Cayo South, Madam Speaker, was also very vociferous in his arguments against nepotism. But I heard him when he was pressed by a member of the media house early this week, and he seemed to have had a change of heart, a change of outlook as it relates to this quote-unquote corrupt practice. He spoke about layers of nepotism, acceptable parameters for nepotism. He declared that there were just a very small talent pool of professionals from which these appointments could be made. He further articulated, Madam Speaker, that it's not illegal in Belize. There is nothing on our law books in how we treat it, how we address it, how we define it. And I have to agree with him. But if we are going to move forward on this good governance mandate, then we can't have our cake and eat it too. And so I would like to call on the Prime Minister, I would like to call on the Attorney General, I would like to call on the members of the new government administration to move post haste, Madam Speaker, in drafting and enacting anti-nepotism legislation for Belize, so we can put this issue to bed and that we can have clear rules on how we're going to engage in the future. Because I have to agree with the member from Caribbean Shores. The Director of Health Services served under a UDP administration, is a professional, works hard. Those things are absolutely true. But so was the brother of the former Prime Minister of the country. He was a consummate professional, worked hard, served under both government administrations. So we can't, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And I recall, Madam Speaker, our partners in civil society They were very loud in their call for UNCAC so that we can deal with anti-corruption practices. The Chamber, the Council of Churches, the NGOs, they were all very much on that bandwagon. And we had to take steps. We moved to enact UNCAC in Belize, and we had to follow the dictates of that convention. We have made a lot of progress. There is work to be done. And I believe that this call not only to the members, the other side of the House, but also to the social partners. The silence of them, Madam Speaker, has been deafening on this issue. And so I would like to call on the government and our social partners for us to move post haste in this regard. I thank you.
I recognize the Prime Minister.
From Albert, who from what I gather is that in effect she's supporting our good governance agenda, and she would want to work with us on this along with the other social partners. But it is ironic that she was elected in 2015, it was the first time. And that's when I was the one that challenged the then Prime Minister to sign on to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And so I said it at the budget debate, and then when we had some crisis, so I decided that sign on to it. And then after that, then just talk and talk and talk, and 5 years later, there's nothing. We want to build on the work that the committee has started, and of course we will put what we believe that is the best and most practical way that it can work. So I want to assure you, honorable member from Albert, that there's no hidden agenda. It is here, and we're going to start to work on it and work on the legislation and the consultation that we need to do. But I could assure you that there's not going to be 5 years of consultations. But we do need to bring in the social partners and come with something that can work for Belize. But to live up to the general principles, that's what we want to do, on the issue of transparency, accountability, and to eliminate as much as we possibly can corrupt practices in government. So again, thank you very much, member from Albert.
I recognize the member from Belize Rural.
I rise to speak on a matter of public importance. In Belize Rural North, upon taking office, I was faced with not only the unemployment created by the pandemic, but with a serious flooding conditions that hit about 8 of the 24 villages in Rural North. Rancho, Limonal, Sand Hill, Mascal, just to name a few. People had to be placed in shelters, houses and appliances were damaged, crops and animals were lost, roads seriously damaged. Madam Speaker, we are still in the process of assisting people with house appliances, food supplies, and fixing roads. Tonight, I want to publicly thank the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Works, and NEMO for their continuous support. And Madam Speaker, please allow me just to say a few words to the people of my constituents. I must say to them, thank you, thank you, thank you. It was an amazing journey campaigning for 26 long months after being endorsed as the standard bearer in Belize Rural North. hopping across 24 villages and facing an opponent that many believed was unbeatable. Because of you, BRN, I am here. You went to the polls on November 11th and said very clearly that character matters. Issues and ideals matter. Jobs matter. Healthcare and education matter. Portable drinking water and infrastructure matter. Belize Rural North, it all matters. And I want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I appreciate you for opening your homes and businesses, your schools and churches, your minds and your hearts, and believing the myriad of possibilities of all we can accomplish together. Thank you for giving me the chance to serve you. I assure you all that I am determined to make a difference for all of you, and will do everything in my power to deliver the goods and services of our Belizean government. God bless Belize Rural North. God bless our Belizean government. God bless Belize. Thank you.
I recognize member for Mesopotamia.
Madam Speaker, I seek leave to speak on a matter of public concern. I also ask your indulgence to refer to my notes. I want to speak about poverty. You know, we are going through one of the worst times in our country's history due to COVID-19. And unlike the Honorable Prince of Caribbean Shores, I did not grow up with a gold spoon in my mouth. I grew up with my single mother who had to take me from the canal side where I was living, where we didn't even have toilet, to Brooklyn to try to find a better life for us. So when I see the single mothers, the fathers trying to change their lives, trying to feed their families, when I see people who are hardworking professionals but lost their jobs due to COVID-19 and the economic crash, my heart aches for them. And we need to do something. This government needs to act. So I was very disappointed when I stayed back to listen to the member from Belize Rural Central, who is the Minister of Human Development. I was very disappointed that she had absolutely no plan, described no effort on her part to ensure that the safety nets such as the food assistance program, the unemployment, the COVID unemployment fund, the boost, the pantry, would stay in place to be a safety net for the poor people of this country, and especially those vulnerable people in my constituency, who I thank very much for giving me the opportunity to represent them here in this honorable house. The people of Belize, election time done, they're tired of bluff, they want actions. I commend some of the members on that side, the member from Orange Walk South, even the member from Cayo South. They made reports as to the progress that they were making in their respective ministry. Some of the other ministries did so as well. But human development, that is the most important ministry right now, other than the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Lands, which I'm very pleased to hear the Minister of Lands saying that he will not try to deprive the first-time landowners from getting their piece of land. And I agree with him that anyone who is not a first-time owner and may try to get over should not get the land. But Madam Speaker, I think that we need to have action. That is why I was not enthusiastic about the bill for good governance. All of those points that the Prime Minister read into the record, I support in theory. But let's get to it. On November 11th, the Belizean people voted for changes in this country. The time for political rhetoric and political speeches in the House and outside of the House is over. It's time for action. You guys have the power. And I'm telling you, you guys did such an excellent job, led by the Prime Minister, but I was particularly impressed by the member from Lake Independence. To convince the Belizean people that only the made a change that the country needed. So don't disappoint them. This is not about me, regardless of what the Prince of Caribbean Shores try to tell you. I know get where I get by the former Prime Minister. I made my millions of dollars in the United States. You could check the record. I could bring all my contracts in here that amount to tens of millions of dollars that I made on my own, right? So I am not trying to be a career politician. I want what's best for the Belizean people. And if your administration is what's best for the Belizean people, I will be happy for the Belizean people. I think the leader of the opposition will do a far better job. But I would hope that all of these things that you have in your manifesto, you will bring it to be. I am not sitting here that only to fly the plane. Me don't want the plane crash. Because if the plane crash, all of us...
Madam Speaker.
What's the point of order?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, when you stand up to speak on a matter of either private importance or national importance, whichever word you want to take, you can only speak on one issue. And the honorable member from Mesopotamia is all over the place. I mean, you talk about agriculture, you talk about national investment, you talk about lands, talk about poverty, talk all over the place. So it is important for him to speak on one aspect, and then one of us will be able to answer him. But right now, it is all over the place, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Member for Mesopotamia, you rose on the public concern of poverty. I ask that we try and keep the discussions within that regard. Thank you.
Poor people are extremely impacted by not having land. So I cannot leave out the importance of land when it comes to people who are impoverished. And the bulk of my comments thus far have been in relation to human development, which deals with poverty and the safety nets that need to be put in place to deal with the impoverished. So I'm not all over the place. The unemployment needs to turn around. We need to find jobs for these people because the people aren't committing crimes. The impoverished people aren't committing crimes because they're criminals. Some people are committing crimes out of desperation. And that is why it's so important that we not have a supplementary budget where it is $14 million for streets where we can't eat, right? The member from Cayo South and the member from the Prince of Caribbean Shores, they were very, very vociferous in condemning the last administration for streets where we can't eat, infrastructure to nowhere, roads leading to nowhere. Yet in the supplementary budget, there's $3 million more for for streets where we can't eat than for human development that is dealing with poor people who need food and who need unemployment support. So I would ask the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Prime Minister, member from Orange Walk Central, where is the priority? I will quote the member from Lake Eye who said, you have to prioritize, right? People over bricks, people over building. It has to be about the people, right? The people can't eat streets. You're right, brother Espat. You're right, brother Musa. That's why the people voted you guys in, not to continue failed policies and failed practices of the previous administration. They voted you in to do better. So I'm urging you, in the name of the people across this country and in Mesopotamia who are suffering right now. They're not suffering because they are lazy. They're not suffering because they don't want to work. We're in a crisis. And you, this new administration who these people believed in, it is incumbent on you to deliver for them. And so the budget should never show that more money is going to streets that we can't eat than the human development
respectfully,
for people
Madam Speaker,
that are impoverished, that need to be
order,
fed.
Madam Speaker.
Timmy, there's a point of order.
He is debating the supplementary budget that we just passed. So I just want to bring that into his attention.
Thank you.
I know that he's inexperienced and he just didn't learn. So let me teach him something. We've already passed the supplementary budget, so you can't debate that anymore. You need to talk about something else. I say that with lots of respect, my brother.
Member for Mesopotamia, indeed, a bill that has been passed should not be re-entered for any sort of debate. And also, may I remind all members, when we address members, we address them by their area, honorable member of honorable member for. We do not address members by any other name.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am not debating the supplementary. I'm just making the point that more money is being put into streets that we can't eat than the people of this country and the people in Mesopotamia that are desperately in need, the people in Toledo, the people all over this country. And furthermore, I will take a book out of the learned member from Kayo South who said, you say I'm experienced, but my standing out are the people of Mesopotamia. Remember when you said that? I am here to represent them, and that is one of the poorest constituencies. And honorable member from Orange Walk Central, I like you. I consider you a decent man, but you give it $2.50 for Christmas. You run fine money, figure fix by the free zone, road infrastructure, roads that lead to nowhere. But the people for Christmas only got $2.50 in Mesopotamia, and people are poor, people are suffering right now. $2.52.
Mesopotamia, there's another point of order. May I hear the point of order, honorable member?
Madam Speaker, the standing orders are clear. The Prime Minister just alluded to that. He's jumping all over the place. He ought to be speaking on
the point of order.
On one matter of public importance. He's all over the place, man.
Poverty is a humongous subject.
And I just want to remind your uncle about the poverty in Mesopotamia.
My uncle is no longer the minister or representative. I am, and that's why I'm here pointing on these very relevant issues. I yield for you to make your decision. I'm sorry. Excuse me, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member for Mesopotamia. I will caution again, the matters of public concern have allowed it as per Standing Order 13. All I ask of all members, which is standard parliamentary practice, to stay within the confines of that public concern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will wrap up. Again, poverty leads to crime. Crime compromises citizen security. And while I believe the Commissioner of Police has done an excellent job in managing these poverty-ridden communities such as Mesopotamia, I believe the police need more. They need a higher pay. I'm happy to hear that the Minister of Lands, the member from Lekai, said that he's going to be giving lands to these people. But crime and poverty go hand in hand. So I would ask that instead of investigating, instead of the Minister from Infrastructure instructing the Minister of Home Affairs to investigate the former Minister of Infrastructure, to stop crime, you have to lead by. And there is a fellow who is a member of my constituency who passed away. His name is Farid Ahmad. And he was murdered, and it is alleged that he was murdered by a police officer. And I remember the honorable member from Caribbean Shores was very, very outspoken about that when it happened. And I commended him. See, the thing with me, I don't want to get up here. No, the poverty and crime go hand in hand, Prime Minister, and I'm closing on a final matter of one of my constituents, and that you have to lead by example. So the same way that the member from Kayo South can instruct that they investigate the former minister, I call on the Home Affairs Minister to call for an investigation on that police officer who was named by another police officer for murdering Farid Ahmad. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kayo South.
I wanted to go home, Madam Speaker, but it seems that I have to respond to the honorable member from Mesopotamia. Two things. What was requested of the Minister of Home Affairs is not a triviality. It is something that is important. It is lost resources that the country has to recover. And it's just the tip of the iceberg. What the member from Lekai mentioned today adds to what we are doing. You're talking about politicians using public resources for personal gain. And that is what adds to the problem that you mentioned, which is poverty. So I understand what you're saying. Poverty is a major concern for us in this House of Representatives. So please allow me to help you to try to solve poverty by trying to recuperate the resources that was stolen from the people of Belize. And secondly, we are not building roads to nowhere. We are trying to inject minimal resources into 80% of the roads that will possibly alleviate poverty. You have to understand the sugar roads is extremely important for the agro-productive sector, and if we don't find a minimal budget to be able to deal with that situation, the cane farmers will not be able to deliver their cane, and therefore we will have even more poverty. You have to understand that the situation of our national highways is where it is right now because of the neglect of the Prime Minister of the previous government. The roads have washed away. The contracts that were given were not priority. We mentioned the building in the Lekai Independence is not priority. The contracts that were given to one specific contractor in the road network, the contracts that were given to another contractor in the other infrastructure development projects were not priorities. And so I applaud that you're standing up trying to defend a constituency that you say is poor. But that constituency has been under the leadership of your party for maybe over 30, 40 years. So how can you come here trying to justify the poverty that's in the Mesopotamia constituency when the past era representative of the Mesopotamia division was there for donkey's years with all the power in his hands? But I can understand. He's a family member of yours, so I understand that deep in your heart you are ashamed, but you can't say it. But I inherited his ministry that we found had a budget, a yearly budget, that did absolutely nothing. No houses were built in the Mesopotamia division. No infrastructure was done in the Mesopotamia division. No work was done at the ministry. No houses were built. So, come on, dude. Sorry, member from Mesopotamia, my apologies, Madam Speaker. Come better than that. But I appreciate that you want to speak of poverty. And I understand that we have a problem right now where our people are suffering. But a large part of why they are suffering is because of you guys over there. Analyze that when you're driving back to Belize City. When you drop into those holes going to Belize City, analyze why those holes are there and who was responsible to deal with that for 12 years. Taking us to a debt of what, Prime Minister? Close to $4 billion? I'm not trying to offend you in any way, my brother, but come better than that, man. Be honest to yourself. Sit with your dad. Sit with your uncle. Find out what went wrong, and then report back to this house again. I would really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Belmopan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With your permission, I would like to associate myself with the sentiments expressed by my colleagues and also by members of the other side in congratulating you on your appointment as Speaker. I am sure that under your guidance, we will elevate the debate in this House to reflect a higher level of respect and civility towards each other, and more important, respect for the people of Belize that we represent. Having said that, I also endorse the commitment of our Prime Minister, member for Njawak Central, and our government to move swiftly and decisively to fulfill the goals of our Plan Belize manifesto for the benefit of all our people. I assure you that as an area representative of the good people of Belmopan, I shall do my part to achieve our just objectives. I would like to put on record my sincere thanks to the residents of Belmopan who have put their trust in me by electing me as their representative in this honorable House. I am humbled by their confidence, and I pledge today that I shall not represent those who voted for me, but I shall give the interests and concerns of all my constituents my highest priority. I will always be there for them, those that voted blue, those that voted red, those that voted any color, those who didn't vote, and those who, for any other reason, could not go out to vote. We are all Belizeans and we deserve the best representation. I take my role as area representative very seriously. Belmopan has been neglected for too many years. It is a shame that the capital of our nation is in shambles. The infrastructure is crumbling before our very eyes. Good money wasted on bad streets and roads, but we will fix that. Too many people without jobs and without hope, but our plan for Belmopan is designed to create jobs and give hope to the hopeless, so that our people can live their lives in dignity and with respect. Too many young families who want to build a home but cannot get a piece of land. Many people say there is no land left in Belmopan, but there was land for the greedy, not for the needy. But we will change that. If we have to acquire...
Member for Belmopan, please remember we are on matter of public concern. I have, I believe, given some latitude, but if we can hear the matter of public concern, unless I missed it.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With your permission, I will continue.
The matter, what is your matter of, you rose on a matter of public concern?
The matter of public concern, Madam Speaker, is the security and prosperity of our people of Belmopan. And I was speaking about young families who do not have the opportunity to get a piece of land and who cannot build their homes. However, with the we will do whatever is necessary to provide land to enable young first-time landowners to build their homes or to start a business. With the cooperation of our police department and community leaders, we shall make Belmopan safe again, and Belmopan will be a shining example to the rest of the nation on how a small integrated capital city can be a symbol of peace, security, and prosperity for all to admire. Madam Speaker, for this to happen, I ask the cooperation of all my colleagues in government. We also need the cooperation and goodwill of an elected Belmopan City Council that shares our dreams, aspirations, and plans. And I will call on the good people of Belmopan to elect such a city council in March, so that together we can undertake the task of rebuilding our capital and re-energizing the good people of Belmopan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Colette.
I've been trying to ensure that I give all of our colleagues an opportunity before I spoke, but the ministers seem to want to continue from this morning, but I'm okay with that. Madam Speaker, I wanted to raise the matter of COVID-19. I know that that is going to be a terribly long position tonight, so I wanted to touch on just two issues, and if you will allow me just some observations, Madam Speaker, that will be very kind, I can assure you. I will leave it there. I make the appeal. I listened as the Minister of Health and Wellness this morning went to a great extent to try to blame the COVID-19 situation on the past administration. And every time he speaks, Madam Speaker, he tries to make it seem like it is the now opposition, then government, that is to be blamed for COVID. And the first thought that came to my mind, Madam Speaker, was that I could stand here and I could cast that blame. I could say that it was the Prime Minister who encouraged Belizeans to go out who are positive COVID to vote. I could say that it was because of the masses of nomination day and election day and all the parades and what all we had. But that will not be helpful to us, Madam Speaker. And so I make an appeal one more time. I've had this discussion with the Prime Minister privately to say to the Minister of Health, this is not something that we should be playing politics with. Madam Speaker, never before. I think I am in the mid part of the average age that most Belizeans live, or many Belizeans live. I am 42. In the middle there somewhere, we could live to 70 and 80 and so on. But never in my lifetime have I experienced death like we have in this country over the last year or so. And that has got to be something very frightening. And that is one thing, the amount of people who have lost their jobs, who are struggling to eat, who are trying their best to just hang on and to survive is a whole nother story. But yet, we're not uniting in the manner in which we ought to unite, and instead, I still sense that there is the blame game going on. A lot of what the minister points out, because every chance he gets, he points out that there was no plan, yet every single plan that he comes up with was the UDP's plan. The rapid test, I had a call this morning from Judith Alpucha, the former CEO, and Judith listed to me all the things where the minister listed out that were in the pipeline long ago. So what is the need for us to try to glorify one party's efforts over another party? Why is there the need to, Madam Speaker, say that, oh, it was the last administration who didn't do this, or let us work together? And I've made this appeal several times. I will leave it at that for tonight, Madam Speaker, but there is much more that I would want to say on this topic. And I want to encourage the government, Madam Speaker, and encourage the members on our side as well, to have us work together. This thing is very serious, and it is causing a crippling of this country that we have never seen before. And if you'll allow me, Madam Speaker, as we wrap up today, to honestly and genuinely from the deepest parts of me congratulate you on what I consider to be a job well done on your first day on this job. I'm sure it is not easy, Madam Speaker, and I congratulate as well all of my colleagues, the Prime Minister included, who is leading this House meeting for the first time. I am here as a leader of the opposition for the first time. I watched as many of our colleagues on this side and that side, very nervous and very reminds me of my first time 17, 18 years ago, and the member from Lekai 20 odd years ago. I don't know how long has been for the Prime Minister, but those of us who have been here and seen members come and go, we understand the kind of nervousness, and it's a tough job being in this House for a number of reasons. But I want to congratulate all of you on a job well done. And I want to reiterate, Madam Speaker, to you and to the Prime Minister, the opposition's full commitment to work on ensuring that we have good governance in this country. You know, the motion on good governance, I heard several of the members on that side say that the leader of the opposition is not for good governance. That's not what I said. In fact, I am all in many of the things that you have in the document. It's very good. I don't want to start the whole quarrel over, Madam Speaker. But the point that I'm making is you can rely on this opposition, all the members on this side, to be here to support what is good, to support you, Madam Speaker, even though there might be the kind of testiness that we had today. I think you will, of course, blossom and do much better than what you did on your first day, which I can only imagine will be then full control of this House. Everybody will be flying right. And I think that is what is needed and long overdue in this honorable House. So again, Madam Speaker, I congratulate you, and I congratulate all my colleagues on both sides of the House, and I wish you well in this year of 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize member. I'm not seeing it.
Kayo Central.
Kayo Central, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to raise a matter of public concern in my constituency. Before doing that, I join my colleagues in congratulating you on your appointment at this honorable House. I am honored to be a member of this House. Firstly, I thank the Lord for this great opportunity. Secondly, I thank the constituents of Kayo Central for choosing me to be the chosen one to represent their voice in this honorable House. The matter of concern, of public concern in my constituency is, having had the previous area representative as the Minister of Works, the roads and the streets in my constituency are, I am tempted to say, in the worst of conditions. And I am very pleased to hear that our Minister of Infrastructure and our Prime Minister have requested for extra funding so that we can take care of these roads that are in very terrible conditions and in my constituency of Kaya Central. I want to let the people know, the residents and constituents of Kaya Central, that we will work hard along with the ministers in government to better the road conditions so that our farmers can bring out their produce to the markets, and so that their produce can reach the market in the best of state, in a state that their produce can be of quality to our people of our country. So once again, I would like to say, people, residents of Kaya Central, thank you for choosing me as your representative, and I will ensure that your voice always has an audience in this honorable house. With that said, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Caribbean Shores had indicated you had. It is a matter of public concern.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to inform everybody that is here right now. I know we are past curfew, but I have already consulted with the Commissioner, and he has indicated that the staff members of the National Assembly, the opposition members on this side, drivers, it is not to be construed as a sweetheart pass, but you can get home tonight past curfew. All the checkpoints have been informed, so please drive safely in getting home. I just wanted to inform that, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.